Ronnie's hangout today, but oh,
Okay, hey everybody, it's Sunday, February 19th, 2017, and yes, I'm just chilling, playing a little Battleground here. But I did get a chance to watch a little bit of Ronnie's Hangout today, not a lot of it. I think I kind of just skipped through like the vast majority just to get to the part that I thought the most interesting, where he actually tried to rewrite history. Yes, big surprise. And claim that he has never basically been saying that DNA degrading and DNA dissolving are the same thing. But of course, we all know that's complete bullshit. There's just so many videos out there of him actually saying that DNA dissolving and DNA degrading are exactly identical things. And I might make a video about it. I might actually make a video explaining electron transport chain a little bit too. Maybe I'll get some, buddy that does know it very well, and we'll kind of just do a presentation because he loves to throw that shit out there, like NADH and cytochrome C oxidase and all that jargon stuff that nobody really gives a crap about because nobody really gives a crap about it. We all, who's this? Channel invite. No, I don't want to go there. Sorry. Um, sorry.
yeah,
I
keep talking.
can't.
Keep talking.
I'm on air. One sec. Okay, so, anyways, we all have documentation for going back a long time that Ronnie's main argument was that DNA degrading and dissolving are the same thing. He basically said when DNA goes into water, it loses its nucleotide sequence. He said this. We all know this, and I hope, and God, do I pray that the Clown Posse listen to this because even they know that Ronnie's argument was that degrade and dissolve were synonymous. Matter of fact, he has so many videos of him showing dictionaries going, oh, look, these words mean very similar things. They're not. And we've been saying that they're not. And even in his video today, he's like, oh, well, of course, they don't mean the same thing. Does you know what synonymous means? Yes, we do, Ronnie. That's why we've been telling you they're not synonymous. So you rewriting history, I think, is actually very comical because you are admitting that you're wrong, whether you admit to it or not. You finally have said they are not the same thing, which is what everybody's been frickin' telling you and their brother, man. Well, I'm getting lag. Can you tell I'm lagging out a little bit because I'm streaming?
No,
Oh, I'm have to turn my video card because this is not. This is how mages die when we get lag. Anyways, I got a bunch of people to invite in here, so come on in because I think this is like an epic moment. It's like Christmas came early because it's like, oh my God, did Ronnie just admit that degrade and dissolve the same thing? I had asked Jade West for her thing. Is that what he said? And she's like, well, it's kind of convoluted. We have no idea what the fuck he was saying. Yeah, pretty much. I interpreted it, and I'm going to interpret it as when him saying that, of course, they're not synonymous. Do you even know what synonymous means? Is his, kind of tacitly saying that he was wrong because that's been the argument. Even, like I said, even his own people know the argument was that we were saying to dissolve means to go into water solution, and again, the only thing that happens is that little hydrogen ion comes off the phosphate group, and that's why it's an acid. Right, DNA is an acid. So that's all we've been saying for this entire freaking time. We've been telling him that it doesn't lose its nucleotide sequence, it doesn't lose its integrity, it doesn't fall apart like tissue paper, right? Because if it did, you couldn't do anything with it, right? So this has been the thing from day one. So, anyways, I want to know if you guys watched it. I didn't watch it live. I just kind of literally watched the I don't know, middle part. I have it time stamped if anybody cares. Oh, get off my nuts, warrior.
I don't
Um,
know where it was or how long it was. It sounded like he was wrapping up, but at one point during the hangout, he says, "Oh, hold on, I've got to take a break. I have a call from my minister from the church."
oh, yeah, I missed that part. I didn't watch most of it. Like I said, I'm just dead. By the way,
And
you notice I'm dead. There's no way I could probably shoot this guy and just
I
get
have
out
to
of here.
ask you again, Steve.
Yes, sir. Yes, my love. Speak.
I, in one way, why do you do this? Everybody
Um,
knows they're full of shit, or most people do, or we all do now. I mean,
that's a good
and
question.
I said,
That's
I
a good question.
understand the draw. I understand the attraction, because I do the same thing. I'm not engaging with these fuckers on nothing.
I mean, it literally like
That's
at this
all I
point,
can do anymore.
it's kind of like you're beating up the person that's sitting at the very back of the short bus, right? I mean, I get that, but
I don't think
the
that way
fact
at
that
all.
he's
But
so
that's the,
arrogant about it, right? I mean,
right.
the part that I listened to, he's throwing out these jargon bombings about the electron transport chain, right? And And you know, and I might have a presentation on it. Like I said, I think it'd be interesting. Maybe I might even invite a couple of biologists today that aren't in the Great Debate community that might want to join us. They actually teach this subject, and maybe they'll do a presentation on it. Because if people learn what the ETC is, it kind of takes away the mystique from him jargon bombing about all these enzymes, right? If he's sitting there talking about cytochrome C or whatever he's babbling about, if you say, hey, look, this is happening. This is what happens from complex 1 and 2. But the argument on that was, if you guys remember correctly, is that he was claiming, erroneously, because he did say he made a mistake on it, that oxygen donated electrons. The electrons remember, oil rig. Oil is, oxidation is loss, reduction is gain, oil rig. And he was basically not understanding that you cannot really oxidize oxygen. I think fluorine is the only thing that can. But yeah, you don't oxidize the oxygen in the ETC. That's kind of basic shit. And he doesn't understand that. That was the whole thing we were pointing out to him. Right?
You have had some higher education, correct? You've been
Yes.
inside a university.
Yes, I have enough credits for a bachelor's degree. I have over enough credits for a bachelor's.
Right. Okay.
Like 120 something shit. Yeah.
And I completely understand that you can teach yourself, and people don't have to have a degree to be impressed.
Yeah,
I'm not impressed.
I know a lot of autodidacts.
But I do have to say to somebody like Ronnie, it's like, where did you go to school?
Nowhere.
You're assuming that he did go to
school. You have a right to say that and not have him say, that's an appeal to authority.
Clearly, he didn't have any kind of education because he makes so many mistakes. Simple mistakes.
He wants to give off the air that he's a self-taught intellectual that is so brilliant he's bested all of the book smart atheists with his self-taught Christian-driven brain power.
Well, that's a good summation right there. It really is.
Well, that's the image he's trying to present. Do you think he actually believes that himself?
Who knows?
You're certainly right. No. You're absolutely right. That's what he's trying to. That's how he portrays himself. Do you think he believes it?
I don't think he believes that, because you would need to actually go out and best these atheists. You know, but
I agree.
But he wants people to see him that way.
Right.
There's a big difference. All you have to do is jargon bomb, cut the guy off, and tell him I own that motherfucker, and have a bunch of echo chamber nutcases, do their seal clap shit. You don't ever actually have to. Yeah, exactly. You never.
This guy cracks me up every time.
Pseudo's funny as hell. And I understand we all recognize this, right? I don't make the videos or these hangouts for us anymore when we're refuting Ronnie. It is basically, I'm hoping, and I know it's not reality, but I'm hoping that one of these days this clown car posse people go, shit, you know what? We have been bullshitted by Ronnie all this time. Because it's apparent when even now we know he's been saying all along that degrade and dissolve are synonymous terms. That was his whole argument, for God's sake.
I think the actual real effectiveness and the reason why it's important, why what you and Fiona and Alex Malpass and all you people, what you do really is important, even though it feels frustrating to me at times, is that there are people on the fence who are watching and who are never say anything. Not the clown car posse themselves, but people who might know them, who might be on the fence, who are coming to the topic for the first time. And that's why what you do is so important.
I love the fact you even put me in the same sentence with those names. It's like
Alex Malpass, geez.
God, Alex is just a nice guy. I mean, geez, I'm not a big philosophy dude, and he knows that. But he'll still take the time to explain it and not look down upon me and go, Steve, you're an intellectual, philosophical moron, right? So I really like Alex a lot.
He's damn good. He'll apply the anesthetic and go in and kill. He's amazing.
Yeah, and Ozzy's the same way too. Ozzy, I love a lot.
Ozzy, yes.
But I like Alex's arguments because I can understand them. He actually writes in a way that it's not geared toward like the intellectual elites like Bert Poole and shit like that. Who, by the way, had a really good video the day I actually understood most of it on Trey.
It was great.
Did you watch it?
Yes.
Yeah. So I thought it was pretty good. I mean, he actually pointed out that Trey's arguments are just all over the place. I mean, is God contingent? Is he necessity? Does he have to do what he has to do? Is it because he's God? Does he have a choice? I don't know. Go on, I'm listening.
I like Alex because he'll take the argument on board and he'll be like, well, what do I do with all this? This seems just terrible. It's like, okay, so I believe this, this, and this. So therefore this, doesn't that seem like a contradiction? And every time he just spells it out perfectly. It's like, well, if I were to take these assumptions on board, I would arrive at this contradiction, wouldn't I?
That's what he's good at. That's what I think he teaches, that the ability to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does Alex often do what Ozzy does, which is make very complex things understandable or at least graspable, or give you some insight to that? Because I mean, that's obviously you must have taught, and it takes some practice to be able to explain difficult things simply and clearly to people with not a lot of book learning, or people who aren't experts in the topic, like me or Steve.
Well, even what's funny is even the people that listen to like Matt Slick's argument, even that whole P versus P and non-P, not P thing. I think even the most non-logical people among us actually understood why Alex Malpass's why Matt Slick's argument was just trivial.
Right here.
Everybody understood it now.
I didn't know any of that. You know what I mean? Like if somebody were to ask me to write all that down, but by the end of watching that video for the first time, I could explain exactly what Alex's problems with Matt's arguments were. Said, okay, you set it up this way, it's a false dichotomy. You set it up this way, it becomes begging the question.
And that's my favorite thing. It is begging this question because you don't need premise 1 anymore. And basically, if you don't need premise 1, all you have is premise 2 and 3, or premise 2 in the conclusion. All you end up with literally is P, therefore P.
P, therefore P. And of course,
forgive me for this gross oversimplification, but recently Matt Slick has been simply passing off the law of non-contradiction as proof of God. Is that what's going on?
Yes, exactly. Well, not the non-contradiction. By the way, my live chat, you can't even see in this. I'm fixing this real quick.
What his argument was he wanted to use a disjunctive syllogism,
right? Which
is very simple. A or B, not B, therefore A. Okay, that's simple logical argument. But the way he did it was he didn't do A or B. He did A or not A, a proposition and its direct negation. When you have an exhaustive first premise like that, it'll go just like this. A or not A, therefore A. It's like...
And it's trivial true. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's not like it's not true. It's just invalid because it's a tautology at that point.
It's non-informative.
Yeah, what does it tell you? A, therefore A. Yeah, A for A for the A doesn't really tell us anything, right?
Well, the reason it tells you something, it tells you A, therefore A. But the thing is that there's no force to convince you that A, therefore A. I could make the counter argument and have the exact same amount of force. I could say, well, not A, therefore not A.
Yep.
Our arguments have the same amount of weight behind them. How do we determine which one's right? We can't.
They're equal.
If you say A, therefore A, I can say not A, therefore not A with the same exact argumentative force. So you need to have extra premises that establish the truth of A or of your conclusion. And
the very fact that theists have retreated to precept in this casuistry proves it all. I mean,
you're right.
They don't. I'll never forgive Penn Jillette. I love the guy, but when he Psi 10 he's just like us. Like, oh well, I don't discuss evidence with atheists. And Penn didn't say, yeah, because you ain't got none.
Well, that's their get out of jail card.
These fuckers think a carpenter rose from the dead, and they think I should think it too. I'm not discussing logic or biology with them. I'm not. Go ahead.
That's a separate issue.
I mean, there's a pin in all of precept that you can just pull out and the whole thing falls down, okay? And that is the all truthfulness of God, okay? So God is supposed to be all truth-telling, cannot tell a lie, okay? Right. So how do you know that? How do you know God can't tell a lie? Well, because God said so. So...
There's no circularity there, is there?
Right. Okay, so if I'm saying... God told me he can't lie, and since he can't lie, that's true. And, well, how do you know he's not lying about the fact that he can't lie?
Right.
because then he doesn't lie. Catch 22 there.
Yeah. The first thing a liar is going to tell you is that he's not a liar.
Trust me, I'm not
The
lying.
first thing a truthful person will say is that they're not a liar.
Yeah.
Exactly. So the only way for you to know that God is not lying to you is for you to be omniscient so that you could check. Since you're not omniscient and you can't check, you can't know. It's just a statement of faith. Pin, gone, edifice, collapse.
Yeah, or from the Sci-10 Atheist video where it's just like, I know I'm not omniscient. I know that.
Yeah, you do know that.
Yeah, I'm pretty well aware that I'm not omniscient. If I was omniscient, I would be aware of it because, of course, that's what it means, right? So all knowing.
Yeah,
so
I'm
limited in
for
my
something
knowledge.
you know.
Yeah.
Okay, they're asking you for something you know. If you tell them you know you're not omniscient, you got them right there, because one of two things is the case. Either you're right and you know you're not omniscient, or you are omniscient and you will have an inexhaustible supply of things to tell the person that you know because you know everything.
Right.
Well, I feel that way, but I acknowledge that's not true.
Yeah, only Ronnie actually does know everything. Yeah. Yeah. Just ask and he'll tell you.
Except for how to work out. Or
So did you, Jake? Did you watch? I mean, again, I didn't watch the whole hangout today. I have not finished it yet, and I don't, like I said, I'll probably do some kind of.
I'm sorry I was a lot. I'll turn it.
Did you watch it, Jake, at all?
I could not possibly listen to True Empiricism speak for more than 30 seconds if it isn't contained within a video of somebody I like you.
I heard it was pretty brutal as far as his like being all over the place. He just doesn't make any sense. And even though that he did say, and I heard him clearly, I'll even give you guys a timestamp on it as I get out of here. Got a piece of gear I sure can't use. But the timestamp on this video, as I have it as... again, my computer runs so slow. If anybody wants to like donate a piece of shit computer that's like a couple years old that's better than this one, I'll pay for shipping.
I actually will. I've got a laptop. It's got a Core i5.
I can't use a laptop. I need a desktop. I have a little laptop.
Okay. It's a Core i5. It's decent enough. You would have to use an external monitor, but if you want it, I'll ship it to you.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it might work. Well, I'll pay for shipping.
Okay. Well, just tell me if you want it, and I'll send it.
Okay. Because, I mean, it might be... if I can do video editing on it...
You would need to use an external monitor.
That's fine.
Or replace the one on inside, which isn't too hard, but...
Do you have cocaine? Do you have cocaine too, or Korean girls?
It's just when I'm doing editing, it's a computer, so you just don't even know how long it takes to actually edit. And then it makes all these errors in it because the graphics it sucks on it. So I'm actually like, I can't even see it in Movie Maker. You can see how things are lagging, like even right now. It's just so bad. I can barely even move because it's just an old computer. It's just, somebody loaned this to me. So, but all right, I'll discuss with you afterwards though. But I really need a desktop, though. I mean, yes, I'd like a laptop, too, because the one I'm using is not even a laptop. It's one of those little notepad things.
A notebook?
Yeah,
a netbook?
It's kind of a little notebook. Yeah, it's just I use it for just watching TV. That's it. It's the only thing. And
an Intel Atom?
Yeah, it's a Centron 2, I think, or something.
Oh, Centrino 2, yeah.
Yeah, so it's really not powerful enough. I can't even do I say I want to do, like, more Blender work. There's no way I can do Blender on the thing. No freaking way. I mean, I can't even move the cursor around. It doesn't even have the capability of doing that. So,
no, you could do that stuff on this laptop that I have.
So that would be kind of cool. I can do that when I'm out somewhere. So, yeah. So if I'll pay for shipping on that through my Patreon. That's what Patreon's for, is to help me with that kind of stuff. So.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can cover all the shipping and shit, and you can just.
You don't have, if you're donating the computer, I want to at least take care of the shipping. I have Patreon, and the Patreon is used for that kind of stuff, as I said it was going to be. So, what's the shipping?
Okay.
Like $25 or something? It can't be that much.
Oh no, it's not going to be that much. Especially if we just go freight, it'll be.
I mean, I don't make like the big money like obviously like Ronnie does in his big paycheck to buy Popeyes.
Yeah, I was going to ask, how the hell does he make $2,600 a week?
I know. But it's like,
Really?
I mean, is that the standard now? I mean, seriously, like, okay, yes, I admit, back in the day, I made okay money. I mean, I did well. And then I quit my job, sold my house, and, I lost everything. I literally left my entire life behind. I mean, I left all my furniture. I left everything. You mean, seriously, lots of money behind because I had to move to be with my daughter, and that was my only priority. And I don't regret that decision. Best decision I ever made. But, I got older and things happened, and it's...
How old is your baby now,
She's
Steve?
11. So,
Okay.
But, you know,
Good.
be that as may, you know, we have people in this community, and it's not a big secret, that are pretty well off. I mean, seriously, we have somebody who literally probably makes that an hour. Okay. I mean, an
But-
hour in their time, they've already made his paycheck, or in a couple hours.
But
that's
that
just fucking
paycheck
ridiculous.
does extrapolate into a $125,000 yearly wage.
Yeah, well,
And-
and obviously they have
agree.
higher
Yeah,
expenses,
it
right?
must.
You can make millions of dollars a year, and we do know people that make millions of dollars a year, but they have higher expenses because they have, you know,
Overhead.
right? So I mean,
They don't live in their mom's basement.
you know,
What
but
Steve's
see, a
saying.
measure of a man is not how much money he makes. The people that are in our community that are rich or poor, they're all equal to me. There's no difference to me. I do not treat anybody different. If they like, even if they donate $1 to me or if they donate 100, they are equal. And you can ask any of my Patreons. I don't really give favoritism. I mean, I like, for example, Annabelle. Annabelle's been a huge supporter of my channel. I love Annabelle, but you know, occasionally I'll like, you know, talk about her mod, and I think she mod's fantastic. By the way, I really do. Fuck you all haters. I think she's one of the best live chat moderators I've ever had. But you know, occasionally she doesn't know, you know, who's actually trolling or not, and I get that. Like the other day, my guildie came in. It wasn't her fault. It wasn't Annabelle's fault. But he was like trolling me because that's what guildies do. So,
Well, who could? No one's so good that they can tell every
right,
time.
right? And
Either
like I
way.
said, yeah, you know, but I love Annabelle. But you know, I'll take her, you know, her suggestions. It's like I would anybody else's suggestions. Doesn't matter who. If you give me a suggestion on my channel, yeah, I'm gonna look into it, right? So money is not the thing to me.
And that's the other thing. Even if you are rich, it doesn't necessitate you're going to give to everybody you see on YouTube.
No,
That's
exactly. And I want the fact that people even Patreon for me $1 a month, I'm thrilled with. I swear to God. I mean, I really am. It's like one of my first Patreons is like, you know, just some kid, you know, like I like your channel, and it's $1, and I was like, oh my God, this is like awesome. He likes my channel.
Yeah, no, I bet that.
Steve's second thought is, oh my God, this shit actually works. People will actually give you money.
Wow, if I really get into flat Earth, I can make some bank.
Oh boy, I set up a Patreon so people could send me to people could help me pay to send me to Manchester so I could confront Jason Burns. But 6 hours later, I thought better of it, and I realized I couldn't do that.
No, Blue. If you went to Manchester, one, you're in the wrong city, and two, Jason Burns would think you're stalking him.
I have a very good friend that lives in Manchester, so I would love to go to you.
You mean the Manchester area? I don't know. I know exactly where that fucko lives.
Well, I would rather go see my friend because she's fucking adorably cute and much cuter than Jason Burns. I assure you.
Jason Burns is adorably cute as well.
Okay, no, not like my friend.
He stands on his little apple crate with his little
She's
megaphone.
my favorite Brit person of all time.
He is adorable.
You would.
She's been on my
Wouldn't
channel
that be
before.
great? A great video for me and Jason Burns hanging out and drinking at the pub. I think that would be
Receive my immense scholarship.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
But what
I need to heal people.
I can't
Come on,
ask
give me a heal.
people I like
God damn it.
for money for that.
I hate it as
There's
well.
things I'll ask money for, but not that.
That's why I only wanted Patreon. I mean, I mean, somebody was very, very nice enough to donate the mic to me, and that was, no, it doesn't matter. But you know, that was really awesome. You know, so yeah, I don't like, you know, asking, but I like people for Patreon, right? If you like my channel, you like to have these discussions, and want to be, come in and talk to these scientists. And yes, we have more guests coming in. Trust me, some hopefully big names coming in. That's what the Patreon's for. That's it. So,
well, I mean, if you genuinely entertain people and they feel you should be paid for that, there's nothing wrong with that.
And that's it. I don't.
No.
I like that more than the PayPal. I know people have been like, oh, here's his PayPal and stuff like that. And I appreciate that to no end. Don't stop. I mean, seriously, it's like, thank you. But I mean, I think that the Patreon, even for $1 a month, is like, okay, that's somebody who actually supports the channel. And I don't know, it's weird, but anyways, going back to his whole big paycheck, whatever.
Yeah, that means he makes $125,000 a year, which means he, you know,
Ronnie,
and he can't afford to buy a biological textbook
or a fucking
Really?
microphone
He's got
without a gigantic styrofoam boom on it, like, or foam, like, what on earth? It's like, okay,
It's called a dead cat, actually.
straight up. No, it seriously looks like
It's
like
the technical term for those. They're called dead cats.
Is it?
Yeah.
the sound is actually pretty good on them. No, he could have like a fleet of F-150s, 2-story houses, like a fucking rockin' stock portfolio. He could have Forex traders on auto traders, making millions of dollars. It's like, if you have an income stream like that, and this is how you're spending your time, you are truly a fucking moron.
But of course, we've all accepted the premise, but we know that he's fucking lying. So there you go.
Obviously.
Yeah. So I mean, again, I don't want to like claim something that's not true, but did you guys hear him claim specifically that DNA degrading and dissolving are not synonymous this time? Because I think he's rewriting history. Because I heard it. The timestamp for it is at 56:26 in his video.
Okay.
Again, this is the type of arcana.
If somebody wants to come in and play that, I wouldn't mind playing it. But he actually says specifically they are not synonymous, and it's like, well, that's fucking what we've been telling you, Ronnie.
Okay. Does anybody remember where this originally happened?
Yes.
Okay. Dragnut and TrueEmpiricism were talking about RNA world hypothesis, and he said, well, the chain won't stay together long enough in the water because it will dissolve. That's what he said. He said it'll dissolve.
No, he said it would degrade.
No,
originally. Are you sure?
Originally, he said it will dissolve. Okay. He said it'll dissolve, using the word dissolve like degrade, not understanding that DNA does dissolve in water. It needs to. And that's where this whole thing came from.
Okay.
He thought that because the DNA will dissolve in the water, that it's no good.
Yeah, because again, he thought they were synonymous terms.
Exactly. So he's like, well, you got this, you run straight into a brick wall. You said, that these polymer chains come together in this prebiotic soup. Well, they will have dissolved by then. So there goes that hypothesis. Now we need to educate Ronnie that dissolve doesn't mean the same thing as degrade. And that's where the whole fiasco of him trying to say.
But he just said that.
You run straight into a brick wall. You said, that these polymer chains...
not synonymous. Yeah, he just said today that they're not synonymous. He's like, do you even know what synonymous means? We're like, Ronnie, that's what we've been fucking telling you this entire time. They're not synonymous. I mean, that's been the whole argument. Even your own fucking people know that, Ronnie. Even they'll say, oh yeah, Ronnie's been saying it all along.
No, try to point this thing out. Try to point out this shtick that he does. He'll try to get into a one-on-one with somebody about a topic. And his whole point is to try to make the audience think that the person he's engaging with doesn't understand the topic. And which would be the very first minimal thing that you need to get into this conversation, where the whole time he's just waiting for his moment to say, aha, I knew you didn't understand evolution or electron chain or I knew you didn't know what synonymous meant, and he just wants to make you seem like you didn't understand the most basic terms of the argument. Didn't
he say in the video today and before that basically when DNA or something else goes in solution, it goes through hydrolysis? And
you have to understand, he was running his mouth so fast, and he was jumping around so much.
Yeah, he's all over the place. But I'm pretty sure that if I remember correctly, and I'll ask people here in a second. Here, I don't even know if we have watchers, but I'll ask. I thought that he was saying that in order to have something go into solution, you have to have hydrolysis, which makes no sense. So that's what I thought one of his original arguments was. I don't know how far back that was, but he did say that at one time. And then he has like the audacity to go, Steve doesn't know what a hydrolysis reaction is. I'm like,
that's the thing. That's what he wanted to do the whole time.
Really? It's not that hard, dude.
Yeah, that's all he wants to do is make it seem like you didn't understand the most basic terms of the argument. So how have we even gotten into the deep part of it? I've just exposed that you didn't understand it the whole way. So we're just done here.
You see, I stopped even before that. I asked them, said, Ronnie, why did God give men nipples? That's what I want to know.
Well, maybe God likes nipples.
Find our way at night.
Yeah, exactly. What a G-man. But I mean, I just find it weird that somebody who just basically was saying that hydrolysis is required to have something go into solution, and has been saying for the longest time that literally degrade, dissolve, and what's the other one? Disintegrate. Yeah. Though he was saying for the longest time, all three of those mean the exact same thing. And if you remember his videos, he went to the dictionary and said, hey, look, here's degrade, here's dissolve, here's disintegrate, and look, they all mean the same thing. And now he's saying, oh, they're not the same thing? Well, no shit, Ronnie, you're an idiot.
Yeah, because we're talking about a scientific context.
But I mean, how can somebody rewrite history with so blatant ease, or try to, and not think he's going to be called out on it? I mean, I know he knows his own people are fucking retards.
Von Helton.
Jesus. Get off my
You have never seen Von Helton. He does that every single show.
Yeah, but Von Helton's a time traveler.
That's 3 times. He's going to be in the room now.
No, Von Helton.
Come on in, Irv, because I got a few things to say to you, my man.
But I mean, he really does think he can rewrite history, and nobody's going to call his mouth on bullshit. I mean, I challenge any CCP member out there, any one of them, to actually come in here at any time and tell us that Ronnie, for the longest time, was not saying that degrade, dissolve, disintegrate, fall apart into its constituent parts, however you want to phrase it. We lose this nucleotide sequence. We're all synonymous things. Come on. One of you Clown Car Posse members, please, for the love of the God that you believe in, tell us that Ronnie wasn't saying that, because I want to get it on air.
Honestly, you had something that cracked me the fuck up yesterday in your video, your review of Ronnie's review. It was when when you're talking about the jargon bombing and the gradient being pulled in.
Gradient, yeah. I don't know if you know the gradient.
Like,
I'm out of my BG. I'm checking the live feed now. CRISPR says, well, water certainly participates in hydrolysis. Yes, I'm aware that you need water for hydrolysis. And actually, Ronnie one time even claim that water itself undergoes hydrolysis? Not sure how that works, though. But let's see here. Initially, he believed that the disruption of sequence was an immediate consequence of salvation, in the same way that iron separates as an immediate part of salvation for salts. Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he thought it basically fell apart, and he kept comparing it to ionic bonding. He did think that the nucleotides separated. He made that very clear. Matter of fact, Fiona has a wonderful video about that. It's from Hog Tie's hangout called, I think it's Ronnie or TrueEmpiricism and Hog Tie Salivate the World.
Problems.
Yeah. Salivate the world's problems. And Ronnie makes it very clear that, yes, it breaks apart into its nucleotide sequencing or monomers. God, look how slow this is. Fuck. And yeah, so I'm going to go back to Storm. At least there's less lag there. My poor computer. So my graphics are turned so way down, you never know. And then Ronnie's like, I love the fact that he's like, oh, look, Steve probably has these notes in front of him. I'm playing a game, I can still talk about this stuff. Because I know he does have notes, because if you listen to him, he reads things off verbatim every time. I mean, if I hear about complex 1, 2, 3 again one more fucking time, the ETC, I'm going to shit myself. Because, I mean, he has to throw that out there every goddamn hangout. Hey, look, I know what complex 1 is. I know what cytochrome C oxidase is. So what, Ronnie? We learned that in fucking intro to biology, okay? Like, literally. I do want to have a hangout on. I think it would be interesting if somebody wants to, like, come in and do a little thing on ETC. Maybe Dragnot. I think Dragnot, because he learned about it just recently. Him, me. Yeah, it'd be interesting.
I mean, I've challenged Ronnie to have a talk with me on a channel that he doesn't moderate for like 2 years, and he will not do it.
Well, I mean, no offense, Jake, but you reamed him so bad last time, and I'm still milking that video.
Yeah,
because it's still one of my favorite videos. I'm milking it because I mean, he made it very clear when he asked you, right? He asked you. He said his initial question was something along the lines of, "Okay, do you know what a Pelton wheel is? Do you know what a turbine is? What's ATP synthase?" And you said, "Well, it's an enzyme." And he said, "No, it wasn't." He said it's made of enzymes, but it's not an enzyme, and that's bullshit. It is made of enzymes. Nobody's ever said it isn't made of enzymes. Nobody's ever said it doesn't have subunits either, which I think is funny because he kept
just like
he kept on
a
saying,
house can be
what's that?
Made out of wood and be wood,
Yeah, well, he kept on saying that Steve doesn't know that it have subunits. Oh my God, how many times have we talked about ATP synthase and the alpha, the beta, the gamma? These are all parts of ATP synthase. We've already discussed this shit. By the way, can you guys see the?
Oh, that's the mayonnaise thing. Okay, now I get it.
By the way, the link to join us is in the video description, and it's actually on my CG Plus. can we get some people joining us? CRISPR, join us. Nestlig, Sam, any of you guys want to join us?
But yeah, for when I had that conversation with him, I wanted to have a conversation about a logical argument against intelligent design.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I wanted to present to him. And he refused to engage with it. He literally just he muted me a million times, interrupted me a million times, and was desperately trying to jerk the conversation into an area where he could try to jargon bomb me or sharpshoot me on various things that had nothing to do with the premise of the Hangout. And at the beginning of the Hangout, I said that I'm not an expert in X, Y, and Z, and that I defer everything to the consensus scientific opinion on that topic. So if you're asking me if evolution's true, I go to the consensus scientific opinion, yes. And that's it. And I defer to them. And he completely disregarded that and said, no, we're going to go down this anyway, and we're not going to talk about this argument, we're not going to talk about this argument. And yeah, and then he eventually does get to sharpshoot me a bit. He's like, what's ATP synthase? And I'm like, okay, ATP synthase is an enzyme that makes ATP. And he's like, wrong, pure ignorance. Why did you say that it's
That's exactly what he said.
Ignorance come
pure
together
ignorance.
in this prebiotic soup? Well, they will
pure
have dissolved
ignorance.
by
I'm
then.
like,
So there goes.
Well,
that
I'm reading it off the
hypothesis.
fucking website.
Like, now we need to educate Ronnie.
I mean,
that
I don't
dissolve
know,
doesn't
like-
So you have
mean the
notes.
same thing
Ha.
as degrade. And
It's
that's
like, yeah,
what
I do
the
have
audience
notes.
gets
I
by
take
saying.
copious
He didn't
notes.
say that.
Mhm.
I have notes of
everything you fucking said and the 20 things I have to respond to. And I was writing down everything he said on a notepad to respond to it in my 10 seconds to respond.
When he actually lets you speak, right?
Yeah, it was like 70 minutes long, and I speak for 7 total minutes.
I mean, Ronnie's never even, like I said, I've pointed out numerous times, Ronnie's never even been in here, right? So he's never actually wanted to have a conversation on any of these topics. He's always chickened out. He just won't come in here. And I mean, I'm not going to sit here and mute him and abuse him like he does on his channel. It doesn't happen. And so he has no reason not to. But he knows if he comes in here, he's not going to be able to get away with just, bullying people and talking about what he wants to talk about. He will answer simple questions. I mean, literally, yes or no is all we need. Is degrade and dissolve synonymous? Well, now he's saying no. Before he said yes. I don't understand the problem here. He literally admitted he was wrong. Categorically admitted he was wrong. Because that's been the argument.
Well, I don't know if he has an end game. I've speculated a long time that he is very envious of people who have lucrative platforms on YouTube and has tried to find a niche that he can exploit. And he thinks that there's an audience for young earth creationists, pseudo-intellectuals who can beat the big atheist scientists. And he wants to make a platform where he's considered this pseudo-intellectual guy and maybe even can make money off of it.
Well, I don't think it's
Like,
about money. I think I think he wants to feel important. I think he wants to be taken seriously. I think he wants to be treated as an intellectual equal with these people. And I mean, for the love of God, I know I'm not even intellectual equal with these people, right? I mean, for the love of God, listen to people like Hogtie for 5 minutes, and you're like, holy shit, we're all stupid.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
God.
And that's a great thing, It's like there's
I'm
more.
fine with that.
Yeah, it's like the first thing I do in any of these conversations is advertise my own ignorance.
Right.
Well, I mean,
It's like-
a sign of intelligence, and I've said this numerous times, a sign of intelligence means you try to find people smarter than you. Okay?
Yeah,
That's where you learn from. I'm never going to learn anything from an idiot, except how not to be
Hitchens
an idiot.
said the definition of knowledge is to have some idea of the extent of your own ignorance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, isn't that what DK is really? People don't even know the extent of their own ineptitude. And so somebody wrote to me the other day. It was really
The definition of education.
You can have some idea of the depth of your own ignorance. You have some idea of all the stuff you don't know.
right. But somebody wrote me the other day. It was a funny comment. It's something like,
Completely
"Welcome to the law offices of Dunning-Kruger and Rodriguez.
Dunning-Kruger and Ronnie?
We may not win your case, but we think we will," or something. It was fucking hilarious. Dunning-Kruger and
Dunning-Kruger,
Rodriguez.
yeah.
That's Ronnie's last name.
Dunning-Kruger and Ronnie.
goes by at least.
That's so funny. Honestly,
Dunning-Kruger and Rodriguez.
that is 24
I don't even know who that was. I got to give you props if it was. I forget. Sorry, but I was like, holy shit, that's we
No,
that's a great one.
we may not win your case, but we sure think we will. Something along those lines.
That is
That's why, you know
Kruger
what,
and Von Helsing.
Jake, you had
There you
asked me
go.
why I do this shit. Honestly, I think that's one of the biggest reasons why I do this shit, because I laugh at it and I find it funny and I enjoy
Right.
it. I mean, if
Yeah,
you
no,
don't
I
enjoy
completely
this
agree.
shit, then don't listen. Or don't be a part of the community, people. I don't understand all these Clown Car Posse members and shit. They're like, ooh, blah, blah, blah,
When
blah.
Mark
I'm like, then don't
Kanoya-
fucking join us. I mean, anybody can come in. I mean, except for G-Man, but
when Mark Kanoya called G-Man a lulls cow,
G-Man is a little
G-Man
cow.
is a lulz cow.
I died. I had to have doctors come and I made it. I'm
Did
here.
you?
Okay.
Good.
But oh my, you're a lulls cow. That's just the way he said it. Like, that's all you're here for. I'm like, oh my
You have
god.
one purpose: be a little
He
cow.
brought down the sledgehammer straight on his fucking solar plexus.
Well,
It's
you
like,
can't laugh at this stuff. Again, I mean, it's entertainment, right? My channel is listed under entertainment, which I find the most ironic thing, that Ronnie's channel is listed under news. Go look. Go. I'm not even lying. Go look under Social Blade. It is his channel. I swear to fucking God, is listed under news. Do you not
YouTube
see
has to add a
problem
new
with this?
heading for channel listings,
What?
and that is fake news.
Oh, okay.
That way you can accurately label your channel what it is.
Well, it's not even fake news in his case. It's potato. Fuck. Hey, Fiona.
Okay, I'll take a potato.
It's potato news.
Yeah, take potato.
It's potato. Potato.
No,
science.
not potato. Just have the heading of this channel is listed under potato.
yeah.
Fiona
100%.
is now. I want Fiona's opinion. Is it my imagination? Because again, I don't want to make a false claim, but I heard him very, very clearly multiple times in the video today that he said now they are not synonymous.
I haven't seen it. I just got
Oh.
notification of your hangout, but you posted 45 minutes ago, and I've only just got that now.
Wow.
So exactly, I mean, what's happened? What's he said?
He said that. Well, exactly what I just said. That he said that they are not synonymous terms. He never claimed that they were synonymous. That I misrepresented his position. That Dr.
That's
Rana
rubbish.
and Hugh Ross basically agree with him, which is bogus because, like I said, I told Hugh Ross. I mean, I told Fuzz about this, and he's just like, "Oh my god." So he said the fun never stops is literally what he said. But yeah, he's basically saying now that they are not the same thing.
Right.
Which no shit, right? that's the funniest thing.
Right.
Like,
So all you need to show that he has changed his position is the hangout that he had with Phony B. Remember that hangout?
which one specifically? There's been so many.
The one with Phony B.
Vaguely.
Ronnie and Phony B. Remember that?
Refresh my memory, real quick.
Phony Beatlemaniacs.
Oh, with Phony Beatlemaniac. Oh yeah, yes. I do remember that
that's
one.
all you need. Because he spends most of his time in that hangout claiming that they are synonymous.
Right.
He reads out various definitions to prove his point.
Yeah, he literally broke out the dictionary and say, "Oh look, these
yeah.
things are the
Which
same
is
thing."
hilarious because a dictionary has colloquial uses of a word,
Yep.
and scientific definitions are extremely precise.
Yes.
Yeah.
But he used that in his hangout with Phony Beatlemaniacs to show that degrade and dissolve meant the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And he belaboured the point.
And I'll give you the timestamp after my battleground here, and I will. You only have to watch about a minute for him to actually say it once. He says it multiple times, but he is now saying literally that they're not the same thing. He's never said they're the same thing, and I'm like, are you fucking I mean, seriously, it's one thing to try to rewrite history, but holy shit, that's been the whole argument for a year. Is Ronnie saying
Yes.
they're the same fucking thing? That's what we're telling people. They're not the same thing. It's fucking comical.
Yeah.
So
By the
now
way, yes,
what we
I know
need
I
him
don't
to
use any
do
keybinds as much as I should. People that play WoW. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
is tell us what happens when DNA degrades and what happens when DNA dissolves.
Well, I would
And
love for him to
that's-
actually like give us a straight answer on some of this shit.
Exactly, because the last time when DNA degraded, well, when DNA dissolved, according to him, the phosphodiester bonds fall apart. But we all know that when DNA degrades, the phosphodiester bonds fall apart. So if degrade and dissolve are different things, and degrading is the phosphodiester bonds falling apart, what the heck is happening when it dissolves and doesn't degrade? Because his description was exactly the same thing for the two of them. And he needs to go and look it up. And we even gave him a reference showing that spontaneous hydrolysis of the phosphodiester bond is a really slow reaction with a half-life of 33 million years. And that's the only way that you can degrade DNA in such a way that it breaks down into its monomeric parts, i.e. the nucleotides. You break the phosphodiester bond, which is what is linking all the sugars together. That's what's making it a chain. That's what's making it a sequence. He declared it lost its sequence. The only way to do that, but keep it in the monomeric subunits, is to break the phosphodiester bond. He specified the phosphodiester bond. He said the phosphodiester bond broke. In fact, he even stated that because the hydrogen comes off of the phosphate group, that leaves an O- on that phosphate group. And he said that then destabilized the phosphodiester bond and that the phosphodiester bond then broke.
Yeah,
and the reason I know all this is I was busy watching the Hangout, True Empiricism and Hogtie Champ solvate the world's problems. And he states it categorically in that Hangout. And Hogtie Champ asks him specifically, and he states it outright and specifically, that the H plus coming off, because DNA is an acid, destabilizes the phosphodiester bond. And I'm sorry that I'm ranting.
No, you're right, though. You're absolutely right. That's exactly what he said in that video. God knows I've seen it.
Yeah, and that was his description. And that was his description of dissolving. Dissolving. That's what he said happens when DNA dissolves.
Yep. You're spot on correct. He literally was saying that. Now, I don't think he actually knew the terminology. I don't know, maybe. But he basically was saying that the sugar phosphate backbone broke. That's it.
Yes, he was. And he specified the phosphate. He stated the phosphodiester bond. Because we had been asking him, okay, if it's falling apart in water, what bond is it falling apart at? And I had a hangout with him, and I never did pin him down. And the following day, I think it was, Hogtie Champ had a hangout with him. And he managed to pin him down to the phosphodiester bond. And as soon as he got him pinned down to that phosphodiester bond, I was like that, yeah, beauty! The most stable bond in the whole molecule. I mean, seriously.
Like literally, right?
Yeah, and he's picked that one.
Yeah, that's so funny. That's just the worst possible one.
Here, I'm putting the...
Exactly.
I was surprised his line didn't change to, it'll degrade in 30 million years.
If you guys haven't seen the video...
He tried to do that.
Here,
he tried to do that. He seriously did. He asked me a question. He says, can DNA undergo hydrolysis? Well, of course it can. Because you have enzymes that carry it out. They're called nucleases.
Sorry.
You know?
I had to jump in. Really, I can't stay long, but I had to jump in.
Jump.
So we need to be careful with our language here, because you said, Fiona, that the only way to break the backbone is at the phosphodiester bond, but actually there are a couple of other bonds in the backbone that can break and cause a loss of and break it apart by nucleotides, and that's actually the preferred mechanism without enzymatic catalysts. So
but I mean, as opposed to the bases coming off the sugar.
Well, right. So I mean, either way, right? You're breaking the backbone.
That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm saying.
So
He's saying it breaks down into its nucleotides.
Yes. So am I. Right. So I'm saying you can break the backbone at the phosphodiester bond, right? Or you can go on the other side of the oxygen and break it there, which is still separating it as nucleotides, right?
Right.
Or you can go another bond over in the carbon-carbon.
The only bond he never mentioned was the glycosidic bond between the base and the sugar. That's the only one that he never attempted to say that broke.
He specified the phosphodiester bond.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously that's completely wrong. But my point is just that you can the total half-life of the backbone is only about 100,000 years, I think.
Yes,
because because those other two, it's mainly the, I think it's mainly the carbon oxygen, I think, but could be wrong. I don't remember, but anyway, one of those is is a lot faster than the actual phosphodiester. So just to make sure
but he
perfectly clear on that, because
he
you know we don't want him looking it up and
no,
go,
no,
oh,
but he,
they-
yeah,
it's no
we know
correct.
we know what she's referring to.
But he specifically picked the phosphodiester bond. So he's
Well, that's because
talking.
he's a moron.
Right. So he's not talking about the base coming off the sugar. When he talks about it losing its sequence, he wasn't talking about like the base falling off the sugar.
Right.
Right?
Yep.
He was talking about this backbone being broken. Now, that the most common way of doing it is by enzymatic degradation.
In 2,000 degree water.
Yeah, but that is going to be at the phosphodiester bond. Various nucleases, restriction enzymes, your DNases, RNAs, they break the backbone using this hydrolysis reaction, but you need an enzyme to kick it on its way. And then it's very rapid. But that ain't dissolving.
Fiona, I gave you the link with the timestamp. Can you play that real quick? Just the audio for like 15 seconds. It's queued up. He's just talking about Dr. Rana. He's talking about the way I asked the question. And
for goodness sake.
He literally says at this point, if you play it, because your audio is better than mine, as found out by my video, that I guess people complained about the audio. And thank you, by the way, to Res Rhetoric for remixing that. When I get this lady laptop, I'll do video tab on that, and hopefully it might be a little better. But this is where he says that they're not synonymous. I want you to listen to it because I there's no way I don't think anybody can listen to this and go, okay, he's saying here that they're synonymous, because he's not. He's saying that they are different. Clearly that they're different, but that's what we've been telling him.
Exactly right. Hold on, I'm going to do it now.
All right, thank you, Mother. And how many people have watched? I'm very curious. Anybody? I'm going to guess like 25.
Right, are you getting an echo?
That's good. Go ahead.
You getting an echo?
A little bit, but it's okay.
Is that loud enough?
I can't hear the video.
I've not played it yet. I'm talking to you.
Yeah, I can hear you great.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Right, here we go.
When it comes to DNA, when DNA is said to dissolve in water, it is actually degrading. No, because obviously they're not synonymous. Do you know what the word synonymous means? It is not synonymous when DNA, let me show you guys what they said. When DNA comes to DNA, when it comes to DNA, and when DNA is said to dissolve in water, it is actually degrading. Because obviously dissolving and degrading is a different thing. You ask a biochemist a comment like that, and you phrase it that way, obviously you're going to get an answer like that, because it's the truth. They're different phenomena. So he didn't agree with you when it came to the semantic issue of anything. He agreed with what I was saying in the comments. That was, you were screen sharing. If you actually just took the time out to read the comments, he agreed with me. He agreed with what I said. There's no conflict there. There's one misunderstanding the problem. The problem isn't, let me rephrase that. He's not misunderstanding anything. He knows exactly what he's doing and how he's trying to make this come off. He's being intentionally dishonest here. The problem here is when you try to conflate what he said and try to make it sound like he's disagreeing with me, because there's nothing there to disagree with.
I've just paused it at that point.
Okay, what do you think? Did he not clearly state that they were different? Which has been the whole argument.
Hold on, we're gonna get some seconds. Right.
I just can't believe this guy. For the love of God, dude.
Well, Steve, it's obviously that you've done some kind of audio trickery there to edit that. Man.
But what he has done here is he actually said that Rana was dishonest.
Did he? I mean,
I think he did.
I did. I don't know about that. I thought he said that
He was being
talking about, but
he doesn't have a clue. He actually says degrade and dissolve are two different things. This is what we've been trying to explain to Ronnie now for well over a year. That degrade and dissolve are not synonymous. He claimed over and over again they were synonymous. And now he's realised they're not synonymous. He is now going to spin it that he's been saying that all along, and we're the ones that have been thinking they were synonymous.
For the love of God, even his own people have said, yes, they're the same thing. Ronnie says it's the same thing, they're the same thing. That's been the fucking argument. So again, please, if you're a Clown Car Posse member, I beg you, I will do whatever it takes to get you in here, either here or whatever day, and you tell us that has not been Ronnie's argument. You get it on air that has not been Ronnie's argument. Seriously.
Sorry, he's undertaken a Herculean task of revision because
Dude, Doctor Who couldn't change time as much as this fucker.
Every piece of this shit is recorded. It's like, what the fuck?
I mean, I look at the hangout I had with him, and I shared. It was me and Rational Mind. I think one of the ones that's called Struth, and it was after I'd spoken to Ronnie, and I shared the plasmid prep method, where you dissolve the DNA in water. And Ronnie's busy saying, but she never even noticed that in their own method, it says if you don't dissolve it in buffer, it may degrade, right? And he's trying to say that proves that it degrades in water, right? That you need various things to stabilize it, to stop it dissolving in the water. And his whole thing, I mean, Hogtie Champ specifically asks him about what happens when it dissolves. And Ronnie describes the process of phosphodiester bond hydrolysis, i.e. degradation.
Yep.
That's what Ronnie said happens when it dissolves. In fact, I'm going to look for that. Hold on.
Bingo.
Has anybody actually listened to the whole thing, or
no? I'm not gonna lie. I've listened to the middle part, and I probably spent 10 minutes on it. I mean,
yeah. So at least from what you have heard of it, did he actually admit that DNA in pure water at room temperature doesn't degrade at biologically relevant timescales? Because
I don't think so.
I don't think he did. I don't think we go that far. I've not watched it all, but from what I just heard there, no, I don't think he does. All he's saying is that degrade and dissolve aren't synonymous.
That's the thing I keep trying to get him to give a straight answer to whenever I manage to get into the chats on one of his hangout. It's just like, can you answer this simple question? It's a yes or no question. You can explain it later, obviously, but like just yes or no, biologically relevant timescales, pure water, room temperature. Nice DNA.
Well, he did say this. He doesn't think it'll be 2,000 degree water, and he still doesn't understand why it can't be 2,000 degree water at atmospheric pressure. He doesn't know. He literally just thinks, it probably won't be. I don't think it is, but these are scientists saying that it could be. No, Ronnie, they aren't.
Well, how many gigapascals of pressure does it need?
27.
Yeah,
27.
Using that model that you made urology had figured out. Yeah. 27.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up.
You don't have a solution of anything at
You've got something more denser than iron.
Yeah.
I am pulling up a 2-minute clip.
Synthetic diamonds.
I'm pulling up a 2-minute clip, right?
Apparently, that's enough pressure to make synthetic diamonds.
It is.
It is, yes. Right.
That's insane.
Go ahead.
2-minute clip. I'm going to play it, okay?
Yep.
Hold on. I'll just get it going. I've got my speaker plugged in again. Oh, dash. It's text. However, let me get to the actual bit.
By the way, I do like the music you had for that. You made that, huh?
Yeah, I call it demise of thought.
Yeah. Very, very
right.
transcendental.
Here's a bit. You get the full piece of music on my channel on a video called The Baker's Tale. You get the full thing with no fade outs. Right, here we go.
Okay.
Now this is Hogtie Champ asks a question and he specifically mentions the phosphodiester bond. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
I was born ready.
case that this proton coming off in solution is the thing that would break apart the the phosphodiester bond and liberate whole nucleotides. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, well, that's pretty much what I'm suggesting. If this is dependent on the stability of the strand, and that is what's screwed up, then it's going to be unstable. So if you affect the polyanion in DNA, then that's basically what's going to happen.
There you go. Ronnie claiming that DNA will break apart and the rest of them won't break.
Honestly, it's just so beautiful how Hogtie Champ just leads him straight into giving him the worst possible answer.
Yeah, no, really. And of all the bonds he could have said, that was probably the worst one he could come up with.
Yep.
Is that what you're saying here? Just in his way, the way Hogtie does. It's just he's so disarming.
I think what happened, Ronnie just didn't fucking one bound from another. I don't think at the time he understood anything about DNA, but more than just how to spell it, DNA. But
in the side chat is that short 2-minute video, and I'll also link you to the original hangout that Hogtie did with Ronnie. The full thing is over an hour.
Yeah, Ronnie just couldn't get away from it after he said something as stupid as that. He couldn't back out, and he couldn't, just say, "Oh, I made a mistake. I didn't mean that," because he didn't want to look like he made an error because he was supposed to be this, brilliant DNA expert shit, and he's just never been able to get out from under it because
DNA expert.
Yeah, I mean, he's literally been said to say yes, he was an expert at one time. Now he's disassociated himself from that. He's actually said, "No, I never said that. It was a bullshit," but whatever.
But the original hangout with Hoggles, 2 hours, 37 minutes, and 9 seconds. The link is now in the side chat. It's also in the archive channel if anything happens to it. And it's called True Empiricism and Hogtie Champ Solvate the World's Problems.
Which is one of the best titles of all time.
Yeah, it's great.
It is. So there you have it.
Well, I did see his hangout where he did say that he is going to do hangouts challenges on, I think it was ITV, was it?
Yeah.
Challenges.
True TV.
True TV, yeah.
I mean, personally, I would love to see either Steve or Fiona talk to him about this, because
No, we're never going to go to his channel. Nobody's going to go to his channel anymore. We're done. We're done. He just cannot moderate, and he's a moron. So if he wants to have a discussion, he's welcome to come in here. Not going to stop him. He can comment on my videos.
Yep.
But
open invitation for 2 years.
Yeah, fuck that. We're not going in there. You got to be retarded to go in there.
Gary, do you remember when you did the hangout with him?
Yeah.
Do you remember how long he spent telling you that dissolve and degrade meant the same thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, today he's now saying that they're obviously different things.
Yeah, Gary, do you want to comment on that? Because you were in that video. I mean, you were talking to him. Did he say numerous times that they were the same thing? He was trying to convince you they're the same thing, correct?
Yeah. From what I remember on the hangout that we were in, he showed me one which was, I think it was some sort of scientific dictionary, and one was a normal Oxford English dictionary. If it wasn't Oxford English, he would have been Merriam-Webster or something like that. But he was trying to show me that they made the same thing. I mean, personally, I wish I was on my ball because I would have said, hang on a second. They don't mean the same thing because dissolve means break apart in specific circumstances.
Yeah. So there we have it. So he's saying today that dissolve and degrade are obviously different things, but then he's calling it either Steve or Fuzz Rana dishonest for making it out as if Ronnie thinks it's the same thing.
Yeah.
And yet he spent the whole hangout telling you they were the same thing. He spent all that time telling everybody it's the same thing. And in fact, just to prove the point, we have G-Man, who obviously thinks it's the same thing, busy telling everybody that Ronnie proved Fiona wrong and that DNA does dissolve in water. Well, Fiona's been saying all along, yes, it dissolves, but it doesn't fucking degrade.
Right, but I think the problem is that he didn't express his position actually clearly, because what it actually is
Ooh, he did.
Yeah, I have to disagree with you on that too. Yes and no. He has stated his position clearly, but his position has changed probably 3-4 dozen times.
Yeah,
that's been the problem.
Well, to me, this is what his position was, and I think this is the position I've told you numerous times that I think it is. That because of the temperature of the Earth when DNA was first, I don't know, the first protein was sequenced and all that stuff. Therefore, you could say because of the temperature of the Earth. The problem is the chronology for that is a little bit off. Because I think he sent it. I think it was something like 300,000 billion BC or something like that, where it was magma.
Okay, yeah, well, his arguments really went to abiogenesis, but what does that have to do with anything about after that? We were talking about laboratory conditions. We were talking about room temperature. We were talking about many times. Fiona just said, "Hey, look, I take a DNA pellet, I stick it in water. What happens?"
Hey, Steve, a few seconds ago, did you just say that Ronnie has stated his position clearly ever?
Well, I mean, he's made clear statements. They are not the same thing. They're the same thing. They are not the same thing. They are the same thing. It breaks the hydrogen bonds. It doesn't break the hydrogen bond. It breaks the phosphate bonds. It doesn't break the superphosphate bonds. It breaks this. It breaks that. I mean, he's all over the place. But he makes I should say they're not clear. Hang on, he's not clear, but he's matter of fact.
I think
I'm sorry, but I think that to the extent that he's said things that are giving a clear answer, I think it's also pretty clear to everyone that he doesn't understand what he's saying. Right?
So he does.
No, he doesn't, Gary. He does not have
Right, Chris, but I can give what his actual position is if you want me to give it.
Please, just let him.
No, you can't.
Let him.
I can't.
Let Gary.
I can't.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Give his position, and we'll tell you if it is or isn't. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, this is from what he said to me in the hangout, so his position could have shifted before or after this, so I do apologise.
Mm-hmm.
But for what I understand, he said that the temperature of the Earth would mean that the DNA strands would have degraded when the first, the single cell organism came in and blah, blah, blah. That is his position. As far as I...
what does that have to do with DNA going into water?
Right now,
I'm taking off.
Right,
Steve, send me a message so we can work out me sending.
Sir. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Cool. Have a good one, guys.
Do your best.
Yep. Goodbye.
I think that to the extent that he said something that could be read as meaning that, I think it's pretty clear that he didn't know what he was talking about.
Yeah.
Right. So he'll say things, right, and he'll say them with some confidence, but it's not clear what he means when he says it, right? So, for one thing, if you say that, well, I mean, obviously this couldn't work because the Earth was so hot. Well, it didn't stay that hot. It cooled down. I know that it cooled down because I live there.
Yeah.
And
that's the difficulty we have. That when he discussed exactly what's happening with DNA dissolving in water, we were no longer talking about the early Earth. We were talking about in laboratory conditions. We were talking about nuclease-free water. And he was still insisting that it would lose its sequence in the act of dissolving, that the act of dissolving means it loses its sequence. That was his argument. And that dissolve and degrade mean the same thing. That was his argument all along. That's why he was giving you dictionary definitions, Gary. But can you show me anybody who has ever argued that the original self-replicating molecule turned up when the surface of the Earth was 2,000 degrees?
No.
Can you find anybody that makes that claim?
No, but here's the thing. I don't think. I mean, from what I've understood, and Fiona, you probably know this more than I do. But from what I've read of when life was supposed to have been seeded, it was way after that. And I was trying to say that to Ronnie in our hangout, which is that
we don't know though. That's the thing. That's one of those things we don't know how it started. So for Ronnie to declare that the case is that it began when the Earth was 2,000 degrees, where does he get that information from?
Fiona makes a great point here because nobody's been arguing that. It's a straw man. Who's argued that it formed in 2,000 degree water?
Yeah.
Oh, he said scientists have said that. Well, whom?
Yeah. And
wait a minute. What about misunderstanding something about a thermal vent.
Okay. what about
700
it?
degrees at the best.
And talking about things like extremophiles, like life that exists and things like that.
You're
How
talking
hot
about
is a thermal vent?
maybe 700.
Okay.
But that's on a very
Well,
high pressure.
Well, if you want,
Yeah.
I showed it on. I think it was Sam's one of Sam's hangouts. He showed me a source which Sam showed on one of his, which was basically, again, I'm trying not to be mean here, but it looks like one of those websites you used to get, you know, when you used to be able to make your own internet, where it used to be like Mediafire or GeoCities or something like that. You know, where you could basically make your own. It used to be like red and black. It looked like that. And I showed it to Sam and Drag, and they had a blood chuckle at it. But that was his source that he showed me. I was like thinking, well, hang on a second. Is this a scientific thing? Now, again, I mean, I don't know, but I'm willing to bet that scientific papers don't look like that.
Well, see, the thing is, this whole discussion began very simply in that he was in a hangout with Drag, and he made the claim that the very first DNA molecule would have fallen apart immediately it formed because DNA falls apart in water. And so, as soon as life was supposed to have started in an ocean, and therefore the first DNA molecule would just have fallen apart in the ocean. No mention of 2000 degrees centigrade, nothing.
We're still on the DNA dissolving in water stuff, huh?
See,
No,
that's what we were
I'm just
talking about today. So yeah.
I'm just pointing out, Thaddeus, that I'm just presenting the position he presented to me and how I've tried to formulate it in a coherent manner.
Okay, but
Yeah,
Gary,
but-
Gary, what does that have to do
there
with
isn't a
DNA going
coherent
in water?
manner,
Yeah,
Gary.
there's nothing coherent about it.
Yeah, the only argument I've had with him is about what happens to DNA when it dissolves in water. That's the only argument I've ever had with him.
That was on
And-
your channel too, wasn't
It's
it?
like we're mixing up dissolve versus degrade.
Well, no
Yeah,
shit.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
point out that I'm trying to point out that degrade and dissolve do not mean the same thing. Now Ronnie is saying today that degrade and dissolve don't mean the same thing, and he's trying to make it sound as if that's been his position all along.
And that's the funniest part.
Yeah, he was trying to argue that they were the same thing because of what
Correct.
Ross said.
Yeah, but now he's saying
Yeah.
they're obviously not the same thing.
So is he saying Ross was
That's-
wrong now? I mean, which he was. I mean, Ross, he made a mistake,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, that's not his area of expertise. That's the
Right.
thing.
right.
Exactly.
He might make like I understood where he's coming from. Cause it's like, oh, Dr. Ross, he's all credible and stuff. Whatever
Well, I
he
think he-
says, that's got to be what's right.
I
It's like,
think-
no, that's not his area of expertise.
Well, I think
didn't
I think
necessarily-
he may have just been colloquial. He's just like, I don't say the same thing. He
Yeah.
might. He probably does know the difference, or just but
Yeah, but the thing is, the fact is that all of this time, everybody who's followed this knows that Ronnie's been claiming all along that degrade and dissolve mean the same thing. That's been his claim all along.
do we have any CCP in the live feed? Just out of curiosity, that want to say otherwise? Because I would love for them to try.
Yeah. And we've got him, I mean, we've got him on video making that claim. We have got Phony Beetle Maniacs, who was in a hangout with him, where Ronnie was reading out definitions to prove to Phony Beetle Maniacs that dissolve and degrade meant exactly the same thing. And now he says they mean a different thing, and he's trying to make it sound as if that's been his position all along. And that's the height of dishonesty.
That's the height of delusional dishonesty. I mean,
Yeah.
it's seriously, the guy's delusional to think that of a year of what does he think our argument has been? Which is not even an argument. We're just telling him facts. What does he think we've been saying all along? Did he think that we've been saying dissolve and degrade have been synonymous and exactly the same thing? Because if he's thinking that, if he's trying to pull that bullshit, that makes it even worse. He's got to be out of this.
This is what I've been
fucking
trying to tell him. That when DNA degrades, it's you have a hydrolysis reaction, but hydrolysis reactions are not dissolving, and this is what he hasn't got. And I tried to explain it to him. Hogtie tried to explain it to him. The world and his brother have tried to explain it to him.
Jesus
and
has
now
tried to explain it to
suddenly,
him.
Yet now suddenly the penny is dropped, and he thinks that he'll get away with saying that that's been his position all along.
Oh, I don't know if the penny has dropped. That's the funniest part.
Well, the thing
This
is
is just
that
him being annoying.
I think he's just being dishonest. I don't know if the penny,
do you want me to roll back the curtain a little bit?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you want me to roll back the curtain a little bit?
Go on.
Sure, go nuts, man. 'Cause I don't think that
in
you
the
even know his
Christian
argument.
community
What's that?
who will name others who talk to me have told me that Ronnie's been told by somebody who's a chemist. They're married to them. That they do mean two different things, and they've basically been telling him this for some time, and he's a very stubborn guy apparently. That's what I've been told.
Wait a minute. So let me get this straight here. Ronnie was told by an actual chemist, but besides the ones that we had on, like Buzz Ronnie, who's a biochemist, or Fiona, who has biochemistry training, like extensive biochemistry training, and now he realizes that he's full of shit, and he has to actually try to blatantly rewrite history to say, "Oh, I've never said they're not synonymous, or they're synonymous," because that's his whole argument that they're the same thing.
Well. Again, I don't want to start naming names because it'll get me in trouble.
Oh, just get rid of whatever.
We're already naming names.
I'm just saying that these are the rumors I've heard from the Christian community. That's all I'm saying.
Well, even they know he's an idiot.
They've told me that he didn't take very kindly to it. They thought that he'd been like brainwashed.
Isn't the first time that they've said, "Oh, I'm not with this guy," actually?
Well, I mean, if you ask any of them, even they say,
Hold on. Who did they think was brainwashed?
Well, the person who's married to this chemist.
So wait a minute. So wait a minute. He's going to disregard everything he's told by biochemists and molecular biologists about what happens to DNA in water.
Well, duh.
Yeah, I'm confused here. I mean, so he still, the penny still hasn't dropped in. That's my point. I mean, Gary, I'm confused here. You said a chemist told him that he's wrong and he's just not accepting it, or that he did accept it and he doesn't want to admit it.
Apparently, he does know accepts it because because this person explained it in. He talks about acid. Apparently, the way that he got to explain it was to explain how detergent spreads out in water. Apparently, that's the way that I got told that it was explained to him.
But everybody's explained it to him.
Exactly. Nobody's.
Hold on, guys. I think the difference here is it's who does he trust?
Okay, but
when you're on
the point, but it's chemistry. It isn't theology.
Trust what you say. When you're inside his camp, that's a little different now. Because why would that person lie to him?
I get that, but
so,
I mean,
so he decides to now state that he knows that they're different things, and try to make out that that's been his position all along.
Yeah. You know,
how honest of him.
$6,000 a week here, so obviously he's very smart.
Yeah, I mean,
seriously.
I'm at a loss here. I just cannot believe that he actually thinks he can rewrite history to this extent. I mean, it's one thing to try to, okay, maybe I didn't say exactly that. Let me try to clarify. I get that, right? But he is outright changing a year worth of history here.
Yes, he is. So, yeah, he's changed his position now about degrade and dissolve meaning the same thing.
Well, he could go back and try and delete all his old videos, but I don't recommend that.
No, we have it all copied, and we've got an archive channel. Plus, we've got a actual document of all his transcripts.
Yeah,
he can't.
It's like you're a courtroom over here or something. Wow.
Well, because apparently this is the rumors I've heard. Again, don't take this as gospel, by the way.
I got lost.
That somebody watched the videos he did Tuesday, the latest ones, and they happened, as I said, they happened to be married to a chemist who watched it, and apparently this person told Ronnie in no certain terms that he was wrong.
Okay.
And explained it to him.
Any chemist would, by the way.
And I basically explained it to him, like, I broke it down for him of why he was wrong, and I've been told that that's sort of reason, but they don't know how much Ronnie has took it on board. But it's rumors. It's not confirmed, by the way.
But he now is saying that degrade and dissolve are two different things. But he's trying to make it out that that's been his position all along.
Yeah,
that's the bit I have the issue with.
And next week he'll be like, "Oh, they are different things." I mean, it's I mean, seriously. I mean, come on.
This is what I have the issue with. We've argued this point for over a year, trying to tell him that they are different things. And now that he accepts they're different things, suddenly he says he's trying to make out that's been his position all along.
At this point, it's not even worth it.
Sure it is.
No, but the other thing about it is you've got to remember that he asked a question about DNA hydrolysis. Can DNA be hydrolyzed? And I said, yes, it can be. But that's never been my argument. My argument is that when it goes into water, when it dissolves in water, it is not being hydrolyzed. That was my response to him, okay? And he took that response and made a video saying, Fiona admits I'm right.
That was one of those blatantly dishonest things that he's ever done. Ever done.
Yes.
Even his own people. Even his own people said, oh, fuck, no. Seriously, I'm not joking.
I am telling him why he's wrong, and he is putting up a video saying that I was admitting he was right.
Well,
Hog-tied champ, hello.
Hey, what's the topic?
Ronnie has
what it usually is, true empiricism.
Dissolve and degrade.
Oh, the DNA thing?
What did you listen to today?
DNA thing. All right. Whatever.
He's decided that dissolve and degrade are two different things. And apparently that's been his position all along.
Yeah, he's basically saying now that degrade, dissolve are absolutely different things. They're not synonymous. He's never claimed they're synonymous, and that we're all wrong by saying that they're synonymous when we're not saying they're synonymous. So it's the bizarre world thing. And we're not even exaggerating. He has said
it's gone.
That they are not synonymous.
He's missed all that.
He's like, clearly they're not the same thing. Well, no shit.
Yeah.
All right, I just got a drink. Let's talk about this.
You need the good stuff. You need to break out the Everclear hooch at this point.
Yeah.
Bring out the ethanol.
So now Ronnie knows that degrade and dissolve are two different things, and that's been his claim all along.
He has, as I posted to which thread it was today. Somebody, I think it was Jade's thread. I said, there's two things that Ronnie has said about this semantic issue about what those two words mean. Ronnie has said that degrade and dissolve are different things. The other thing he said about it is that degrade and dissolve are the same thing.
Yes.
So, I'll say a couple things about, I had actually gone back to listen to Hogtie Champ, or True Empiricism and Hogtie Champ Solvate the World's Problems. I may have the names backwards, but and I had done so a while ago with the intention to, I'm going to get a couple of timestamps where Ronnie very clearly says, yes, you put DNA in water, it falls apart like an old wool sweater. And
I played it in this hangout.
Oh, you did? Oh, the part, where he talked about the phosphodiester bond actually, coming apart. I had a lot of trouble nailing him down on like which bonds are breaking. He finally does come out and say, well, yes, it's the phosphodiester bonds. I remember asking him a couple different ways. So which bonds break? And then I think when I listen to that hangout again, I kind of wish, you sort of try to be as natural as you can when you're in a conversation with somebody. And I kind of wish I was less verbose. I kind of wish that I would have gone into it more focused. See, at that time, Ronnie and I were getting along quite well. We'd always been quite good friends. And I was just like, well, we'll sit and talk about this. Because there were a couple of situations in our community where people would be all up in arms about, well, look at this guy that did whatever. And people might remember Arcane. At one point, people were saying Arcane was anti-Semitic. And I said, well, you know what? Let's have a hangout. I did a hangout with Arcane where I was like, look, people, I think it was... sorry for that, folks. Where I think it was State of the Debate 3 or something, we called it, but where I said, look, Arcane, people are saying you're anti-Semitic. I just want to know what your actual position is. And it was a very friendly conversation. And it turns out what he actually meant to say wasn't exactly what people were saying he said. And it gave him a chance to sort of put out his actual thoughts and you can agree or disagree. I think most people would be inclined to disagree because it was pretty wacky, but at least give the guy a chance to say what he wanted to say. So I did the same thing with Ronnie when I was just saying, look, people are saying this about DNA, and let's just talk about this. And in hindsight, because he's so slippery, especially, I mean, he's at that time, he used to try to be more honest to the conversation and not get into personal attacks. So I was a little, I guess, disarmed myself. I wasn't inclined to go in and beat the guy up. But in hindsight, I wish I'd have been a little more aggressive about cross-examination, like an attorney, and just go after him and just say, look, I want a yes or no to this. If you put DNA in water, just DNA, just water, there's no salts, there's no enzymes to break things down, it's just DNA, just water. Does it dissolve, yes or no? Does it break apart, yes or no? Would you ever be able to divine the sequence of the original DNA? And just been really, really forceful with him on that point. I think through some long conversation, it did come out that he was saying, yes, if you put DNA in water, the DNA will have a sequence, but then once it gets wet, it loses its sequence. You will never be able to reassemble that sequence. So he was eventually quite clear about it. Yeah.
What he said was that when that hydrogen comes off, right,
mm-hmm.
that leaves the phosphate group with a negative charge, and that destabilizes the entire molecule.
Well, yeah, he kept using that term destabilize, and I would try to ask about what that meant. I never got a read on it, but yeah, that's exactly what Fiona's saying is what it came down to. Is you're saying once that hydrogen popped off, then it was just destabilized, and therefore it. But I mean, the main thing being that if you put it in water, then it just you couldn't ever possibly get a sequence. The reason, and just listening to the conversation for the last few minutes, one of the things what has his position been about the words degrade and dissolve? If you burden yourself to listen to the first bit of the conversation on that Solvate the World's Problem hangout, he does say, like, I very early in the discussion get on the point about dissolve and degrade. And I said, look, and people use the word dissolve in different ways. Like I might say that, well, when this happened, my hopes dissolved. And by that, I mean, they broke down, they dissipated, and they went away irretrievably. But I don't think that's the way chemists use the word. And I even told Ronnie, I said, I don't even care what the right or wrong way to use a word is. In these discussions, I want to know what you mean. So let's not get hung up in the words. Let's just tell me what you mean. Does it lose its sequence? That sort of thing.
Thanks for saying that's so important. A lot of people get caught up in what things are supposed to mean in this context. And I'm just like, what does the person mean? Like that was my issue that people were saying I was making a big stink about for no reason when it came to the whole we evolved from worms thing. It's like, sure, it's not technical way of using that kind of thing, but it's like, what do they mean? And I'm pretty sure that they meant something a little more honest to what you guys were saying that they did. Like when it came to the spoken issue.
I do try to look past that sort of thing, and I kind of wish that more people.
Yeah, and then you get caught up in the semantics. Like, you know what they're trying to say. Like, don't add more stuff to it.
Well, you know what that is? Having that viewpoint actually makes it doubly more frustrating when they accuse us of quote unquote semantics or quote unquote word games, right? I mean, that's like that. How many times has Ronnie said, "Oh, well, they're playing this word game," or they're getting into the semantics of degrade and dissolve? And no, it's exact opposite. It's us straining to try to figure out what Ronnie's point possibly could be, and saying, "Okay, look, you want to use whatever word you want to use for what DNA does in water, just describe the process." And I think the main thing being that once DNA, I mean, the beautiful thing of DNA, or the useful thing I should say, is that it has a sequence. And once that sequence is ruptured and those nucleotides are floating about freely, it doesn't have the same value or purpose. Yep. So we're looking at circumstances where it might retain or lose that purpose. And this somehow being relevant to a discussion related to abiogenesis, where I think, it's so funny because we've gone down this rabbit hole so far that we sort of forget that the issue is they're making the point. I'm going to speak for the ID people or the creationists a little bit here. They're making the point. Look, the evolutionists are wrong because evolutionists all believe that there were nucleotides floating around freely in the ocean, just churning about freely, and then those nucleotides just slap themselves together into DNA that would make a chimpanzee, right? Like, and actually, I exaggerated a little bit at the end there.
Yeah,
they're saying
even that straw man.
Yeah, that's a straw man. Yeah. Well, what I'm trying to point out is their straw man, and I shouldn't do it by straw manning their straw man. They're saying that evolutionists all believe that these nucleotides were all floating around, and they assembled themselves into a DNA double helix that was functional. And they'll make the point, well, that just couldn't happen because if you put DNA in water, it's just gonna fall apart anyway. And we get wrapped up in what happens when you put DNA in water. And well, okay, there's a couple different ways to look at that. One of them is, hey Fiona, if I took some DNA, and I've got strawberries here. There's lots of videos on YouTube that show how you can extract DNA from strawberries. So I'm going to do this in my kitchen. I just did the dishes there, so I've got some clean. So I got a cold, and I don't have any gloves though. But anyway, I got to extract this from the DNA, and then I've got to take some tap water, and I'm going to put the DNA into tap water, and I'm going to put the whole thing on my kitchen counter. After 3 days, is that DNA still intact, Fiona? Yes or no?
With tap water, probably not.
And I've got a cold
because all the yeah,
ahead,
because
sorry.
of all the contaminants, the sneezing, and the lack of gloves, plus the organisms that are actually in tap water itself.
What are you talking about? My tap water is clean.
He's
Some of
Canadian.
the
There's
best
still
tap water.
organisms in there.
Okay,
Still
Fiona.
micro-
It's
But
not
here's the
pure
point.
water. Barely anything is pure water.
We have some of this city. This city has some of the best municipal tap water of
Yeah.
any place you've ever been. Come visit, you'll love it. Okay, but so now you're saying DNA does break apart in water.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. See, this is where
Fiona
it
admits
gets
she was wrong. Go ahead, Thaddeus.
Well,
this is where it gets tricky
Yeah,
because
this is-
we like to add all these different okay, so what we like to do is we like to basically say, okay, water in of itself is not going to do anything to DNA, but you know what, maybe true empiricism never meant that in the first place.
Well,
no, wait a minute. Wait. Here's the point you're missing.
Okay.
Thaddeus.
Oh, get ready for the backpedaling.
Everybody
I am-
get on your reverse bicycles.
If you are talking about abiogenesis, right, and I'm pointing out that in Hogtie's experiment, there are other life forms that actually manufacture enzymes called nucleases.
Oh, she's on
And
the
these
nuclease.
nucleases are very, very effective at chomping DNA up into little bits. Now, go back to the abiogenesis experiment, and you're talking about your DNA molecule forming or whatever. Where are the nucleases coming from?
Okay, see, that's a lateral pass. You see, that's where I was going with that.
Let me
Fiona.
ask you
You
this.
see, I did the lateral.
So,
to Fiona,
I'm
but she just
asking
took it.
Thaddeus,
Oh, Thaddeus.
where
Okay.
are the, Thaddeus, where would these nucleases that I'm talking about come from in that scenario? Given that they're produced by life forms, and we're on a planet with no life at that point in the hypothesis.
If we're talking about just water itself, like by the primordial Earth, right? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Before life, how was there endonucleases, and how did these things come about?
Well, yeah,
Was it
perhaps
produced
that
from
water
life?
would be more pure because there's nothing there for
But
it to be contaminated
but
with.
back in the day,
Right.
Okay, where do
Right.
nucleases ever come from?
So there you have it.
Nucleases are proteins, right? That were
Uh-huh.
themselves coded by DNA.
Yes.
Okay.
But it's kind of like this. Look
And that's what, right? And that's why when we've been talking about water, DNA and water, I've been very, very careful in talking about nuclease-free water. That if you're going to make the argument against abiogenesis, oh, well, you see, it can't have happened because basic chemistry says that DNA will fall apart when it gets wet. It's a bad argument, that one, because DNA doesn't fall apart when it gets wet.
Thaddeus, let me ask you.
Now, you might not want to accept abiogenesis. You might want to argue against abiogenesis, but you don't do it by telling lies about the chemistry.
There you go. I want to ask Thaddeus a question. Thaddeus, if I ask you the question, does water conduct electricity, right? The correct answer is no. Water does not conduct electricity. But you're like, well, wait a minute. If I'm in a tub and I throw in a toaster, you're going to die. Yes, because tap water will kill you because it's not pure water. But pure water, in and of itself, does not conduct electricity. It's actually electrically isolated, neutral. It's a non-conductor. It's an insulator. But if you ask that question colloquially, hey, look, does water conduct electricity? Most people say yeah, because if you, again, stick a toaster in a bathtub, you're going to die. But the reality is, what we're trying to say is no, water does not conduct electricity. Same kind of principle here. Yeah, if you stick DNA in tap water, it's probably going to fall apart, right? Because there are nucleases and other shit in there that's going to degrade it. But in pure water, no. And we had talked about this many times. We were talking about pure water. It's not like any big secret.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Thaddeus would agree with you. He did about 2 minutes ago type BRB in the side chat. So
Yeah.
but
I'm back now.
Okay.
Well, what happened?
Steve
So-
reamed you
Don't
out.
put words in my mouth when I wasn't there.
We just made shit up about you like we usually do.
Oh,
Well, look,
okay.
It's the nucleases. Okay, so yeah, if you know, Ronnie will show us these things that say, look, you got to be really careful with DNA in a laboratory setting. I was using the example of my 21st century kitchen, which, and I do try to keep the place pretty clean, but I'm sure there's nucleases all over the place.
Okay.
But if you're having a discussion about abiogenesis, it's not the water itself that would prevent DNA from retaining its structure. That the water itself would be fine. But let's wind this back a little bit more. Quick show of hands, who here actually believes that life came about because there were just nucleotides floating around the ocean, and they just assembled themselves into functional DNA that coded for proteins?
Nope.
No,
Not me.
No, not me either.
Like it's just it's got nothing. It's got nothing to do with anything we're talking about.
Hogpie is this stuff you just talked about wasn't just floating around, decided to get together with a bunch of friends and ta-da, we have DNA.
Oh, yeah, well, I
It just
could,
decided to do that?
Right evidence.
Well, there is there's a line of argument that I hear sometimes from the creationist crowd that I have a little trouble dealing with, not because it's sort of stymieing, but it's because conversationally it presents a problem. They'll say things like this: well, there's so many proteins in a cell. Do you realize that Dr. So-and-so of whatever creationist has calculated?
Dr. So-and-so.
Dr.
Oh,
So-and-so.
yeah, I know him.
It doesn't matter who, they all do it, but go ahead.
They cite,
has calculated the probability of the cell assembling itself, or some protein assembling itself, or DNA assembling itself. They've calculated that probability to be 1 in 10 followed by 170 bazillion zeros.
Oh, great for them. Good thing math doesn't explain everything.
Well, the thing is, nobody's made a claim that they assemble themselves like that. That's the problem. That's never been a scientific claim.
I don't believe that a cell just put itself together, or that, and there's the reason why I have trouble with that thing is that I just go, well, here's a person who's either so profoundly misinformed or so profoundly conversationally dishonest that he's coming to tell me that my position is wrong because some mathematician wrote a paper about some event that nobody believes ever happened, would turn out to be incredibly unlikely. So therefore,
maybe Dr. What's-His-Face has to do better research.
Yeah, but
well, no, I can put a name on it. Who's that mathematician? Not mathematician. Who works at the
Yoki.
No, Dembski. Or should be Behe.
Dembski.
Dembski.
I'm thinking of Bill Dembski.
Yeah, is one
Bill
of them.
Dembski. Yeah.
Yeah, but Yoki did a calculation. Yoki actually accepts evolution, but his position gets misrepresented all the time.
Yeah, I meant to say failed mathematician. Yeah, I'm not sure who you're talking about, Fiona, but I'm talking. I should have said failed mathematician.
Is it kind of like how Darwin said that even he admits that there was no evidence for his thing before he died or something like that? They like to bring that up.
Sort of.
Well, that's just complete bullshit. Yeah, that's not even. That actually.
Dembski. That'd be Dembski.
That's actually on creation.com. Creation.com even says, don't use the argument that Darwin recanted or said there's no evidence because that's bullshit. Even on creation.com, they say don't use that argument. It's one of the things.
Although even they're saying that, then don't use it.
Yeah, it's one of the things they list as the creationist arguments they shouldn't use.
If he's referring to the part about the eye when Darwin says that sort of at first blush it seems inconceivable that the human eye and all of its imitable contrivances, et cetera, then in the next paragraph he goes on to explain exactly how it could have happened, although that was subject
very
later
inconceivable, very unlikely, but not impossible.
Well, he sets up the question saying it seems like it'd be highly unlikely, and then he explains why though it actually happened. He said, it's the basic one. The second part they neglect to mention. The first part was just, hey, you know what? On first glance, this looks inconceivable. This could happen. And he says, but hey, let me show you guys how it's not really inconceivable and how it actually happened.
Don't you love it when people quote mind things?
Oh yeah.
Well, can I return to my point real quick about the first? So when I had gone back to that hangout, the Solvate the World's Problems hangout, one of the first things I noticed was, and I mentioned this a moment ago, about how I was saying, look, let's not worry about the words too much. Just tell me what you mean. And we got into a discussion about what DNA does, and we got into sort of a detailed discussion about the bonds, and or at least attempted to, because he kept talking about ionic bonds and how in every ionic bond the individual sodium and chloride ions go and do this. I think there's other ionic bonds in the world, but okay. in that first part, you don't even have to listen too far into the hangout. You'll find it within the first 10 minutes. There's a part there when I say, okay, Ronnie, what happens when DNA gets in water? And he says, well, what it'll do. It'll do it all. It dissolves, it breaks down. And then when it's something, I go, hey, Ronnie, hang on a sec. You're really puzzling me with that phrase because you keep saying it dissolves, it breaks down. Do you mean to use those two phrases interchangeably? Are those two different processes? So you'll actually hear in the first, within the first 10 minutes of that hangout, you'll hear several places where I politely challenge Ronnie on, can you just explain, are you using those two words interchangeably? And he is consistent in his message that yes, dissolve, degrade, break down, fall apart, those things are all the same thing.
Yes. And if you have it queued up again, do you want to listen to that 10-second clip? I mean, he says it multiple times, but this is where I have I have it queued up, Hogtie. Where it's up to Hogtie.
So let Hogtie Champ hear that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I mean,
I think I've still got it somewhere.
But like Hogtie said, he's changed. I mean, he's like, it does mean the same thing. It doesn't mean the same thing. It does. It doesn't. But whatever.
No, I don't have that queued up. Hold on, and I will get it because you've still got the link in the live chat to the actual time.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, one thing. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
I was just going to say that, I mean, the overall, I mean, yes, he's changed his position, but the overall thing has been clearly they're synonymous. That's what his argument with Gary was. That's been the whole thing all along, that we've been telling him that they're not. So when you listen to this, I want you to, tell us, is this very clearly him saying they're not the same thing? And I guess he's trying to imply that we've been saying all along they're not the same thing, which I think is probably one of the most dumb fuckery things in the all time. And if he doesn't win dumb fuck of the year again, I'm gonna talk to Reds, make an exclusion for him. I mean, this is like
I'm ready.
Mind-boggling. Mind-boggling.
This on degrade dissolve. This is an unwinnable point for him because especially after he had repeatedly said that, as Ronnie had repeatedly said, that look, they had those two scientists on Steve's show there, and they agreed, especially Dr. Rana, they agreed with me word for word. Once Ronnie, and it drives me crazy, I wish somebody would explain to Ronnie what the phrase word for word means. I don't know why.
This now, please?
Yes.
I suppose. I was 10 seconds away from being done, but okay.
When it comes to DNA, when DNA is said to dissolve in water, it is actually degrading. No, because obviously they're not synonymous. Do you know what the word synonymous means? It is not synonymous when DNA, let me show you guys what they said. When it comes to DNA, and when DNA is said to dissolve in water, it is actually degrading. Because obviously dissolving and degrading is a different thing. You ask a biochemist a comment like that, and you phrase it that way, obviously you're going to get an answer like that because it's the truth. They're different phenomena. So he didn't agree with you when it came to the semantic issue of anything. He agreed with what I was saying in the comments. That was, you were screen sharing. If you actually just took the time out to read the comments, he agreed with me. He agreed with what I said in the conflict there in the first clip. There's 100% agreement. You're misunderstanding the problem. The problem isn't, let me rephrase that. He's not misunderstanding anything. He knows exactly what he's doing and how he's trying to make this come off. He's being intentionally dishonest here. The problem here is when you try to conflate what he said and try to make it sound like he's disagreeing with me, because there's nothing there to disagree with. Now, the semantic issue, when you phrase it the second time and you made that mistake of trying to give the actual description of my position to Dr. Rana and what's his name, Hugh Ross, the second time the mistake that you made was you were vague. And of course, vague, that opened up the door for him to clarify everything that I had been saying to you guys later on.
There you go.
What
does that say it all right there, buddy? Or,
I don't know. I followed the first half of that, and then it just went into gibberish land.
Right.
Was that today's hangout?
Yeah, it was today. It was like an hour ago.
Yeah.
Well, I just heard a lot of accusatory stuff that was being delivered.
Well, yeah, I'm a liar, and I'm an edit. You know,
we heard it all before.
Could Hogtie Champ repeat what he said? Because I was switching over my sound systems there and missed it.
Oh, I was just saying I kind of followed him through the first part of it, and he's correct. The degrade and dissolve are different processes with different effect on the overall chain. He didn't say that. Should have said that. But then the second part of it was just gibberish about being vague and opening the door and blah blah blah. And as Thaddeus said, he was just very accusatory. This whole thing has gotten very personal between Ronnie and Steve.
On his end, not mine. I want to make it very clear. Nothing personal here. Nothing at all.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can hear him in that clip trying to say that he knows dissolve and degrade mean two different things. And yet we spent a year with him claiming they were the same thing.
Yeah.
And that's that's where I get really annoyed, because Phony Beetle Maniacs is in here, and he did the hangout with Ronnie, where Ronnie spent about an hour trying to convince Phony Beetle Maniacs that they meant exactly the same thing. Now he's trying to make out that he's always known they were different, and that he's never claimed they were the same thing. He's moved his position to the position we've been holding, and then he's tried to say that we have been holding the position that he used to hold.
It's comical.
That's what he's doing. Yeah.
And so, Hogtie, I was asking any of the Clown Car Posse members, I don't care who it is, you know, I want any of them to come in here and say, you know what? Yeah, Ronnie's been saying all along that they weren't the same. Come on in and you tell us that. I want to hear it from your lips that you think all along Ronnie's been saying they were not the same, because I can go back and find videos of like asking, you know, Tommy Hall, hey, you know, what is freaking Ronnie's position on this? Oh, I don't fucking know. But you know.
Yeah. And also Hogtie has confirmed it in his hangout with Ronnie. Ronnie said yes, he was using them synonymously.
Well, in the camp of, oh, here we go again, this would be a very easy matter for someone to do, to take that clip that Fiona had just played and make sure that it's in context, that it has the date and the, you know, the title of the hangout, so people can go and look up the video themselves and say, this is what Ronnie says today. Now that we're in 2017, this is Ronnie's position. And then here, listen to a couple of clips from Hogtie Champ and True Empiricism Solving the World's Problems. And again, they're right in the first 10 minutes of it where I'm like encouraging him, please be clear about how you use these words, because you keep using those two words interchangeably. Do you mean to do so? And where he straight out says, yeah, you put it in water, it'll dissolve, it'll break apart, and you'll lose the sequence. Like you could easily get that out of even the first 10 minutes of that hangout. And then sorry, it was the other source.
Oh yeah, got that one queued up.
His extended tutelage of Phony Beetle Maniacs, where he was showing him like, oh, look, you know, you just don't understand this stuff. Let me explain it to you. Let me go to the dictionary to tell you that dissolve and degrade mean the same thing. You know, he has held that position, and he's held the other position. So when he waves his arms and says like, oh, I was right. Well, yeah, you were right once in a while. When you say two things that are exactly the opposite of each other.
You're going to be right half the time, right? You know? I think that's called playing the field or playing the odds. Yeah. I don't know. That's like going to like, you know, a gambling thing and say, okay, bet what do you want to bet? The next card being black or red? It's going to be black or red. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you got that right.
Exactly.
Hedging your bets there, buddy.
But you see, this is what's annoying me, because he's doing this, he's rewriting the history, and then he's calling everybody else dishonest.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, as long as you have the evidence that he was being dishonest from the past, there's really not too much to worry about.
Don't you worry.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, there we go. So then it doesn't really matter what he says in the end.
But I'm more interested, and yeah, I'll probably make some kind of video in the next couple of days, Hogtie. But I'm more interested, actually, not so much what Ronnie has to say. I don't really care. I mean, his video responses are just trash. But I really have more of an interest of what his followers have to say. I'm far more interested how they're going to spin this. I really am.
Or if they even are.
Oh, I'm sure they've got to at some point, but.
Maybe they just won't address it. Everyone's kind of doing their own thing right now, right?
Well, I mean, if things come up though. I mean, I really want to know how they're going to spin this. If I see Tommy or one of them, I'll be like, hey, what is Ronnie's current position on this? I mean, this week. And I want them to tell us what our position was too. Has anybody ever said that we've ever said that dissolve and degrade are synonymous and exactly the same thing? Have we ever said this? Because I would love to have a clip on that.
Well, I feel like apart from the occasional hangout, everybody's kind of doing their own thing right now, as far as the Christians in this community and all that.
Well, I think what's happening is that a lot of them realize that Ronnie's full of shit, and they're just kind of distancing themselves in some ways.
I don't think they do. I think once in a while.
I get messages from people that they just don't. They're not sure. Let's put it this way: they're just like, I don't know who to listen to.
I think they think he's not perfect, but that's not a surprising recognition about any human fallible brother in Christ. I think they all know this of each other, that we occasionally make mistakes. That's true. It should be true of everyone. So I don't think they think like, oh boy, Ronnie really stepped in it this time. I think what they do is, well, once in a while, like I mean, Ronnie actually said something that's very clever in the way it's, and I said clever, not honest. It's clever in the way that it's very effective in his target audience. So he made the point. He said, oh yeah, well, it's not that I say everything that's perfect. I mean, once in a while I'll misspeak, and then these guys will all jump on me. Like suppose I said 2 + 2 = 5, or I'm sorry, I mean 4. Well, then you'll hear months and months and months of them saying, well, look, he said 2 + 2 = 5, and that's not true. And actually, let me illustrate that with this thing. Did you guys hear in a recent hangout, Ronnie said, and I can find the clip if anybody wants to challenge me on this, Ronnie said ATP is an enzyme.
Just recently he said that, yes.
Yes, those are his exact words.
Right.
ATP is an enzyme.
I heard him, yes.
Now this is amidst a whole discussion about ATP synthase, which I'll say for the clarity of the audience, of course, subject to correction from other people in the room. ATP synthase is a protein. It is a protein that functions enzymatically. So ATP synthase is an enzyme. ATP synthase is not made up of enzymes. ATP synthase is an enzyme that has functional subunits, but itself is an enzyme. It is not made up of enzyme, made up of a bunch of enzymes. He keeps saying that ATP synthase is made up of a bunch of enzymes.
Each subunit is called an enzyme. I mean, if I'm wrong on that, I'll happily correction from Fiona. But I thought each subunit could be referred to as its own as an enzyme, because I thought most enzymes are made up of other enzymes. But if I'm wrong on that, I'm fine.
In my view and my understanding, they're not, unless those subunits could function as are proteins that would have their own function. Sorry, Fiona, I want to yield to you on this one. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you, Hogtie Champ. It's the whole complex that functions as the enzyme.
Okay, so you can have a polypeptide.
Polynucleotide.
That's really funny because in the hangout Solvate the World's Problems, I made the opposite mistake. I was talking about the DNA breaking down, and I had said breaks down into oligopeptides, and then I stopped and corrected myself immediately and laughed because I said Nephilim Free made that same mistake, and people are still on his case about it. No, I mean
that's because he was still making it.
Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah, I corrected instantly. I said, sorry, I meant oligonucleotides. And then now, just a moment ago, I said oligonucleotide when I meant oligopeptide.
Yeah.
Okay. You have a chain of amino acids, oligopeptide or a polypeptide sequence, and then it folds into a 3D structure, and that thing could properly be called a protein, but it wouldn't have enzymatic function. If you had several of those things that fit together as subunits, fit together into a larger unit that then did have enzymatic function, the entire conglomerate structure would be called an enzyme.
Okay, how about that?
Again,
yes,
that makes sense. Okay, so I perfect. So the individual components can be considered proteins, right? But they're not, and they're not considered individual enzymes because they don't individually have enzymatic function.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Okay, so to clarify, so I'm saying that ATP synthase is an enzyme. It is made up. The subunits are proteins, but you call the whole thing is an enzyme. It is not made up of enzymes. Then in his discussion with Jake Herder, at one point when he was quizzing Jake Herder on, well, what's ATP synthase? What's ATP synthase? And then Jake Herder said, well, it's an enzyme. And then Ronnie said, what? No, it's not. How can you say it's just? How can you say? Why are you saying it's an enzyme?
Should have replied the same way you said it was an enzyme.
Okay, well, here's what happened. If you listen to that clip, and I intentionally tried to capture the character of what Ronnie was saying, because he started to stammer, and he said to Jake Herder, I know that Ronnie knows that ATP synthase is an enzyme. But when he was talking to Jake Herder, he said, wait, because he asked Jake Herder this vague question, and he said, he says, well, Jake Herder, like, what is ATP synthase? And Jake Herder says, well, it's an enzyme. Like, obviously Jake Herder didn't know what the hell Ronnie was getting at. He says, an enzyme. And then Ronnie goes like, well, how can you just, and the word just almost appeared out of Ronnie's mouth. I think what he was trying to challenge Jake Herder on was he was saying, why would you say that it's just an enzyme? It is so much more than merely an enzyme. But of course, when Ronnie's stammering in inarticulate way, he ended up saying it's not an enzyme. So at one point, Ronnie said ATP synthase is not an enzyme, and now we've launched into a whole thing about isn't it weird that Ronnie thinks ATP synthase is an enzyme? In my view, Ronnie thinks that ATP synthase is an enzyme. He thinks that it is made up of a bunch of little enzymes, which it's not. So he's right that in my view, Ronnie says that ATP synthase is an enzyme, and he's correct about that. He also thinks that ATP synthase is made up of a bunch of little enzymes, and he's wrong about that. But whatever, it's not important. But in his stammering in talking to Jake Herder, he ended up saying that ATP synthase is not an enzyme. Now, in a recent video, this was maybe about 2 weeks ago, he was saying, if you listen to that whole clip in context, he was saying, well, of course ATP synthase is an enzyme. I can't believe that Steve McRae, Steve is so dishonest, and Steve doesn't know what he's talking about. Of course ATP synthase is an enzyme. And Steve says that I said it's not, and et cetera, et cetera. And I mean, that's ridiculous because ATP definitely is an enzyme. So he had said about 6 times ATP synthase, ATP synthase, ATP synthase, and on one occasion he accidentally said ATP is an enzyme. It was perfectly clear from the context that he meant to say ATP synthase is an enzyme, because of course ATP is not an enzyme. And how many people have pointed this out? How many people have put up videos saying, isn't it funny that we now have an audio clip of Ronnie saying ATP is an enzyme, because it's obviously not. Ha ha ha. And the answer is 0, because everybody who listens to Ronnie strains to, okay, what is he trying to say? What is his actual message? What is his actual belief? And how is he wrong about that?
I usually try to be as charitable as possible, but you know, when we ask him about these things, like, what do you mean? Give us clarification. There's none to be had, or it makes it even worse. That's why, in that my particular video, I interpreted it as he thought it wasn't a video. He made it very clear to Jake that it wasn't. And then now he's like, okay, it is an enzyme. Same thing with the whole, oxygen and oxidation thing. I mean, I asked him, can you be clear on this, rational mind? And I asked him specifically, what happens with the electrons from the oxygen? And he was more vague than ever.
Yeah, that's another great example. Yeah, he really does tend to stammer when he doesn't know. He feels, instead of just saying like, oh, I don't know, or I don't remember, he then starts saying, he says, out comes the squid ink, and he just sort of babbles along. But I really want to challenge that notion directly, that because he tells, I'm picking up on your point, Steve, about what his audience hears. He tells people that we're constantly on the search for any little instance of him misspeaking, like 2 + 2 = 5, or I mean 4. And it's just not true.
That is horseshit.
It is. Because we look past all of his little instances of misspeaking, and there are many, 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 many. And yeah, we kind of harp on the ones where he quote unquote misspeaks in the way that, what's her name, the Bowling Green Massacre. Oh, I misspoke. Boy, the word misspoken has really taken a beating in the last couple of years. But it was December of last year, of 2015. That he and I had that conversation where he insisted that DNA does fall apart in water, where he insisted that dissolve and degrade and break down and fall apart are all the same thing. And those are the things that we get on his case about. And he just comes out and hand waves it all away by saying, oh, if I say 2 + 2 = 5, or I mean 4, then they're on my case about it forever. And what's the effect of that? And of course, that's not true. But the effect of it is his faithful listeners do just swallow it up. They just say, oh yeah, there they go again, being on Ronnie for misspeaking once, and they don't know the details.
Can I make it very clear something? I want to make it very, very clear to everybody listening. I do not want to get on Ronnie for misspeaking. We all misspeak. I do it. Everybody fucking does it.
Exactly.
We have hours and hours and hours that we talk on air. People say stupid shit, but we correct and we try to explain what we meant. And then you take people at their word. Okay, that's what you meant. Fine. No problem at all. But trying to get Ronnie to explain what he meant is nearly impossible. That's what the problem is, right? If Ronnie says, I just misspoke and I meant this, fine. I'm done. Game over. I have nothing else to say about it. I really don't care. I'm not interested in his misspeaking. I'm interested in what he's actually claiming, and he's adamant that he's claiming it. If he says 2 + 2 = 5, and I say, are you sure about this? Yes, Steve. 2 + 2 = 5. You're an idiot if you think it's 4. It's 5. And he says this repeatedly. There is no room for margin of error on that, or misunderstanding him. Okay, that's my point. I don't want anything where he's just misspeaking. That's just boring to me. So can I make that very clear to people?
Okay, I know it just kind of seems like that from the outside, because even I was like,
no, it doesn't.
It did to me. It's like, really, we're just going to get on this because it's a colloquialism. You guys like to use technical language.
He has said many, many fucking times. I even asked him on one of the Evolutionists Bring It, one of the last videos I ever kind of was with him. I asked him very specifically. JD Kane was there, and I said, Ronnie, degrade, dissolve, are they the same thing? And he's like, yes. Period. End of story. Okay, there you go.
As Ross said it, probably.
Well, no, Ross didn't say that either. Ross said he didn't see a big difference. He said, I really don't, quote, word for word, because Ronnie doesn't know what it means, I really don't see a big difference. That's pretty much, I think, word for word.
And then he deferred to Dr. Rana,
right,
who had already told us they were completely different.
Yep.
Yeah.
And like I said, I get along with Ronnie very well. I talk to Ronnie frequently. I mean, he was very nice enough to even send me one of his books. And I had to tell him, this guy is basically like lying about you. But I mean, for him to think that I would actually distort Dr. Rana's words or Ross when they like my channel, and Dr. Ross goes to other forums and talks about the Great Debate community, he's mentioned us 3 or 4 times already, people.
Okay, this just sounds like really bad damage control for True.
Oh, shit, yes.
Yes, but the problem is that in the process, he's calling everybody else dishonest.
Yeah. Saying we're doing damage.
Trying to sound tough, you know how it is on the internet.
Yeah. The thing that really makes me angry is when he accuses Hogtie Champ of being dishonest.
Yeah, the rest of us, I don't
He's
care.
the one looking into it more than
right?
it seems like the other people are.
Well, call me dishonest. I don't give a fuck anymore with Ronnie. But I mean, Hogtie, with all due respect to everybody else in this community, I think Hogtie has earned a reputation of being one of the most probably mellow, honest persons around. I mean, not saying that nobody else isn't. Fiona, I think you're exceptional.
Yeah, he actually did some investigation about this. Like, wow.
But Hogtie is just a nice guy. He can have very great hangouts with these people. He has far more patience than I fucking ever have. I mean,
yep, same here.
Yeah. So.
Still, that's farther than I feel like most of the people that get on TrueEmpiricism's case would ever go, and he does it, so that's good.
But look at the way he's treated Hogtie Champ.
He treats him like shit.
He's called him a liar.
Yeah.
He's
look at
called
Hogtie.
him a liar.
Hogtie always does this. Look what Hogtie does. He's always doing this. Are you fucking kidding me?
He just doesn't like to be called out on his garbage.
But the point is, he's going to get called out in his garbage if he is repeating his garbage and saying, and all these people are lying. I'm sorry, he's the one that decided to go down that route of they're all lying.
Yep.
And he chose that path. We didn't choose it for him. And so he's going to basically, reap the harvest of that choice of path.
Yeah, he's got himself in a pretty tricky situation. Wouldn't be easy, but I'd say just own up to your mistake, man. I mean, this is just going to drive things even further between you and the people you're trying to call liars.
Well, like I said,
and that's
I'm just much
that's
more
when I get really annoyed.
Yeah, I
other people have been slandered, especially.
It's like, don't dig yourself a bigger hole. It's like, come on.
But you've also got to remember that the people that he's taken on this have actually earned a living in these fields. They've actually worked in these fields. They've taught in them. And he's busy saying they're all wrong, they're liars, they're incompetent.
Just say, hey, wait, when's the last time you took a biology course at college level?
Well, that's the funniest thing. I mean, like I said, he hasn't by any stretch of imagination. And again, I don't care what the people's background is. No offense. I
haven't, and I feel like even I can be competent in like some sort of debate against him, even with just my high school level stuff.
But I mean, the arrogance he has is just mind-boggling. Oh, Fiona doesn't know what she's talking about. I've corrected Fiona so many times. Oh my fucking god! When I hear that, I want to strangle something. I do. It's like
corrected her on what?
Well, I mean,
go
ahead, Fiona.
He's corrected me on what happens when DNA dissolves in water, because according to him, it falls to pieces.
Oh man.
Exactly. I mean,
getting brought up like week after week. It's like, are you serious, guys?
Well, I mean, I hope this.
I have a question though.
Yes, go ahead.
What is Ronnie's motivation for this?
Power.
He doesn't want anybody who's wrong. Because I think Hogtie's right.
I think that was a good point.
I think what happened was Ronnie made a faux pas a few times, and he never.
Yeah, I'll make a point though, if I may.
Yeah.
There's other people we know. I'll mention his name, like Nephilim Free. Okay, He has a reason to do what he does. It may not be a very good reason or a very sound, logical reason to us, but in his mind, he has a very strong, good reason to do what he's doing.
Right.
That's why I ask, what is Ronnie's?
Well, this is a question I put to a lot of people over the years. I remember probably the more interesting answer I got from this years ago. I remember asking Nephilim Free. This was during the time when Nephilim Free had made this claim about how water could have shot out of the vaults of the deep and gone out into space and frozen. The lunar Bukkake theory.
Oh, the lunar Bukkake theory.
And that's how water got to the moon with the fish fossils.
With the fish fossil, yeah. And Thunderfoot made a video showing about how, well, that just doesn't work, and it includes this interesting observation that's a little bit counterintuitive, but reliably confirmed with even very simple kitchen experiments, that when you see how far water will shoot out of an opening, it is a function of the pressure behind that water and not a function of the size of the opening. Save for very, very tiny openings where viscosity actually gets to be an issue. But for any reasonable size openings, it doesn't matter if you have a 1/2 inch hole or a 1 inch hole or a 2 inch hole, the water is going to shoot out as far as the pressure would dictate, and it's got nothing to do with the size of the aperture. And like Neff wouldn't let it go.
But that's very clear though. That's for a non-pressurized system. If you have a pumping system, that will change because like a garden hose, because you're going to have conversion into kinetic energy. But so when you have like just an atmospheric pressure on like a 2-liter bottle that they did experiments with, there's no pumping mechanism there. So that's because you have to.
Basically, the point is.
But I want to make that very clear because there's a difference. Because his argument was, look, if you put your thumb over your garden hose, look, it shoots further because of the size of the aperture. Because that's because of the pumping system on there.
That's because the internal, because there is a pump behind it, and the internal pressure in the hose will actually increase when you put your thumb over it and restrict the water from coming out. The internal pressure in the hose increases, and then the water will shoot further.
Because Ronnie definitely got that confused. He didn't understand the difference.
But apparently NF had a reason to do what he does, though.
And also, if you want to look at it from Neff's perspective, when the fountains of the deep open up and blow the water out, it's got to rain. So it's got to go up into the sky.
Well, the problem was that the energy would be
high enough for it to rain.
The energy would be so much that water wouldn't be liquid anymore. It'd melt the mantle. The amount of energy released. Somebody calculated it was a gargantuan amount of energy.
Can we get to the motivation?
Yeah. So, well, he got into this argument with Thunderfoot. Thunderfoot made a couple of videos where he illustrated the delightful physics behind this stuff. So how much kinetic energy would be required to launch water into escape velocity so it could actually strike the moon and make craters. And while there would be so much energy in it that when just with the friction with the air, it would have turned into steam right away and just cooked everything on the planet and sterilized the whole planet right there. You wouldn't have needed the flood. And so he Thunderfoot in this way.
There's your flood.
God wants to wipe out the people. That's how he's going to do it.
Could have done the whole thing in 5 minutes of steam bath, and everything would have been dead, and they could have just
and sterilized.
You could. I want you to build an ark.
Steam over the land.
Yeah. I want you to build an ark. I want it to be this big and one door, but make sure to put duct tape around all of it. He's going to be steamy.
Duct tape solves everything, doesn't it?
Yeah, but Thunderfoot did was 1 or 2 videos on that topic, and then he went on to other things. And then Neff made a whole set of videos where he was like, oh, this Thunderfoot guy doesn't know what he's talking about, and he totally pwned Thunderfoot over and over again. But every video he made just made it worse, just to show that Neff doesn't know anything about science. So I asked Neff in a Skype conversation, it wasn't broadcast anywhere. I just asked him, like, why do you do this? Like, why? Like, I understand that you have a mission, right? You're here to do the Lord's work, and yet you're going to get into these discussions with somebody who really, really knows physics, just to reveal that you don't know physics. And I told him honestly, I said, look, Neff, I just don't think you get what Thunderfoot gets about physics, right? And I said the problem I have for what you're doing, like, you're saying you're here to do this to save souls, but you're giving us this message about what the afterlife is like, and about the choices we have to make now, and about the importance of accepting Christ into our hearts. You're making all these metaphysical claims, and yet everything you say about the real world, things we can confirm ourselves, you're wrong about this. And this is a question I've asked a number of these guys over the years. Like, what effect do you think it has on the gospel message when it comes from your mouth? right? If I tell you that horses have 6 legs and that the sky is purple and that there's aliens in my attic and by the way,
it could be we haven't observed it yet.
Yeah, but I give you a list of these claims, and every one of the claims. So you take all my claims and you divide it into 2 groups: those for which you have a way of confirming or disconfirming it, and then those that you don't have a way of verifying it. Like I have $20 in my pocket. You guys don't have a way of verifying. You guys don't have a way of verifying that. But I make all these other claims.
Oh, you loan me $20.
Come on over. But so I make all these claims. You divide it into 2 groups: those I can check out and those I can't check out, and I have to just say, well, that's what the guy says, and I don't know if it's true or not. Now, of those that you can check out, you're going to divide those into 2 groups: those that you check out and they check out to be true, and those you check out and it turns out that they're not true. And it turns out that first group is an empty set. Everything that you can confirm, you've looked into, and I've been wrong about everything I've ever said to you. Now, when it comes to those claims that you can't verify, how's my credibility? Right? What's my batting average like in telling the truth? When I tell you that, look, there's an alien in my attic and the Lord loves you and you need to repent and you can't be saved by works, and I tell you all these metaphysical claims, why would you want to believe me on those things?
Yeah, you already got the stuff that can be confirmed wrong.
Well, that's been my thing for the longest time.
Exactly.
I've said that from day one. Look, I was like, if Ronnie doesn't understand something as simple as like the dissolve degrade thing or many other things, then why would we want to listen to him about his quote-unquote expertise on intelligent design or the gospel, as you put it? I don't want to listen to somebody's religious beliefs or theological beliefs if they have the IQ of a potato. I don't care. I'll listen to Fiona.
IQ of a what?
Fiona, how many
potato.
hours? Wait, how many hours have I spent? Like mostly off-air hangouts, but we've spent a lot of time. You've talked about theology and your religious beliefs, and I'm just enthralled by it, right? Because, I respect you and I respect your position because I know you're not an idiot. So if you have a religious belief, I want to hear about it. I want to go, okay, why does she believe this? And you give really good reasons. But I don't care.
You think I'm not an idiot?
Yeah, I guess not. Yeah, high praise, I'm sure, right? Steve doesn't think I'm an idiot. Well, fuck, who cares what Steve thinks?
Yeah. And I've said it to Arcane too, right? I've said, look, you tell people various things, right? Like Arcane has been more expressive than that whole group about some of the important real world social concerns, about the divide between whites and blacks in the United States, and about how the police apply their powers really to everybody, but even worse for black people. And he also makes claims that, you got to know what this American government's like. They fake the moon landing and they tell you that the earth is round when it's obviously flat. And by the way, you need to come to the Lord and repent your sins. And I tell him, I said, like, you put all those messages into one bowl and you give them to me, and I'm supposed to pick through them and determine which of those things are true or not. Mm-hmm. Like, you realize every social cause that you claim to support, you hurt by coming forward with these ridiculous claims that I can easily verify to be wrong, and easily convince myself that they're coming from somebody who doesn't have the basic tool set to determine what's true and what's not.
That's a good point. The basic tool set to determine what's true or not. That's exactly right. Mm-hmm.
The thing is, when it comes to this, though, is that what I think they're trying to do is, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but since we're here and we're kind of doing this already, I think they're trying to put forth like this narrative where it's like everything that is worldly pretty much is basically wrong and trying to disprove God, and is basically out there making this fake evidence and stuff just to like purposely deceive people so that way they won't want to come to the truth and all that. So whenever they face somebody like Hogtie or Steve or whatever, they're not really seeing them in the same kind of filter that some other people are more open-minded will be able to see other people. Instead, they're seeing them all as all this information is all biased that comes from the worldly scientists. So therefore, pretty much everything that they say is invalid anyhow. So therefore, when it comes to say all these stuff that you're saying we can verify is wrong, it's like, oh no, that's just what the world says.
Well, we all have some kind of bias, and the key is putting aside your bias, right? Again, I've noted numerous times, somebody shows me enough evidence the earth is flat, I'm going to say, oh shit, the earth is flat. Never's happened. Yeah. Never's even come close. I have a high threshold of.
But are you actually willing to look into it though? Because I have, because I'm interested in stupid stuff. So.
But yeah,
yes, but many of us have.
Yeah, but nobody's presented me any evidence of a flat Earth, right? Nobody's presented me. And I say this not really tongue in cheek. I actually come kind of serious. When I say that nobody's ever presented evidence to me for a young Earth, I mean that in the way that nobody's presented evidence. And I mean this scientifically, not genetically or generically, that has swayed my hypothesis that it's wrong, right? Or my idea, my conjecture that it's wrong. Because yes, it's evidence, right? If you say I'm presenting this to you to evaluate, sure, it's evidence. But nobody's ever provided any actual science that's legit science. That's the key of a young Earth or a flat Earth. Never's happened, not one.
And people are going to look at this kind of stuff scientifically. That's another thing. People are going to look at this kind of stuff scientifically. They are very far and few. So when you say, how is this going to help your message and all that, I say this can easily help your message because some of the people you're trying to outreach out there, because G-Man, believe it or not, he has some actual fans, not just people that subscribe to him just to hate on him, but people that are actually just normal, average, everyday YouTubers actually look at his stuff and take what he says seriously. Those kind of people I know are not going to look into the stuff scientifically. They are easily swayed by what people like G-Man, TrueEmpiricism can say, simply on the fact that, you know, it just resonates with them enough. They're able to present what they say in a convincing enough manner so that even though it might not be scientific, it still is credible enough to enough people that they actually are winning converts and all that. So when you're saying this doesn't work on people, it's like, oh, yes, it does. It just doesn't work on the very intellectual.
Yeah, no, I never said it didn't work on people. I know dumb people that follow this shit all the time. And I even had, I mean, we have people in the community, I'm not going to mention anybody's names, but there's a couple people now going, oh, maybe there might be something in the flat Earth, right?
Yep.
And we're like, holy fuck, seriously? It's like, okay. So there are people, yeah, I mean, like, whatever. I mean, if you want to be an idiot, be my guest. As much as I adore people, even if Fiona said, hey, Steve, you know, I looked into it. Yeah, I'm convinced the Earth is flat. I'm going to go like, Fiona, you're a fucking moron. But I love you to death. But you're a moron. I mean, what do you want me to tell you? It's it.
I would want to know. I would be so curious about that, how that would happen.
You know what? Watch the next hangout from True. Fiona Robertson admits that the Earth is flat.
Steve, I would just like to say this. I did talk to Neff about the flat Earth thing.
Yeah.
And he actually stated that the flat Earth stuff is a whole bunch of bunk, and he doesn't know why people are even talking about it and everything.
Yeah, because for
Neff was
free to think something is fucking stupid.
No, it's trust me, he's not a flat earther.
No, but he used to be a geocentrist. What's the difference?
Geocentrist. Yeah, geocentrist, and then now he's unsure. He's unsure, but he's quite sure that the Earth is actually spherical. And for a period, when people first started asking about this, he started saying that there are no Christians who actually believe the Earth is flat. That what it is, and I've heard people,
he's totally wrong about that.
No. Let him finish.
He's buying into the rationale people call psyop, although Neff hasn't used that word for it. But yeah, he says that what you've got is a bunch of people who profess to be Christian, and some of them are actually atheists who come out and say really stupid things just so that people will say, ha ha ha, look at how those Christians say stupid things.
And you know what? I'm going to actually agree with Neffy on this one. There are a few that people do
Pose,
that.
in other words.
Yeah, pose. I think there are a few. Yes, I think Rand Campbell, absolutely. And
hang on about the Rand Campbell thing. I'm still up in arms about that
because
you're
wrong.
You said he was a troll and all that, and I tried talking to him about it, and he seemed pretty legit to me.
Wow.
Yeah,
You've not talked to Rand Campbell.
Yeah, go back and watch his earlier videos.
No, you can still say stupid things that think you know.
He's actually said in other videos he is full of bullshit. He used to claim things like he cut his way out of an anaconda in Africa.
That's right.
Which, by the way,
He's full of shit, but does he believe the story? Does he believe in salvation through repentance and belief in Christ's salvation?
Yeah, maybe he does believe that.
I don't know. I don't think so. I personally don't think so. But
I think he does.
I think he is. I think he does. I think he's studying to be a minister, but I don't know about all of the other stuff.
Oh, that's all we need.
So that makes it even worse, though. I mean, let's hypothetically speaking, he's a Christian and he's studying to be a minister, and he's promoting bullshit flat Earth just to fuck with people. What kind of minister is that?
Flat Earth chemtrails.
You know. I know he gets a kick out of this shit. But
I think it's possible you can believe in conspiracy theories that you think are true, but at the same time, there are some stories that you just share just to make yourself seem greater, like larger than life,
just
like the whole
fucking with
anaconda thing.
Because he's a con man. I mean, Rand is a known con man. That's what he used to do, was con people.
Stop, Steve. Sharon in the chat said that your volume's a bit low.
I turned it up. I saw that. I just tabbed out real quick. I turned it to maximum right now. I can't go any louder. But
okay, I want to talk to people in the room. I don't know how many of you in the room have seen this, but have you heard what Robert Nero did over the weekend?
The vaccines.
Yes.
Oh,
that's one of the hardest conspiracies to really get a grasp on, because it's one of those ones where it's like if other people do say something where it's like, well, hang on, there was some studies done, and it turns out it does kind of go a little bit, leans a little bit in the anti-vaxxers' favor, then all the people that are for vaccines jump on you for that.
But that's never happened.
Well, that's because it all
There
began
were
with
some studies done, and
No,
they
there
do.
wasn't.
yeah, Andrew Wakefield, by any chance? You
I don't
do
know the
realize
name.
Andrew Wakefield falsified his data.
He lost his medical license for doing it.
He didn't just
Yes.
falsify his data. He just used, kids at a birthday party.
No, he falsified his
he
data
falsified
as
his
well.
data, yeah.
Yeah, he falsified.
Was-
He
It
falsely,
was both. Yeah, it was both. Yes,
totally and utterly falsified it. He changed the baseline cutoff to give himself positives when the results were negative.
Like, I'm not saying I'm a full-on anti-vaxxer, but I'm not going to jump aboard the anti-vaxxers are basically pseudoscience people bandwagon either. I haven't looked enough into it.
No. Pseudoscience is when you.
I'm not saying jump on any bandwagon. What I'm saying is that Andrew Wakefield put out this paper against the triple vaccine. Do you know that 6 months prior to publishing his paper, he had applied for a patent for a single measles vaccine, and that the main competition for the single measles vaccine was the MMR.
Mm-hmm. That's why he was against the MMR, because he wanted his
So
own thing. He had a financial interest in it.
Yeah, so 6 months before he published his paper dissing the MMR, he took out a patent on a single measles vaccine. Now, why would he do that before he had any data? Think about it.
And that speaks. It certainly speaks to motive. And that the story's confirmed. He actually had done that.
He did.
Although I'm always sort
It's
of
confirmed.
wary when especially like you get the flat earthers who will say, "Oh well, NASA says this." Oh, but did you know that NASA something have some crazy thing about how the Nazis invented NASA and whatever? Okay, well let's talk about the facts of it, right? It doesn't matter. So whatever Wakefield's motivations were, which again that's confirmed. It was part of the reasons he was struck off as a physician.
Yep.
Let's look at the actual facts. I mean, even if he had poor motivations, but then he discovered the truth. I mean, okay, well, that's fine. He would have the one little ethics rub, but he wouldn't have been in nearly as much trouble. The way he went about collecting his data, he collected samples unethically. He didn't get a secure proper consent. But again, even if his results were good, well, then he'd have two ethics rubs, but at least we'd have some good results. But no, in fact, then when it came to analyzing results, so he didn't fake the whole thing. I'm sort of picking on your wording there, Fiona. He didn't fake everything. He didn't just sit down and whole cloth invent everything. He did actually have samples, but it was the analysis that he faked completely. He did run the PCR tests, but then he changed this baseline threshold thing, which I don't know that I could explain properly, but Concordance has a great video on it. Fiona's explained it in Hangouts, but there are standards for how you do these tests, and he just dinked around with it until he got the results he wanted. And anybody could do it if you knew how to do PCR.
Any standards these days.
Well, again, he had a financial interest. That's why.
Yeah, it was really quite appalling. One of the children nearly died. He took colon samples from these children without proper informed parental consent, and he perforated the colon of one child. They thought the children were going to theatre to actually be treated. He was taking them to theatre purely to get samples.
Wait, so when he did a blood test, this wasn't a needle in the arm blood test?
No.
Oh, no, I'm talking about biopsy samples from the colon.
Why do you need a biopsy from the colon to?
Because he's trying to link autism and autistic bowel disease with the vaccine. And it seems to have been shown that autistic bowel disease...
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize there was another bowel disease there.
Yeah, but apparently it doesn't even exist anyway.
Oh, okay.
And that's what... So it was a whole mishmash of things. Sorry, Hogtie, I cut you off there.
No, but cut by saying exactly what I was going to say, because it was what he was looking for was, well, this thing they call autistic bowel disease, and there is some speculation is the wrong word for it. There's actually some good belief that some of these kids that were in a study actually did have a form of a bowel disease, that you can detect it through symptoms presented, often described by caregivers. Usually the mother notices things about the child's behavior and bathroom stuff that would sort of draw your attention to it, but it can be confirmed only by inspection of sample collected by biopsy. And it's biopsy in the conventional way. When you go to get colonic samples, you go up from the bottom, and you actually with this colonoscopy and there's a little snipper that you use to collect a sample, and so that's what he was doing. And it's not really necessarily a harmful procedure, but anytime that you it's not even the biopsy collection, the fact that you do a colonoscopy, there are times that it's about 1 in 10,000, you'll actually push the scope in and actually tear a portion of the lining of the colon, and it can become infected. And there's actually a death rate associated with that too. So
that's gross.
Even though everybody says, well, look, you should always go for a colonoscopy, and you always should, just keep in mind that there is this risk associated with it, and there's proper follow-up that needs to be done, because there's a non-zero morbidity rate and mortality rate.
Isn't there?
Or people can just leave my stomach alone, so there's no sort of.
Oh, they leave your stomach alone. It's much further down.
Yeah, you're in the wrong. You're in the wrong.
It's in the poop chute.
But
there's another tool for that.
Yeah, I've had that.
There's another tool for that. So yeah.
Hey, by the way, but I mean, for any medical procedure, there's always inherent risk. I mean, just recently in the news, wasn't that long ago, another child died from having their tonsils removed. And I would think that would be a very simple procedure.
And that's why informed consent is so important. And he didn't get informed consent.
He should have gone to jail.
There's a slight chance that I could have died because I was underweight from getting my wisdom teeth removed, but I'm still here.
What?
Yes.
No, we're talking. No, I understand that, but what we're talking about is this actual procedure, doing a colonoscopy, and you perforate the bowel. You're talking about a life-threatening injury.
You're dumping poop into the body cavity.
Yeah.
Septic.
You're talking about peritonitis. Right? You're talking about septicemia. Mm-hmm. You're talking intensive care. You're talking about almost dying.
Yeah, talking about putting something inside of you that's supposed to be on the outside of you.
And this is the problem. He didn't get informed consent from the children of these parents, the parents of these children.
Yeah.
That is unethical.
Yeah. And even from that, I mean, it's obvious the guy just doesn't have an approach to scientific inquiry or clinical practice. I mean, that really it's funny because everybody talks about, well, how this paper, the paper was eventually retracted. It's still available. Was it The Lancet carries it?
Yeah.
But
carries it with retracted written right across it.
Yeah, they didn't bury it. They didn't, take it down like a Nephilim-free YouTube video where he was embarrassed. No.
Nephilim-free takes the video down and puts up an edited version.
Oh, that is awesome. The one he did where he changed his bookmarks list, or his favorites list.
Yes,
that was awesome.
However, just for a point of history here, you do have to give Nephilim-free credit. He did prove how you can use MS Paint to alter a screenshot.
Oh, man, that's so honest. You wouldn't even notice.
You might as well do it,
He did it in a
video. If you got a time machine, use MS Paint.
Click, and he changed every letter in the word. There you go.
Pixel by pixel.
I guess he doesn't know about Google's command console thing where you could do it in a web page.
Yeah. Well, that was.
Well, the person said, "Oh, what am I using? I don't have Photoshop. Oh, I have MS Paint. You can't do it." So he used MS Paint, obviously.
Yeah. And it could be done. I mean, that was an interesting. Again, it speaks to their motivation. That was an interesting time. So there was a girl that he had. It was in Shaka God's chat room, and she was a moderator there, a young woman that he had a bit of a fancy for one night when he was a bit liquored up, and he didn't do anything really lewd.
What's this?
I think I heard about this. There was somebody claimed there was impropriety, that he said something improper.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
He was just being creepy.
It wasn't bad. Yeah, can I tell you? It wasn't awful.
He was a little creepy. I'm sorry. He was a little.
It was creepy. It was creepy. Okay, but here's the thing. I'm gonna keep in mind. I know both these people very well, and if you guys have heard the recordings of what happened that night, she had come into Point Man Zero's Boxley room, and was like, "Oh, Neff's creeping on me, and he's all whatever, right?" And I said, like the younger people in the room were talking about it, and I said, "Hang on a second. can you and I go talk about this privately? So you'll hear, if you ever listen to the recordings from that time, that there's an older guy in the room, and it's me, who says, let's talk about this privately. She and I went into a Skype call and talked about it privately for about 30 minutes. In that call, I was trying to sort of talk her down from, look, it's the internet, don't be weirded out by this, people talk to each other in weird ways, and honestly, if you feel bad about this, then there's a way of addressing it so that he's not making you feel uncomfortable. But I'll tell you one thing you don't want to do is to make a big public stink out of this.
Mm-hmm.
And
oh, really? Because
yes.
that seems to work nowadays.
Yeah.
No, that's only for stopping white supremacy.
Yeah. The other thing I said was,
That's a PewDiePie.
This could totally blow up in your face. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to screen cap the thing that just happened, and I want you to send it to me and not to a whole bunch of people.
Internet feminism was big.
Hang on, stop interrupting him. I want to hear this.
Yeah, and she ended up sending it at the same time to me and a fellow you might know, Lafayette Lewis, people know him by.
Oh yeah, I know him.
Yeah, sent it to me and to Lef at the same time, and to no one else. So that, and the reason she did that was because this way there were two people who had an accurate record of exactly what happened, and the only way that an altered record could ever come out is if the two people like conspired to come up with exactly the same editing of it. And so I have on my hard drive the original thing that she sent to me, time-stamped from within 30 minutes of the conversation actually happening. And so, you know, people were still talking about in this Voxley room, and then somebody started playing, somebody calls Neff in Shock of God's chat room saying, hey, these guys are saying that you were, you know, trying to creep on this girl or whatever. And then he came into the room and he was just livid about it. And then he came over the next couple of days, he came in several times and would tell guys like, look, okay, so what, and actually there's one thing he said that I thought was great, and I totally agreed with. He said, look, you know, I'm a man, she's a woman, she came in, she's, you know, kind of was flirting with me, so I flirted back. What are you going to do? And I got that. I totally got that. I got his point completely. You know what I mean? Like he says like, you know, he was just flirting with her. So that's fine. I get that. So everybody agreed, look, there's lots of things you can do to embarrass Nephilim Free. You don't have to trot out this little story of where he got a couple of drinks in him and he started flirting with this girl on the internet. He wasn't saying anything lewd or gross to her. He was just flirting with her and she got upset by it. So, okay, fine. It's all over. But then he made this video where he said that these, when atheists attack, I think he called it, where he was like, oh, look at, you know, they're all out to get me. And, he actually, at the time, he had this theory that it was Satan himself who was trying to realize that Nephilim Free's YouTube channel was so compelling to people that he set this young atheist on a course to pretend to be a Christian and go in there and start flirting with him and then trap him into this conversation. And that's why the whole thing had happened. And Satan was sort of playing on this weakness to try to bring down his YouTube channel.
Okay.
And that chirping is going to destroy my brain. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that worked too.
Yeah, I didn't kick him. He just left. I was going to ask him who he was, but I think,
so
we can't get sniped.
So I'm getting to the conclusion.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm getting to the conclusion here real soon.
Yeah,
so anyway, he makes this video about how awful this person was. And you know, clearly she's an atheist who's just pretending to be a Christian, and told everybody in Shock to God's chat room, not only is she to be kicked on site, but anybody who's a moderator there who doesn't kick her, he will ban, the Nephilim Free will ban that moderator from the room. And he did. Anybody who in that room who was even slightly supportive of this young woman was banned from the room by Nephilim Free. And when you got banned from Shock to God's chat room, you couldn't be unbanned simply. You had to write an email to, like the moderators could ban, but they couldn't unban. Only Shock could unban. So he completely ostracized her from that community. And she was upset about this. This was a 19-year-old girl. And these were her friends. This was her group of fellowship. So you know, she was really, really heartbroken by this whole thing going on. But anyway, partway through, so Neff makes a big stink about it. Lafayette ends up making a video saying, well, look, this is what had happened. And that Neff just threw this girl under the bus because he was embarrassed because he got into this flirtatious thing. And then it was some other fellow. I think his name is I can't remember his name now. His YouTube channel name has changed so many times. He's still a believer. He's still in the community, but he's one to sort of challenge other believers. And he said, "Well, look at how Neff is claiming that these guys forged the chat. This was a text chat, by the way, where they were flirting was in a text chat, so it could be captured through, it wasn't audio, it could be captured through screen caps." And this guy says, well, Neff is accusing these people of forging it. And that actually wasn't the accusation. Neff wasn't saying that we forged the conversation. He was saying that we tricked him into it. But anyway, this guy says, well, you couldn't be done because it was using the GVO Live interface or something, and they use proprietary fonts, and it can't be faked, and blah blah blah. So this guy made this video saying that no, this story must be true, that Neff is lying when he says that it was faked, because you can't fake these things. So then Neff came out with this video that Steve mentions where Neff says, look, you actually can fake these conversations using MS Paint. Yeah. Oh, you did, Pseudo, yeah.
Oh, no,
yeah, sorry.
Yeah. We all know what it is, yeah.
There was a person who did stuff, because I do remember seeing the chat that was altered. And then Neff made the video showing how you can alter the text.
Yeah, and
so
it's
somebody
it's like
had already made it.
It's like any other web interface where it uses the fonts that are resident on your system. So I mean, this guy had this whole theory about how you couldn't fake it because of the way that this used proprietary fonts and blah blah blah, but it didn't matter. Neff was able to demonstrate that these things could be faked, and he sat down in MS Paint and he sort of, well, I'll cut this word from here and I'll put it over here and I'll do this, and was able to show, okay, yeah, and he's correct about that. You certainly could fake it. That's no big deal. But in that video, he says, well, look. So, for example, here, whoever typed this phrase about how I'd like to see you wearing stockings, full length stockings. He has a thing for soccer. So he says this thing where he typed. He says where this thing here about typing the stockings. Whoever typed that had misspelled this word and something. And I'm listening to this video and go, what do you mean whoever typed that? You've been in Point Man Zero's room 3 times in the last 2 days, admitting that you're the one who typed that and asking people not to spread it around. And now, now a couple days later, you're putting up a video saying, well, gee, whoever typed this had misspelled this word, and notice if you copy from here to here or whatever. And now he all of a sudden bought into the whole theory that this thing was a document that was forged, an image that was forged in MS Paint. And again, and I talked to him about it afterwards. So you're completely caught out in your dishonesty here. Like, why not just do what you did the first day and say, look, I didn't do anything lewd or salacious here. I flirted with somebody. I shouldn't have done it. Whatever. Who cares? Jesus is Lord. And just get back on message instead of throwing this young woman under a bus.
That's the problem, right?
Because people are so scared when it comes to these kind of accusations.
Well, the thing is I don't give a shit if it was a flirt or not. It makes no difference to me whatsoever. But I mean, I wasn't really around in the situation, but I'm aware of it. But yes, him throwing her in the bus and making kind of revision and making it out to be a snowball effect. I think that's really what made him look far more worse than him just, inappropriately flirting or, whatever. I mean, we all do that shit. I don't give a fuck. But for God's sake, I mean, he tries to rewrite history just like Ronnie. And in this particular case, he was just trying to save face. And I think that he made the whole situation worse, and it was on her expense.
Yep. Yeah, very much so. Actually, by the way, I've kept contact with her over the years.
Nothing at all.
Sorry, what's that, Thaddeus?
It's like, just fess up to it or say nothing at all.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's the other thing too, is it really wasn't anyone's business. And this is what was funny, was that everybody agreed. Even the people, like there were people in the room were like Point Man Zero and Lafayette and Vic Mackey 24. I forgot that kid's name started with an O. But there were a lot of people who were at that time putting up videos saying like, oh, what a jerk Nephilim Free is. Oh my God, this guy's funny. He's such an idiot. And we would love doing things to embarrass Neff in public. But over something like that, we all agreed fairly quickly, no, you know what? We're not doing that. Let's make fun of the next stupid science thing he says. And it was an incredibly easy, well, I shouldn't say it was easy, because there was some arguing at the time about whether or not any record of this should have been kept, whether or not anybody should have been paying attention to this. Because some people were saying, well, look, this is, let's do a video about this. So there was some arguing about it, but after some discussion, and this was all arguing that wasn't behind the scenes. This was recorded. This was in the Voxley chat room and recorded, and there are YouTube videos put up about it. I mean, everybody put in their opinion about what to do about it. And after some discussion, we said, yeah, this isn't really interesting for the community. This isn't something that we really should be discussing. And yet, who's the person to put up a video? Nephilim Free. And in that video, he ends up making a mistake where that contradicted something else he said and made it clear that he was guilty. So he took down the video and then uploaded an edited version of it, again called When Atheists Attack, and then denied that he'd ever uploaded the first video.
It's so funny that everything seems to like stem from this hatred of atheists from this community.
Yep.
I mean, everything. It doesn't matter who. It doesn't matter. You're an atheist. It's automatically you're wrong. You're manipulative. You're dishonest. I don't understand that. I'm not gonna lie. There are a dishonest atheists that I know, and a few atheists that I think are just the same creed as a Conqueror Posse, just on the other end of the spectrum. Okay, no joke. But for the most part, I think that the secular, the agnostic, the atheist are good people. I mean, really good people. They just
Guess they haven't met enough
theist. But I also know really great theist. You know, I love them. Jade and Fiona. You know, they're just wonderful people. So I don't give a shit whether you're an atheist or a theist. But my God, to them, it's all that matters. It doesn't matter anything else. If you're an atheist, that's it. You're done. That's it.
Yeah.
I
Or
find
not even atheist.
weird.
Not an evangelical nutter.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. Not their type of Christian. Not
Yeah, because they'll go after people like the moderate Christians.
Yep.
Yeah, they'll go after. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And in fact, I mean, I pointed this out before too. So apologize. I'm going to repeat myself a little bit here, but I pointed this out too, that the main feature when you go into, there are people that they call real Christians, and then the others, right?
the others,
and agnostics,
the not real Christians,
and the not real Christians,
I love
right?
that. The others.
Now,
no true
what is? Yeah, the main thing to qualify you as a believer that is going to be seen as a brother is the main attribute. They will say with their mouths, they'll tell you, well, you have to accept Christ in your heart. You have to be a Bible-believing Christian. You have to subscribe to Christian fundamentals. These are things that they will say, but you look at their actual behavior and who they select as in-group versus out-group. There's one distinguishing factor. Do you hate atheists?
that seems to be like a criteria, right?
It is the sole criterion.
But that might be because the people who do agree to everything else, when it comes down to that, they go, well, wait a minute. And then those people walk away from them.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a sole criteria, maybe, but I could definitely say that it doesn't matter whether you're a young Earth creationist, old Earth creationist, or whatever. They all seem to have that same thing in common, that is you just got to hate atheist.
You don't even have to believe. You don't even have to believe. You have to believe in some higher power, but you don't even have to believe that Jesus Christ is Lord made flesh, God made flesh. And as an example for that, you look at Brett Keane, who all he had to do to get in the good books with people like Rand Campbell and G-Man and Veckel was to say, well, these atheists, look at these atheists. They're just, look at Charles Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer. Look at Jeffrey Dahmer and Stalin and Pol Pot and just go on about how atheism is an awful thing.
Pol Pot wasn't an atheist. Stalin was going to be a priest.
And say Hitler was an atheist. Let's just say Hitler was an atheist. Doesn't matter if it's true or not. But that's all you have to do is go forward and say that Pol Pot, Hitler, Jeffrey Dahmer, and look at these atheists and look at how they make YouTube videos where they lie and just be really strongly anti-atheist. And it helps if you're anti-evolutionist. It may or may not help if you're flat Earth. Some of them kind of gnash their teeth a bit when, that guy's a flat earther. Oh well, that's okay. At least he's anti-atheist and he believes in God in some form.
But you know why the anti-atheism is such a big thing, right? It's because they're turning people away from the faith they feel, so they're making more people go to hell. That probably makes that.
That's a valid concern, and I see because they're one of their big problems is they know that. Like we don't get emotional about round Earth, right? Because we go, well, look, I mean, people know the Earth is round. When you first look at it, it looks flat, but we do. But we go. So we can kind of see how people think it looks flat. Like if you're a child and you look out your window, you don't really get that it's round. And then how do people in Australia not just fall off the Earth? But you get over that pretty quickly, and you learn a bit. Okay, obviously the Earth is round. And then when somebody comes along and they say, well, oh no, you're mistaken, you're deceived, and the Earth is actually flat, we don't start to worry that we're going to lose our faith in this round Earth, and oh my God, they're shaking my faith in the round Earth. We just kind of we furrow our brows and say, what? Why do you think that? Whereas from their side of it, when you believe in evangelicalism, that particular brand of sort of Christianity, you hold on to these ideas about how gays are bad and how there's these demonic forces in the world, and you have all these beliefs that aren't necessarily tethered to reality, and they're matters of faith. And when somebody comes along and says, you know what, I live my life just fine, not believing in the wars of powers and principalities, and I have enough challenges dealing with the real world, thank you very much, and I find enough joys from my actual existence, thank you very much. That's a very, very threatening message to those people who believe in the war of powers and principalities.
You're also rejecting God too. and God has a plan for you in your life, and
well, not
blah,
according
blah,
to
blah,
reason,
blah, and you're
man.
rejecting that.
You can't reject.
Right,
You can't. You basically. First of all, I hear that whole irresistible grace thing. But according to G-Man, all atheists know God exists. So.
Yeah, there is no such thing as atheist. Everybody's apparently either an anti-theist or a misotheist, like I claim to be.
I love that he G-Man in particular has no means for as many years, and not just that G-Man's been doing this for years. He's been doing this for hours and hours. And don't count the years, count the hours. How much time and energy does G-Man direct into the so-called great debate discussion about evolution and creation and theism and atheism and how all this, like, this is his life, right? This is his life.
Not as much as he used to, I have to admit.
Yeah. But he's gotten to this point now where he's a little bit beaten up, I guess, but he's gotten to the point now where he cannot rebut or on occasion even properly restate an actual argument given by an actual atheist. He can't deal with the information or the positions put in front of him. He can't deal with these ideas. So what's the biggest indication of that beyond the fact that he now just wants to have these hangouts where he discusses what he just is going to now label atheism, and he just wants to argue about what the word atheist really should mean. He wants to define it to be something that nobody is, so he can then turn around and go, oh, therefore now there are no atheists. Asterisk footnote, atheist meaning the G-Man definition of atheist. And it just shows that it's amazing that
the one that he's penciled into his children's dictionary.
Yeah. And he spent so much time in these discussions and has come up empty on dealing with any of the stuff that anybody's put in front of him, and that he's just decided to go off into the back alley somewhere and spin his wheels in the mud on this ridiculous notion that, oh, well, there are no atheists. Let me prove that to you by redefining all these words.
Well, we still have to have our debate about that. If he faces a actual quote-unquote misotheist like me, maybe he'll realize that, no, there are atheists.
Misotheist is. He thinks a misotheist is a type of atheist. Even though he's been explained, you cannot be an atheist and a misotheist. That makes no sense.
Actually, if he doesn't believe anything is no such thing as atheist, it doesn't make any sense.
Right, but he thinks that a misotheist is somebody who hates God. Yes, but an atheist doesn't believe in God, so you can hate the concept. Right? I say I'm an atheist. I can say I hate the concept of God, but that doesn't make me a mesotheist. If I say I hate God because I know God exists and I don't like him, that makes me a theist, but it also makes me a subcategory of mesotheist.
Yeah, and that's what I claim mostly.
I know.
Okay, so Thaddeus, just for fun. What's your position, Thaddeus?
Misotheism.
Meaning what?
That I basically hate God.
And you believe he exists and you hate him?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll respond real quick. I think that's goofy for two reasons. Goofy's the wrong word. I apologize. A little bit dismissive, but
it's strange. But G-Man doesn't know how to handle it.
The two questions I would ask of somebody who makes the claim that I've heard you make. I think I've heard you make it in a discussion with. I think you might have been in it. Were you in Bring It Evolutionists? Whatever the last one was.
I don't think so. I don't think I've ever been in a Bring It Evolutionist.
Okay, well, there's a hangout. I thought I heard somebody make this point that you're making. You do believe in God, but you hate him, and
or at least don't like him.
Yeah. So were you the guy that they were asking a question like, they were saying, well, why would you be this way? And then you said, well, I don't want to go into the details of it because it's personal stuff.
Oh, no. That was G-Man's versus the world, his first one of 2017 that you're thinking.
That one. I'm sorry. Yeah, not Bring It Up. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, yeah. So you were the guy that they were asking, and I think if I understand you correctly, you were trying to make the point that you didn't want to get into the personal stories, right? You didn't want to say that this particular thing happened at this particular time.
Yeah, I mean, there's other reasons that I can get into it. Just that the first thing that came to my mind was something that's a little more personal. So I was like, what can I say? I don't want to just dismiss the conversation.
And it seemed to me like that's what you were doing, is you were saying, well, let's see, how do I explain this to them? And in your head, the sort of wheels were spinning and you went, well, I suppose I could tell them this. Oh, I'd rather not do that in an on-air hangout.
Yeah.
So let me think of something else to say.
I wasn't me trying to be dishonest or anything. Just I didn't want to say that particular thing.
And then they were on your case. They were like, well, you have to tell us. I mean, you can't come in here and say that you do this, and then now you're not going to justify it, and you're trying to escape this and stuff. And I think True Empiricism was the only guy to step up and say, look, he's saying that he doesn't want to tell a specific story from his private life into an on-air hangout. And I really
respect him for that.
Yeah, that was a very good thing for him to say. And they were interrupting you from trying to say, well, look, I can explain this. I don't want to give a couple specific stories from my personal life, but I can explain it. So, okay, you are the guy I'm thinking of.
Yes.
And I mean, when I listen to that and I don't hear your statement of the position, the two things I would ask, and these are legitimately questions. I'm not even going to argue with you. I'm going to mute my mic and then listen AFK for a few minutes.
Okay.
Let other people pick at you. But I would say the two things, when I hear you say that, I shake my head and I go, okay, how can you possibly be convinced that a God actually exists? And when I say a God, I don't mean some creator that does something somewhere and we don't really know, but I mean an actual theistic God, somebody who is present, attending, and engaged in the affairs of our lives. How can you possibly be convinced of that, given the absence of evidence for such a thing? And then second, if you actually believe that to be true, that there's this God that exists and is engaged in our existence, how can you possibly come to a position where you would be hateful of that sort of a creator? What possibly could your image of this God be? Do you get those two very separate questions?
I think so. I can at least answer the first one.
If you have trouble with it, Steve will re-explain it. He's a good listener.
No, it's okay.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Oh, shut up. But I'm literally not going to interrupt you while you explain this.
Go ahead.
If
I want to
you're
hear
so
this. I want to
inclined
hear
to
this
explain.
too. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, with the first one, this one comes from my personal experience where I myself, I will admit, I haven't had a lot of things I can point to and say, oh yeah, that was definitely supernatural. But at the same time, I've had some weird instances where I look back and go, well, that could have been something supernatural, and I don't really have a way of explaining it otherwise. And I feel if I were to try to explain it away, it's like I'm trying to argue with myself. It's like whether that's an honest thing for me to say. Like if I explain this away, someone else is like, is that me really honestly explaining it? You know, trying to be all scientific and stuff, or is this just me not wanting to admit that something supernatural might have happened to me? And I guess the other things that kind of get me to believe that a God is out there is the fact that there's just too many. Like, I understand antidote evidence is not like the best. I understand that for many reasons, but I feel like there's way too many antidotes out there about people that have experienced miracles and healings and people that have experienced demonic activity from messing around with Ouija boards and stuff like that. In order for me to just dismiss them all as
Can I address that?
Way
I
too
used to play
many.
with the Ouija board, so I know where he's coming from, and I know what he's saying. And I kind of have to agree with him a little bit on this in some ways. So I'll just make time, take a few minutes to suss out. So if you give me the mic for a few.
I wasn't done. But,
okay. I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead. I'll talk later.
Because I do want to like suss this out a little bit because I kind of know where you're coming from on this.
Yeah. So anyways, I was trying to say there's way too many of that kind of stuff going on out there for me to just dismiss them all. And I understand some people can be lying, and I understand some people can have mental things wrong with them where they can misinterpret something or be delusional. I'm not denying that. But at the same time, I feel like in order for me to just dismiss every single story and that happens, you know, even to the point where certain things are even being able to be caught on camera. And I understand that some things in camera can be fake too. I'm not being an idiot, but there's way too many of them out there for me to look at it and go, okay, they're all either fake or all of them are being delusional. Like, no. So, some of these things seem a little too legit in order for me to just be able to dismiss them as, you know, something that's either fake or someone's just lying about their experience and all that. Because I believe some of these stories and that, you know, especially when you hear the people tell them that and the fear in their voice, that it just sounds way too like legit to me in order for me to, because they don't know any other way of explaining it. And I don't know any other way of explaining it. And sometimes they even have physical evidence left over. It's like, okay, I don't know what to do anymore.
So, are you done? Because I really want to address this.
Yeah.
Okay. A couple points I do agree and don't agree upon. One, I think all the videos and all the things I think are complete bullshit. That I do agree. I don't think there's any evidence, physical evidence for any kind of supernatural. I don't see any. However, I do believe in internal evidence, like for something subjective to yourself, right? So the only evidence I give a shit about if it's a God or if there's anything supernatural, I can only evaluate from my personal experience, not from what anybody else says, not from any other evidence, because I think all anecdotal evidence is bullshit when it comes to this. All anecdotal evidence. The only evidence you have is people's testimony. And if you want to accept it, that's fine. But the only evidence I can personally evaluate is what I've experienced for myself. And I have two things I can say. Okay, is there a naturalistic explanation, or maybe there's more? If I can't find a natural explanation, that doesn't mean I accept a supernatural one, because obviously that would be a God of the gaps. However, certain things have happened where you just go, fuck this. I mean, for example, again, you could say, look, if Satan himself came in front of you and said, you know, I exist and I want your soul, Sure, you might think, yeah, I'm delusional, I'm losing my mind, but a part of you is going to sit there and say, hey, shit, maybe this is Satan. You can evaluate that on your own reasoning, right? Everybody evaluates that independently. So yes, I agree. There has been certain things I've experienced in my own life, messing with Ouija boards and shit like that, and the Holy Ghost that I felt that I experienced. That's why I joined the church, the Mormon Church, because I experienced something that I can only explain as what they said. Oh, that's what the Holy Ghost feels like. And I at the time go, well, shit, that's a reasonable explanation because that's exactly what I felt according to what they're describing. So I kind of maybe in my own mind put two and two together and said, okay, if that's what I'm feeling, and they call it the Holy Ghost, maybe that it is, right? But I have to evaluate that, right? So I do agree with your saying, but when you sit there and say, "Oh, there's overwhelming evidence," well, no, you said there's anecdotal evidence out there of videos, and not all of them are lying. Yeah, I think all of them are bullshit. I don't believe anybody can talk to the dead. I don't, as far as like Teresa Caputo and any of that, I don't buy into any of that bullshit. I don't. But as far as like the existence of God, I think each person has to evaluate that only from their own theist position. And I want to kind of defer on Fiona on this. I think haven't you kind of said something similar that some of the reasons you accept God is because of your own, your own belief system, things that you've experienced. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay. So I agree with that. I accept that. I get it.
I explain it as it's subjective evidence, right? It convinces me, but I don't expect it to convince anybody else. And the way I explain it is by saying, imagine some wee soul going along the road all on their own, and they get taken up by a flying saucer. Okay, they got an alien abduction, and they got various probings, and then they got put back, and there's no witnesses. That person's story isn't going to be convincing to anybody else. But to the person who lived through it, it is. Now, they can't give you that experience into your head because it's a personal experience. So while it's enough evidence for them, they can't expect it to be enough evidence for anybody else.
Mm-hmm. It's the whole contact thing, like Jodie Foster.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And I completely agree with that. That's how I think as well. But at the same time, you also, I don't think a lot of these people are lying. Thaddeus had said, oh, well, they all can't be lying. No, I don't think any of them hardly are lying. Well, there's some people that are delusional. But I think a lot of them are, we experienced something. And I think a lot of the people do experience something. How they interpret it, that's the question. I don't think people have gone to alien spaceships. I just don't. Oh shit, this guy's bigger than if you guys watching here, I took on the wrong boss. Yeah, fuck this, I'm out of here. But yeah, I don't think anybody's ever gone into space yet. Now, is it possible? Sure, yeah, I guess so. But no, I don't buy alien abductions, okay? But I think they experienced something. I think it's like, sleep paralysis or, whatever. I don't think they have to be lying. I just think they're either inappropriately coming to a false conclusion. Does that make sense, Thaddeus?
Yeah, yeah, and as I was saying, because I wanted to answer Hogtie's second question, right?
I still died. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and just to finish up my first question, you may say, well, that's just a belief in the supernatural. How does that relate to like Christianity necessarily? And the way I see it is that from these stories where people say that when there's aliens or spirits or whatnot, when they say stuff like that, saying like, to go away or I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, the fact that works, it's like, okay, they're probably the theistic demons. Like, why else would that work against some weird sort of spirit or something?
I've tried something like that. It didn't work. People ask me, oh, when you see something in your hips, when you're having a hypnagogic hallucination, rebuke it in the name of Jesus. Didn't work with a shit, people.
Did you believe though?
No, it doesn't matter. They say you don't have to believe. It's the name that's all powerful. Well, it didn't work. So
you sure do know a lot that you don't know.
We all know a lot we don't know. We don't know.
Well, he knows that incantations work against demons, and he knows that if you have more anecdotes, that adds up to evidence.
I don't believe
and he knows that personal subjective experiences are evidence, and these are things that you can't actually know.
Well, you can know it individually. I mean, for example, if I get abducted by an alien, right? If I could... Ooh, somebody's got a hard mic. I can know that aliens exist. I can know it without a shadow of a doubt because I've experienced it, hypothetically speaking. Because, they took me up. I went to another planet. I lived with them for a few years. I know aliens exist. That's knowledge. Could I ever convince anybody else and give them that knowledge? No. No, it's not possible.
I'm not convinced that would be purely knowledge.
Why would that be knowledge? If aliens take me away, I know aliens exist. That's knowledge.
There's quite a few people who have been taken away on alien spacecraft who believe they were, who say they were, but they weren't.
But we believe that they weren't, but they might have known this. You can't say that they don't know this. If they've had it happen, it's completely possible.
I don't think knowledge.
And that's where I come from.
I don't think.
I think the point is this: imagine if somebody was actually taken up,
they would have knowledge.
I don't think knowledge.
And that's
just like there's no private.
What is that noise?
I don't know, but it's horrible and it's creating lag.
Right. If somebody was actually taken up, okay, no witnesses. If they were actually taken up, you would be in the same position, saying the same thing, because they'd have no way of convincing you, even although hypothetically this had actually happened. And that's the point he's making.
And I'm okay with that. I mean, there are a lot of amazing events that could happen, and we could actually take some that are much less amazing than coming to know the existence of a creator of the universe, and not just any old creator, but one who's actually involved in our lives. I think that there's, even a more mundane, it's still a pretty amazing thing. If you were playing golf by yourself one day and you got a hole-in-one on a par 5 hole, I mean, you'd want to tell people about that, but people shouldn't necessarily believe you. And okay, that's fine. So, I mean, how about, because I think this is a discussion that we can have any day of the week, and I think we do have pretty much any day of the week about why believers believe what they do. I think, Fiona's been really clear about sort of the foundations for her position. I think it's the second question that I'm more baffled by, about how a person can believe, and I'm going to characterize it for you, Thaddeus, and then you're going to go ahead and correct my understanding of it, because I want to tell you why your position is so baffling to me. So you think there's a creator of the universe, one who is involved in our lives, and presumably has a plan for us, and certainly has a greater understanding about the nature of reality, and let's see, is parental in a way, and sort of has a knowledge and a wisdom about the universe that is far beyond yours. And yet you can come to judgments about this creator God, about this involved theistic God, and your judgment is that this God merits your contempt. And that's the part that really, really baffles me. Did you want to speak to that?
Sure. Yeah. So reason why that's a thing, and I know this is an argument actually usually comes from theists, or what position are you in to even disagree? So it's interesting this is coming from you. But I will say that to answer your question, the reason why I call myself like a misotheist rather than just a Christian or whatever is because I'll admit, back in the day, even when I first started, looking into like the whole great debate thing from afar and all that stuff, I will say that, I identified as a Christian, basically. I might not have been like a fundamentalist Christian or anything, but I identified like as a Christian, as someone who believes and tries to walk in the faith and all that. But I found like but I've always had certain things that have really bothered me about the Christian lifestyle, certain rules and morals and all that. Because I me being my own person, it kind of got to the point where I kind of grew up to kind of develop my own morals and stuff, certain things that I felt were right and wrong. I understand might not be the universal status quo, but that's honestly how I felt. So therefore, when it came to interacting with other Christians that felt differently, there would be like conflicts in that between us, to the point where it's like, well, I guess I'm just not that type of Christian. So it's like, okay, that's nice. Now I can label myself a moderate Christian. And then it's like, well, there's even stuff I don't agree with when it comes to the moderates. And it got to the point where it's like, hang on, if I don't even agree with a lot of God's rules, specifically, the whole eternal torment thing and certain things that you're not supposed to do and, stuff like that. It's like, got to the point where, I kind of took. This is gonna sound funny, but you know how G-Man basically says that there's no such but basically that the no true Scotsman fallacy is not really a good thing to use because you can tell the difference between who's a Christian, who's not. I thought about that. It's like, well, why am I even calling myself a Christian when I'm not even trying to follow like half the rules and all this stuff, and I have so many disagreements with the Christian God in the first place. So after a while, I was like, okay, I don't even know if I should call myself a Christian anymore. And then when I really looked into it, I was just like, you know what? I'm not even really on par with half of these rules and stuff anyhow. Like, I don't want to get too many details, but I experienced like kind of a traumatic event that really changed my life to the point where I struggle with a lot of depression and anxiety on a daily basis that has to do with this kind of stuff. I'm just like, if I'm supposed to suffer through that the rest of my life, and I'm supposed to basically give up on my dreams and stuff because they go against what, God would want me to do and all that. And it's like, and instead I'm just going to be dealing with hell for eternity for that stuff. It's like, I'm sorry, but you can easily grow to resent somebody like that.
But maybe you're making the mistake of that their version of the Christian God is the only true God. I mean, I don't believe in a hellfire stone thing. I don't read it that way, right? So even if God does exist, I never, ever took it as, oh, you're going to burn in a lake of fire if you don't believe that. Okay, I don't read the scripture like that. I don't think that's the proper way to do exegesis on it. I don't read that at all. So if you say you're a mesotheist and you hate God, could there not be a version of God that is loving, that doesn't really believe that it does have a greater plan for you as a parent, right? I mean, think about it as a parent and kid. Is that possible?
It feels like, technically it's possible, but I don't feel like that's the correct version. I feel like that's kind of making it. That's kind of more the cherry picker kind of version of God. Like, if you actually read the Bible, you actually read what it says.
If it was possible, it would be happening because he's omnipotent.
No, possible doesn't mean it has to happen. Possibility.
Yeah, well, it does if he's omnipotent.
Well, what?
If God is omnipotent and he has a plan for every one of us, then we can't fail not to follow that plan.
Why not?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that possible must happen.
Yeah, possibility doesn't mean it must occur.
I have a question.
It does if God is omnipotent.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
That doesn't
Yeah,
follow.
it does.
How does that
Sure,
follow?
No, because God could choose not to do it.
If I have a plan for you, Brenda,
you're missing my point. Listen, just because something is possible doesn't mean that omnipotent God means it will happen.
Right.
Because the omnipotent God could choose not to do it. Therefore, although it is possible, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, the plan would be very simple. God wants you to choose what you want and have freedom to do so.
The first premise is that God has a plan.
Right.
If God has a plan, premise one, God is omnipotent. Can God fail to achieve his plan?
But his plan is just allowing you to have the freedom to decide your own.
No, he said that God had a plan for his life.
I don't know. That's kind of.
How could you possibly fail to follow God's plan if God is omnipotent?
But the only plan is
happen?
The only thing you're following is God's ability to choose your own destiny, right?
Well, he's omnipotent.
No, not necessarily. It depends if you can look at it that way, but that's not how a lot of Christians describe it.
Right, I get that, but they're not mutually exclusive, as Brenda's making it out to be. You could definitely have an omnipotent being and say, okay, he has a plan for everybody. Whether you follow that plan or not, he's allowing for that. He says you don't have to, but this is what I'd like you to do, like just like any other parent. But doesn't mean you have to. But that doesn't violate his omnipotency if you don't follow it, right?
Yeah, it would.
How?
Because that would mean that God's plan failed. How can God's plan fail?
Because his plan.
Because God may have multiple plans for you.
Yeah, he has an infinite amount of plans.
I mean, this is what you don't know.
I think that simply shows, the problem with the idea of omnipotence, really. Because I don't know, it seems straightforward to me. If God has an objective, he has a plan for my life, and he's omnipotent and omniscient, how could it possibly happen that I would fail to follow his plan. I don't see how that's possible.
Yeah, perhaps this is my plan. Maybe I'm supposed to be a
I was
vessel of
gonna mention
destruction
that,
that's
perhaps.
forever, that's forever has a vendetta against people like Antonio and G-Man and them.
Possible.
Oh, they're idiots.
Possible. But I mean,
Perhaps-
I
perhaps
got to
most-
cite a hog tie
hold
a
on,
little bit here.
Steve.
I think it's odd that you're a mesotheist. I think it's odd for somebody to say, I believe God exists, but you know what? God's a piece of shit, and I don't want to worship him. I get that. I think people are like, okay, he's done some awful things according to the Bible. But I mean, to me, if God does exist, then I have to kind of go, okay, he does know more than me. Maybe he does want something greater. Why would he create me to have me go, God, you're a piece of shit? That would not make that much sense to me for having a being that would do that.
Yeah, and it certainly would depend on the person's.
For other people that do worship this god, and then they end up having really crappy lives, basically.
But lives are temporary, right? We're talking about more of the, what happens eternally.
Exactly, and that's the thing. The thing is, I still have 50 or something odd years to live on this planet, and I know that might be a little bit different compared to eternity. But since, again, there is an agnostic part of me that kind of goes, well, we don't even know if this eternity is even going to be an eternity. It's like, I want to live the best life I can right now. Thank you very much.
Well, you know what,
So,
Thaddeus, this is what worries me. This is what worries me, Thaddeus. If other people want to speak first, go ahead, because what I'm going to say is going to take a little bit of time.
Go.
Okay, I have a quick question for him.
Go ahead, yeah.
For clarification. Thaddeus, you said you believe in the biblical God. Was that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so how would you reconcile that the Bible says that God is a good God when you think he's not?
well, maybe it's good in the sense relative to him. Okay? Now, in my opinion, anybody being that wants to send people to an eternity of torture for simply not believing or following the rules, that's basically being a jerk in my book. Now, again, I understand that's not his book.
A bit more than a jerk.
So then to clarify, you more or less would say the God of the Bible is real, and when he says he's good, he's being honest, but he's actually being honest in the same way a narcissist would be honest.
Pretty much. I mean, it's his universe. Whatever he calls good, he can call good, I guess.
So you prefer Lemma.
No, he can't actually, though. But right?
Well,
I mean, that
he's
you understand that.
He made it. He can call anything he wants.
He made it.
No, he can't.
Yeah.
Omnipotence can't make triangles have four sides.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just going to drop out at this point. Because
that's not what omnipotence really means, Brenda. I mean, we've already discussed the fact
this is just
omnipotence has to do with his ability to do something that's actually within his nature, right? I don't think it's a good argument. This is kind of like your pie argument. It's a bad argument. You cannot say God is not omnipotent because he can create a square circle. That's not what they mean by omnipotence in the Christian sense.
Yeah.
Well, that's what some mean.
I've never had any.
Go and watch Ozzy's argument against that one.
Yeah. Well, I understand that it's bad. I understand it's bad.
I'm sorry. We're trying to get to we're trying to understand somebody's position here.
And I would say it's a fairly unique. Yeah, it's an unusual position too. And not academic, I would say. It's interesting.
Non-standard.
I never just be the academic type. Half you people out here that are discussing stuff like ATP synthase, half the time listening to stuff, I'm like, I just zone out. I have no clue what you're talking about. Look, I'm probably closer to I guess I'm like one of the closest things you'll probably get to a layman that likes to do these kind of hangout things.
Well, then the simple question is, why do you believe things that you hear?
I don't just believe everything I hear. I believe what I think actually seems, legit.
Well, you believe in these ghost stories. You believe in these Ouija board events. You believe in videos where there's demons.
I don't believe in every single one. If there's no other possible explanation,
that's the God of the Gaps argument.
But you said you did.
Can Hogtie finish this train of thought? Because I mean, Hogtie was going to suss this out, and I kind of really want to go down that route.
Yeah, I'm going to drop out because this is just leaving a really bad taste in my mouth.
I hear it. Thank you, Fiona, though. But yeah,
okay. I had actually wanted. Yeah.
Wow, that could actually offend people.
Well,
yeah, I don't know if that was. I'm not sure where that. What do you think that was, Stephen?
It was Brenda.
Well, actually,
misunderstanding what omnipotence means in the Christian thing and trying to appropriate it.
Oh, okay.
And saying,
Hey, can I just clarify something?
Well, hang on. Christians don't think that way.
Well,
I've never met a Christian that actually uses the term omnipotence in that other way, right? It's just, So I don't want to strong.
Well, I wanted to address Thaddeus's point about the years left in the world and about sort of what to do with those years. And I'd started by saying that this is the thing that really sort of concerns me, and I'll say concerns me, sort of hurts my heart to hear that sort of a thing. What you're describing about your position and your existence, Thaddeus, that to believe in a God, and again, that's a whole separate discussion. As we all know, personal evidence, whatever you want to call it. I mean, we come to different opinions through different means, and we all sort of learn to live with each other. This is an ongoing discussion. But to me, the most amazing part is to identify God as something, as a real feature, and this is a conscious feature too. This is a God who's thinking and has these opinions and ideas, and then you come to hate that God as best as you can understand him. And then you use this phrase about, well, look, this is the circumstances I'm in, and what I'm going to be here for, what did you say, 60 or 70 more years, and that worries me, Thaddeus, because you're approaching your life. I mean, for however many years any of us have left, and I'll tell you, I'm a little more contemplative about this because, as John Mellencamp said, that there's a point in your life when you realize there are more days. How does it go? More days. There are less days in front of this horse than riding in back of the cart. And, that we are only here for so long. And you kind of come into these hangouts almost proud, like it's part of your identity, that you're going to be on this earth and living in this pain and dealing with these past experiences. And you identify, depression and anxiety. And I'm hopefully not misreading. I don't think you're saying that you think every moment of your life is misery and terror, but you're saying that no, it's a blend. It's a blend.
Saying.
Yeah, it's a blend. But you're saying that your life could be better. Yeah. Maybe that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, your life could be better. I'm sure you have some great moments, but I want to tell you, just sort of honestly, person to person, that it worries me that you identify that this is a problem, that you deal with depression, you deal with anxiety. You carry with you past experiences that a person ought not to have been put through, and that's not fair. It's not your fault. There's no reason why you should have to bear those memories, and why you should disagree. Okay, well, that's a separate issue then. Maybe I shouldn't go to the issue about fault, but the point is about when you get up in the morning, what is your day going to be like? When you plan out, what is your life going to be like 5 years from now and 10 years from now? How are you going to be as an older adult? And you see these things sort of downhearted, and that bothers me to hear that. And I think what bothers me more, I think we all feel like our lives could be better, and you've identified specific ways that your life isn't good and it could be better. But then I kind of hear you say that, well, this is part of my identity. This is part of who I am. Just like if a black person came in the room and said, well, I'm African American, I have pride in my race and my culture, I have pride in my heritage, or somebody who's Polish says I have pride in my nationality, whatever. You come in and you almost seem to have pride in the misery that comes in your life. So what I want to make a suggestion to you, and it's going to sound especially weird, but I think you should ask yourself, as Dr. Phil would say, how's that working for you? And second, I think that you really need to think hard about getting right with God. And it may seem odd coming from me. Just let me explain what I mean by that. People, I've made this observation before because people used to ask how I could possibly be friends with Nephilim Free, and the reason is because I understand Nephilim Free's God. I believe, like when Nephilim Free talks about God, or any of these guys talk about God, I would go to Nephilim Free because he was sort of the first person I'd identified this with these words, and that was that I do believe that Nephilim Free's God exists. Describe this God. Pardon me, Brenda. The echo is just maddening. I believe that Nephilim Free's God exists. Now, Nephilim Free believes that God lives in his heart, and I believe that God lives in Nephilim Free's head. Right. So, part of what God is, however you believe God is, God, in some ways, for people dealing with issues in their lives, God is part of reality, and something in your mind. There's a companion. There's a way of you coming to understand your existence, to understand and develop a sense of purpose, and there's something in you, in your relationship with God, whether you believe God to be real or not. You and I obviously take different view on that. That sort of speaks to what you want from your life. And it sounds to me like what you want from your life right now is to persist in misery.
I think
And
you're really misinterpreting where I'm coming from, but
all right, well, go ahead and take another run at it. But I want to express, at least accept that as a
I get
statement.
what you're saying too.
I want you to reevaluate whether or not you enjoy the difficulties you have in your life as part of your identity and part of your existence.
No, I get what you're saying. Thing is, when it comes to this faith stuff, and I don't want to really diss you guys, but Google Hangouts is not my whole life, okay? Like, I don't go on here very consistently like a lot of people do. You know, I took like a huge break from it before. And like when it comes to these faith discussions and all that, it's like it's not like it's such a big, piece of my life to the point where it's like I feel like it really, it really, really, really matters what my theological like position in that is, to the point where it's like I really think about it and like this defines me as a person. Like I'll say my misotheism is a very, very small part of who I am as a person. Like those who know me probably don't even know that I'm a misotheist. It's not like I just go up to people and say, hey, everybody, what's going on? Hey, what's going on? What's up with you, man? So yeah, I hate God.
I hate Jesus.
Sorry, I got to interrupt you because no, but that is part. I got to interrupt you because part of what you're saying now, you're not. I mean, I get your point, and I agree with you that Hangouts is actually a small part of our lives. Some of the things you're saying now, I'm taking as you're not really addressing the concern that I'm raising, and you're sort of saying things to avoid what I'm saying, and there's probably a good reason for that. But I'm agreeing with you. Hangouts is a very small part of our lives, but there's an interesting feature to Hangouts. It's just occurred to me a couple days ago. In an unusual way, we can actually be more honest to our characters. Where, when I go to work, there's things that we'll talk about in this room that I won't talk about with people that I work with, right? Because they'll think I'm weird, right? And I'm a little more honest with my wife and my extended, less so with my extended family, But you know what I mean? There's a feature here that, I mean, in a way, the Hogtie Champ character draws upon real features of my real personality, my real interests, my real attitudes in dealing with people, that when I go to work, I have to put on a different mask. I have to be that guy that is appropriate that way in work. So I appreciate your point. You're right that the Hangouts is just a small part of it. This isn't all of who you are. But I'm saying in a way that when you come in here and you speak about your experiences and about your day-to-day life experiences of what it's like being you're this Thaddeus character. But I think the things that you're saying in here speak to some part of what your real existence is like. And that's what I'm trying to address, is to say, I just think you need to ask yourself, how are things really going? And is this how you want it to be? Do you want things to be different? And where where the Christians or the evangelicals at least will tell you, you need to get right with God. I'm saying you really should take that to heart.
I think
whether
what's
it means
going on
being
with
right with
you
the
right
real
now
God.
is just temporary. Like, if you want to know what's going on, it's basically like I make music and like write stuff for like TV and that. That's like those two careers I want to get into. And I'm very passionate about that stuff. And a lot of what's coming from, what of the pain that comes from, religion and all that is I feel like, my religion, if you will, the one that I used to follow, is that a lot of my interests in that go directly against what they preach. Certain things you're not supposed to do because it's a sin and all this other stuff. So it's like it kind of sucks that the creator of the universe has to be against the kind of stuff that I like to do, that I enjoy. So therefore, when it comes to saying, are you trying to live a life of misery? Everyone's like, no, I'm not. I'm just being honest about how I feel. And hopefully, when I get this album of mine done, which I've been working on, and I want to give out copies to people that are in my everyday life, things can improve from there. And I don't think the whole misotheism thing will be like that much of a problem.
Okay.
Like me labeling myself as a misotheist doesn't mean that I approach everything with this extreme misotheism mindset.
Okay, well, you know what? My next thought here is, oh fuck, you're an artist. I didn't realize that. That explains a lot.
Yeah, he's on the correct career path for that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then wallow in your misery because it actually helps your art. Express yourself through your music. Well, and I say that tongue in cheek. You know what I mean? Well, you know what?
I understand.
Let me end it on this.
Some of the best songs have been some of the sad songs.
I appreciate that people gave me the chance to sort of express what was really a heartfelt sentiment for me. I want to see you do well. If it means that you can channel the diverse mixture of emotions that we all go through into your art, into your music, and you can express it that way, then that's great. That's delightful. I know when I was writing music, it was an incredibly good outlet. I found drugs very helpful at that point, but now that I have kids, I find that both drugs and music I don't really have time for anymore, and I miss it. I think I meant music when I said that.
But if you can,
I miss them drugs.
Time for the drugs.
Don't we all?
Hogtie is Jonesing.
I'm jonesing for the music most. I really do miss it. So I mean, that's great. I just really want to wish you well. I mean, I want you to, if you can come to find out where, like, how to really embrace the human emotional experience and do it in a way that isn't misery, to really enjoy the journey. And if that means coming to peace with a God that you really believe to exist, then that's great. If that means that you come to recognize that the particular biblical presentation of that God is something that is so inconsistent with reality to be determined with great justification to simply not be true, you'll find peace in that too. I don't want to encourage you to shed your belief in that, but it just, I'm just a guy just saying, like, I don't get what's the point of believing in something that you then choose to hate. That's all.
I understand.
Okay,
And again, I think this goes back to
I want to concur with him on that, by the way. I agree with you, Hogtie.
I was going to say that also, especially now that you know that I'm a musician and all that. I mean, I use all different type of emotions and that from my human experience to write all different types of songs. Don't think it's all gloom and doom with me, because those are the people that hang out with me in real life. No, that's not the case. I mean, I'm a pretty fun guy to be around. And I'm still pretty young. There's not too much to be too depressed about, right? You know?
Well,
I still stay up way past curfew, so to say.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And I get what Hogtie is saying. I think he's making some pretty good points. And like, I feel like, you know, I don't want people to seem like, when it comes to the whole misotheism thing, that it's not like I just choose that label just to, like, you know, you're saying you're baffled. Why would you choose that? And then basically choose to hate this deity. Like, it's not like that. It's just me trying to say, me being honest with myself about what it is I believe, because I guess I could still keep on calling myself a very moderate backsliding Christian. But at that point, it's like, okay, what's the point of even labeling myself as a Christian anymore if I have so many problems with this God?
Well, see, I like your position, and I don't agree with it. I think it's kind of a weird position, and but whatever. But I find it interesting about it is that I don't think people like G-Man know how to handle it. I don't know how they would even deal with it, because, again, you're not an atheist.
That's the fun part.
Because you're an atheist, you know, and you hate God. And how do they reconcile that? They can't say, well, you're just an atheistic mesotheist because you hate God.
Yeah.
You're like, no, I hate God because I hate God. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
So I would really like to have you. I would listen to that discussion with you and G-Man on that.
Yes, that's why I want to have this
I think your position's absurd, to be honest with you. I do, but still, I at least can say, okay, I don't know how to do that.
I think these hangouts are a way of kind of hyping myself up for that. Once I have that debate with G-Man, I'm probably not going to be doing these hangouts as often, because I do want to focus more on my creative projects then. I mean, if you go to my other YouTube channel called Young Trillium, you'll know, like, I do music and stuff like that. So
G-Man is a narcissist. You're not going to get anywhere with him.
What are you talking about? We almost got a debate. We almost got a date planned. As far as like a debate.
Yeah, it'll be. Go ahead. Lemur.
So that was.
Yeah, hey Lemur. By the way, but Lemur hasn't had a chance to say anything. Lemur hasn't been around for a while. Hey, buddy.
How's it going? Hey, I'm going to throw a box of spanners into the room just to liven things up a little
Good.
bit. First of all, I'm not completely sure that Steve believes that the God that Thaddeus believes in is a god. Steve, don't you believe that a thing is only a god if it's benevolent?
No, not at all.
No? Okay, I thought I heard
you
you
can have a
like
malevolent god. Why not? Sure.
That's all right. I thought at some stage you argued that.
No, I would advocate that as I read the Bible, that God, I don't think people have hypothesized.
Like, I don't know, like maybe I was made
God,
maybe I made a little bit of a mistake, because this is a reason why I hate labels so much, because as soon as I labeled myself a misotheist, Hogtie was able to say, well, you know, the whole thing about my life being all doom and gloom and misery and all, it's like, it's not like that. Like, sure, I do deal with depression and anxiety, but it's like, there are definitely times where I'm able to hang out with friends and have fun and all that. And, you know, I'm meeting new people quite consistently, and that's been making my life, you know, better. And this is why I don't like the whole labels thing, because as soon as I put a label on myself, it's like, this is what becomes my identity, and like everything I do revolves around this and all this stuff. And it comes for any kind of label anybody gives themselves. But since people like labels so much, it's like I might as well give myself some sort of label so that you kind of know what box to put me into. But to be honest, it's like I don't even know if I even have a label, right?
Oh, look, I completely believe that you can have live a good life whilst believing that there's a mini god who made the universe. It's sort of like playing the violin on the deck of the Titanic as the water sort of comes in uncaring. You know, it's quite possible to still have a good life and believe such things. I think.
Yeah, I don't give a shit what people's theological position is. If you believe in God, don't believe in God, doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I
only
understand
care about when they're dishonest about some of the beliefs. You know, when we talk about the Congress posse, I don't care that they believe in God. That's not my thing. But they're lying. Okay. That's what I care about. They're bad science. That's what I care about. Right?
I'll try another spanner, because that spanner didn't clong anyone quite as hard as I'd hoped then. Okay, so
I just have a question here for Lemur first. If you're going to play the violin on the deck of the Titanic while it's sinking, are you going to be playing Handel's Water Music Suite?
One would hope, if one had any sense of irony. Okay, so Brenda was arguing for things which one only knows by personal experience are not really fitting the definition of knowledge, and she got jumped on a little bit for that. But I think Brenda has a definition of knowledge which is a little bit different from the rest of you. So I'd just like to hear a clarification of that, Brenda.
Well, just like there's no such thing as private language, I don't think there's such a thing as private knowledge. You don't know something. You can't. Subjectivity or subjective feelings are not knowledge. They're just feelings.
And I disagree. I think I go by what's called reliable true belief. And I believe that if we can rely on something and it's factual, because all knowledge is a subset of belief. If we believe something to be true, it is true, and we can rely upon it, then under the reliable theory of truth, it is considered to be knowledge. That's what I subscribe to.
So under reliable true belief, something can actually stop being knowledge if we discover that what we thought was reliable was in fact not reliable.
I can see both Steve's and Brenda's point of view on that.
Yeah, it depends on what theory of knowledge you want to go by. There's reliable true belief. There's justified true belief. Deflationary?
They both make
correspondence theory of knowledge, deflation theory of knowledge. There's a whole bunch of different things you can ascribe to. So
yeah.
Okay, so I have a little box, and in my little box is a beetle. I've never opened the box and looked at the beetle, but I know that there's a beetle in my box. And I tell everybody else that there's a beetle in my box. Do I know that there's a beetle in my box?
No.
If you don't, maybe.
Well, no. This goes. We're all familiar with the Getty ear problems and kind of.
Oh, great! It's the Schrodinger's beetle problem.
You know, Schrodinger's beetle. No, you don't know. Right? That's not knowledge to me.
That's what subjective experience is like.
Brenda, why? Brenda, I'll answer whether I think it's knowledge, or you'll answer me. Was your belief in the beetle being in the box caused by a beetle in the box?
No, I just believe that there's a beetle in the box.
See, my thing is this. If you believe there's a beetle in the box and you open up and there's a beetle in the box, that doesn't mean you knew. That's not knowledge. You happen to be right, but that's not knowledge. Okay? That's the whole problem.
That's just guessing.
That's just guessing. That's the whole problem what it means to have knowledge in the Getty ear problems, right? What does it mean to have knowledge? If I say, hey, look, I predict it's going to rain tomorrow, right? And it rains tomorrow, I didn't know it was going to rain tomorrow. I had no knowledge of that. I had a belief that it happened to be correct, but I had no knowledge. Now, if I had a time machine that I can look in the future and I go, oh, look at this, my machine shows me tomorrow it's going to rain, and I've just worked before. Every time that it's showing me it's going to rain, I'm relying upon that. That's knowledge.
Oh, look, the Weather Channel said something.
Yeah,
Stevie, but they have a model. That's knowledge. If the Weather Channel has a model that's been predictive, that says, okay, based upon other things of this nature, we have a huge storm front coming in off the coast. I will predict tomorrow that storm front, because it's moving in that direction, is going to hit the
But that's
coast.
all
That's
public.
knowledge.
That's all public knowledge. I'm
That's
talking
knowledge.
about. I'm trying to explain the point of view of the personal subjectivity, and a variation of what I just said would be when I look out and I see things that are red, I say that they're red, but are they red? Am I seeing them
We
as
all
red?
look at them. We all see them. We look at let's say it's a traffic light.
Wow.
The top light's the red light. We all look at the traffic light. We all agree the top one's the red one. Doesn't matter how we all see red. The top light is the red light.
But this is related. This is related. This is related to the beetle in the box.
Well, I've said this
This is
numerous
taken
times. I don't think
directly from Wittgenstein.
I don't think we all see red the same way, and I've said this. At this moment, and I could be changed my mind on it, but at this moment, I don't think red exists. I think red is a phenomenon that exists in our brain, but without any kind of ability. If the universe consisted of no living being, red would not exist. Colors would not exist.
Colors don't exist. I totally agree with that. That's all.
Really?
I'm a qualified
No, I thought nobody's believing me on that.
I've been saying it for years. Yep.
Wow.
Color does not exist in the real world.
Wait a second. I'm a qualified
But I want to
paint
ask Brenda a
inspector,
question.
and I can measure whether red exists.
Someone who does art.
Hang on. We talked too many people talking. What about wavelengths? What? Go ahead. Because we can measure wavelengths, sure, but that's a quantitative thing. We're all agreeing. Hey, look, if this photon is at this frequency or wavelength, yes, we're going to call that the color red. But our subjective experience of what we're experiencing as red is only a phenomenon that exists in our brain.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Do fluorescent colors exist?
Same thing. Color.
No, it's not. No, it's not, because fluorescent colors are fluorescent because of something in your eyes, not in your brain.
But the brain is processing it. What the hue we're seeing, what you want.
Yeah, but the brain doesn't just process things without there being any sort of input.
You're missing the point, guys.
Well, I do have a question for Brenda.
Because I'm happy understands.
Brenda's trying to make a point about public and private knowledge, and I just want to ask a question, try to get at that. So let's say I'm out golfing one day, and let's, for the context of the example here, I'm forming beliefs based on reliable things. I'm not on drugs or have delusions or whatever. I'm just a normal person, and I have beliefs about the world. So I drove my car to the golf club, and I know that I drove my car there because I have reliable sensory and rational faculties, let's say. So while I'm golfing alone, I do strike a hole in one on a par 5 hole, and that's an amazing event. And I watched it. I would, my vision's good enough. Boom, off it goes, and then I watch it dunk, 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 and I think I see it drop in the cup. I go over and I look, I reach in the cup, and sure enough, there's the ball that I was using. So that's the experience that I have. Now, is it fair to? So it is. I form the belief. I hold the belief. Here's the statement. I hit a hole in one. I believe that proposition to be true. Is that belief an example of knowledge? Brenda?
Yes, it is, and that's what Steve is missing.
Brenda.
Steve, unless a machine tells you it's not knowledge. Steve, that's kind of a dumb opinion on that.
What do you mean?
What hog tie is golf
mean?
gnomes. You run out and put the ball in the hole.
Hang on.
Brenda.
He's not that good of a golfer.
Hang on. What do we mean by that? Go ahead and ask that question again. Hog tie.
I'm saying, okay, is it knowledge? And I'm really curious about, because Brenda's making a point about private versus public knowledge, and I'm trying to get at that issue. So, but I said, so that single question then is, if I see these events, so I hit the ball, it appears to go in the hole, I walk over, I pick up the ball out of the cup, and I know that that's my ball. I see the same number on the ball. There's no other ball around. All these things add up to me now holding the belief in the truth of this proposition. I hit a hole in one. Is that knowledge? Is that
under
belief?
RTV, that would be knowledge. Now, you don't know. There could have been an alien that came down and moved the ball, unbeknownst to you, right?
Well, no, not that I don't know. See, you said it is knowledge, and then you said, but you don't know.
Well,
you very accidentally.
It's
you change the knowledge.
No. It's knowledge. It's knowledge because you can rely upon it. There's no way for you to ever conceptualize every possibility of what could happen, right? If you hit that ball and you go and you pick it out of the hole and you hit only one thing, there could have been the possibility of aliens came down, took the little ball out, moved it over, and put it in the hole. Right?
But Steve, you said you said you consider it knowledge if a machine says it. But
I
guess
never
what?
mentioned
A
the word
machine is
machine.
designed.
Hold on.
Hang on, I never
So far.
said the word machine, so I don't know who you're attributing that to.
Just to be careful here, because you said yes, it is knowledge.
Conversation's gone downhill.
I know you said yes, and again, I really want Brenda's.
Yes.
I want Brenda's answer.
Oh, sorry.
You said it is knowledge, and then a second, without even drawing a breath, you said, but you don't know because it could be aliens. Well, either it is knowledge or I don't know.
No,
it can't be
you're not. Okay, I know what I'm saying, but you're not listening to me, Hogtie.
There's
There's a possibility. Forget the word "don't know" or the phrase. There's a possibility that aliens came down and changed it. Right? There's that possibility. But that doesn't mean you cannot rely upon it. That's what reliable true belief is. You're relying upon what you understand. You hit the ball. It went in there. You can basically have a justified. In this case, I hate to use the word justified because it was justified for true belief. But you can rely upon the fact that you hit a hole in one.
And let's say for the sake
theory of knowledge, it's knowledge.
Okay, and let's just say for clarity that I actually did hit that. In truth, I hit a hole in one. Okay, so then the question is whether or not it's knowledge. And I think what you're saying when you said, well, you don't know, I think what you meant to say was, well, you shouldn't be certain. And let's say I am certain, I'm 100% confident that I hit a hole in one based on all this evidence that's there, based on me using reliable sensory and rational faculties. I'm really, really confident in this belief. Now, is it justified certainty? Well, no, because there are other logically existing possibilities that it could have been aliens or it could have been whatever else that had happened.
No, but that's not logical. That's not a logical explanation.
Okay, first of all, it has nothing to do with logic.
I apologize in advance for turning the conversation into crap.
Yeah, possible.
No, I think it's actually interesting.
That was Brenda.
It's logical. A possible explanation.
But it came from me.
Aliens is a possible explanation, and of course, it is. It has nothing to do with logic. It's possible. It's logically possible because there's nothing impossible about it.
I would consider it not a possibility because it didn't happen. He saw the ball go in.
But that's not logic. Would be saying, well, aliens caused it to happen and didn't cause it to happen at the same time. That would be a logical impossibility.
Well, if I were, what I'm saying, what I'm agreeing with is, if I were 100% confident, my confidence itself would be unjustified because there are other explanations. But the fact that I hold the belief, the fact that I even hold the belief provisionally, like if I went and I told somebody I got a hole in one today, and they'd say, "Do you really believe you have a hole in one?" I say, "Yes, I believe I had a hole in one. In fact, I know that I got a hole in one." Right? I have a justified belief that it's a hole in one. And I'm asking the question then, is that knowledge? And in particular, I want to know from Brenda, is it knowledge? Because the thing I'm trying to get at here is I have everything that adds up to, so I actually did hit a hole in one. In truth, I hit a hole in one. And all these things that happen, all the things that I sensed and I thought about rationally have led me to the belief that I have a hole in one. And that's a justified true belief. And specifically justified by the application of a reliable belief-forming mechanism. So I think any epistemologist would come in and say, yes, that would qualify as knowledge. But I'm asking Brenda because the unique thing about this example that I'm using is the fact that it is a belief that I hold that happens to be a true belief, and it happens to be a true belief formed by a justification from a reliable blah, blah, blah. But it's also a belief about something that I can't impart onto other people. If I came into this room and I told you guys, by the way, the reason I keep using this example is because this actually happened to me. I actually did hit a hole in one on a par 5 hole. You guys wouldn't be justified in believing me. I cannot impart this knowledge onto other people because you can't come to believe it with proper justification. So that's what I'm asking Brenda. This is why I'm using this example. Is this knowledge? I'm the only one who holds this belief sincerely, and it's based on seeing it.
Stop talking and allow me to respond.
Well, I think I've been encouraging other people to let you go. So go ahead.
Yeah, I don't really think it qualifies as knowledge because knowledge, at least provisionally, is justified belief that is true. Justification means demonstrating to somebody else. Not to yourself, to somebody else.
That's what I was asking.
I mean, you can't.
I hope that helps. Yeah.
I don't agree
Yeah,
with that at all,
I think knowledge is public, or else it isn't, knowledge.
No, that makes no sense.
So go ahead and scold me. Go ahead and scold me for talking long, but you got to agree, Brenda, that was helpful because that helped you explain the difference you were trying to explain. You're welcome.
Yeah, so Brenda just has a really high bar for justification.
But
well, we could put it on a sliding scale, and then I would put personal subjective experiences way down there. Way down there.
I don't think knowledge has anything to do with anybody else. knowledge is your belief that happens to correspond with reality. That's true. If you want to go by something like JTB. So example, the whole kitty air problem and the coins in the pocket. Yeah, the coins in the pocket happen to be true. That's what he was wrong in his reasoning of why the person that would get the job had the specific amount of coins in his pocket. So he didn't have knowledge, even though it did correspond with reality. It was true. So, but knowledge is your own personal thing that you know something. If I say I know 2 + 2 = 4, I have a belief of that, and I also know analytically, based upon the framework of mathematics, that 2 + 2 = 4. I don't care if I'm going to impart that to anybody else. It has nothing to do. If there's no other person in the world, in the universe even, I still have that knowledge. My knowledge is not contingent upon anybody else.
Yeah, I think that's sort of, and I wonder what you think about this, Brenda. I think that you're grabbing onto an aspect of the word justified that isn't meant in the whole JTB view, and that is like a lot of times when we say that something is justified, we mean that we are able to successfully justify something in somebody else's mind. So if I went through a red light, I got caught, blowing a red light on a red light camera, and I felt that was justified or excusable or reasonable, it wouldn't matter what I felt subjectively. The only way I could get out of the ticket for doing that was to successfully make that justification to a police officer or a judge. And I could go and say, well, there was an ambulance behind me, and they could investigate that in the ambulance, and they could pull the dash cam from the ambulance, and they would say, well, that was justified.
My foot slipped.
Foot slipped, yeah. Well, you know what I mean? Like, say that I would have to, when you say, well, oh yeah, you broke that rule, but you breaking that rule was justified, and how it becomes justified is the fact that we can justify it to other people. We can successfully convince other people of justification. Yeah. I'm suggesting that is not the case for the way we use the word justified in the definition. We say justified true belief. The way, and again, epistemology comes in different flavors. I'm just saying to you, Brenda, my view of it is, as I've come to learn from some of the other people who learn more about epistemology than me, my view is that when they say justified, they mean justified because it emerged from the use of a reliable belief forming mechanism. So when I'm, and this is a weird thing about it, so when I believe that my faculties are reliable, my sensory experience is generally reliable, my rationality is generally reliable. So when I apply that mechanism to a set of circumstances and I form a belief from it, well, that's a belief that emerged from a reliable belief forming mechanism. So then it's justified. That's how I take it to mean.
That's how I do it. Mm-hmm.
I have to admit it sounds a little weird, because then couldn't any crazy person just believe that their beliefs are justified and therefore they're justified?
But they don't correspond to truth.
I struggle with that.
Right? But I do agree with you.
I don't know what that means.
Justified
this is why all this stuff is so subjective.
Justified belief means that you are justifying it's yourself. You don't have to justify to somebody else. Now, I agree with your example of like the ticket. That's a different context of the word justified. That's not how it's used in justified true belief. Justified means do you have using your reasoning ability, do you have a reasonable method of saying, okay, based upon this, am I personally justified to holding this belief as knowledge based upon this, that, and that? That's all justified means.
Well, justified true belief has huge problems,
well,
and is generally discredited today.
No. All theories of truth are incomplete. There's no one set theory of truth that works ubiquitously.
Well, yeah.
So if you want to accept JTP, that's fine. But then I accept RTP. I think it's a better form. But that doesn't mean that there's a theory of truth that works across the board. They all have problems, but you just have to accept that. Which one do you want to go with? I just think reliabilism is far more effective.
All this philosophy.
The reason I brought that up in the first place was because I wanted to challenge Thaddeus on the things that he claims that I don't think he has any justification for claiming.
Well, I don't know. Is he claiming knowledge? Okay, let's ask him.
Thaddeus,
do you claim that God exists as a knowledge claim or a belief claim?
After you went through that huge philosophical roundabout, I don't even know.
No, that wasn't what I was talking about.
By knowledge. What do you mean by knowledge?
I wasn't talking about your belief in God.
Well, I'm curious though. I mean, there's a difference between saying I believe in God and I know God to exist. There's a huge difference. A burden of justification for a knowledge claim is much higher than a belief claim, right? If I say I believe in God and I give you a reason why I believe in God, such as, oh, well, I believed I was visited by angels. Okay, let's go
I
down
can
that
only
path.
answer your question if you give me what definition of knowledge I'm supposed to be using.
That you believe with certitude that God exists because you have firsthand evidence, of His existence, knowledge. You can know, you can demonstrate to yourself, reasonably speaking, that God exists. Like the aliens, when what was her name? Sally Field? Sally Field in Contact. She knew aliens existed. She knew that she was taken away. She had knowledge of it. She couldn't demonstrate to anybody else, but she had personal knowledge of it. That's her knowledge.
No,
she knew it
I
to be
don't have
true.
knowledge.
Okay, that's all I'm curious.
Not your definition.
Steve,
Okay.
why is certitude part of the definition of knowledge?
Well, because
Steve.
it was two parts of knowledge. One has to be believed.
Well, I think
And
and
the other part
that
has to
makes
be
sense
true.
because if you look at the root word of knowledge, and that means if you know something, that means you know it to be true.
Yeah, if
and
you
by
don't know
that
something to be
definition,
true,
I
do you
don't
really have
know
knowledge on it? You
that
can't. You
God
have to be
exists.
certain. That,
Steve, don't be afraid of faith. Don't be afraid to believe in Christianity.
Well, what version?
The real.
By the way, it was Jodie Foster, not
Jodie
Sally
Foster. You're right. I'm
Field.
sorry, Sally.
Get yourself a
They're
King
both
James
great actresses.
Bible, and then you can learn the truth, and then you can have knowledge.
Well, the problem I run into.
What's wrong with my NLT?
I don't. Okay, when it comes
NLT
to my
is no good
when it comes to my
Wait,
Gnosticism.
why is NLT not good?
because the translations are all botched up.
Well, how are they all botched up exactly? Seems to do the same job to me. I mean, King James might have problems too because it was through King James. Who knows what he changed?
He edited a lot.
Quite a bit.
But
No,
yeah,
it's
quite a
good.
bit. But here's the thing: in my Gnosticism, I haven't made the claim that you cannot know or not know God's existence. That is a type of Gnosticism. I don't adhere to that one. Okay, I think that would fall probably more along the Huxleyan. But I personally don't think that you could have knowledge. But I don't know. I'm open to people discussing that, whether you can know something about God's existence. I think maybe you could know one way or another. However, I don't think that there's anybody on this planet that knows right now one way or another if God exists.
Yeah,
That's
but
my
I
belief.
wasn't
That's not
even
my knowledge
asking
claim, but that's my belief that there's not a single person on this planet right now that can say, you know what, I know God exists, and they actually have that knowledge.
I wasn't even asking him about his belief in God. I was noticing how he seemed to, you, Thaddeus, seemed to cite you seem to accept out of hand accounts as true for which you don't seem to have any reason to believe they're true. So you accept out of hand accounts of Ouija boards and some of the other things that you listed as being accurately described accounts of what actually happened, when in fact you don't know that. You simply accept the account as it's given. Like, for instance, that incantations can dispel demons, and you just accept that, and that was what I had a problem with.
And she might have a point on that one, because I think that may not be a reasonable justification for her to believe in that. You know, I mean, you still need to have a reasonable justification for your beliefs. Right?
No, Steve, I do believe you. I mean, I agree with you that it requires faith. And now maybe there's someone who knows because they've actually seen an angel or something like that, but that's not me. It's about faith. But I don't think that means it's not true.
I'm not saying that it is. I have no problem with faith. Faith has never been any of my question. What I get a problem with is when I have people of faith using misinformation to promote their faith, such as the Clown Car Posse and TrueEmpiricism. G-Man, they use misinformation to promote their faith. That's when I draw the line and say, you know what? Your faith is bullshit.
But see, I think on the other, there's another.
I'm not from their ilk. You don't seem to video that says
Okay, you got two people
ghosts
talking at
exist.
once.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think there's another flip coin of that. And when you hardcore atheists speak out against
Well, hey,
it,
wait. I'm not an atheist. And I don't know
Oh,
any
close
hardcore.
enough.
He's an agnostic.
Yeah, and I would even venture guess. I mean, unless they want to label themselves as such, I don't know what you mean by hardcore atheist.
well, by the thing, but you always
Hardcore skeptic.
you always promote how science proves that.
No,
religion-
I do not. I've never used the
Well,
word
let
science
him-
to prove.
Yeah, let me finish.
Fine.
I would just say that the other side of
Different person, dude.
I would say that the other side of the coin is that you're putting faith in your science, and you're just believing what it says. You don't have a true account either.
Okay, no, I do not put faith in science except for the
No.
we can rely on something. You're using these words and you're using them all over the board, right? First of all, I have never used the word science and proof together. I actually tell people do not say things are scientifically proven because they're not. Now, as far as the faith, yes, I have faith that certain things will happen if I drop something. It'll fall to the ground. That's, if you want to call that faith, sure. That's, I can rely upon that, right? That's if I say, hey, I have faith that Fiona's going to tell me the truth in something, that's fine. But faith, when it comes to religious beliefs, that's not the same thing. That's for things that are unseen, right? Faith is, even by Christian's definition, is the belief in things that are unseen, right? Right?
Yeah, and I'd like to jump in on the faith thing, because and it's by the way something that Arn and I disagree on quite a bit, and I kind of take his advice to heart. But I mean, the way we use the word faith is, again, like so many other words, it means different things. In most of the time, it means the same thing as confidence, right? And we always use as an example the chair I'm sitting in right now. When I sat down here, I had faith that this chair was going to hold me up, right? And I'm always right about it. Every time I sit in this chair, my faith is well placed. It always holds me up. And of course, there will be one time that I'm wrong about it, and the chair will finally give out, and off it'll go. But other than that, I mean, my faith, my confidence in the chair is well placed. In the context of these discussions, though, when we talk about faith, we really mean supernatural faith. And quite often, we even use the term faith to mean something that guides a belief in something in the absence of evidence, or even in spite of evidence to the contrary. Well, have faith anyway. And what you had just said there, I believe it was Prepper, that to me that's a classic equivocation fallacy that comes about, that I'm really uncomfortable with it when people say, well, I'm a person of faith, I have faith in God, I have faith. And I'm not saying you say these things, I'm just saying this is what I hear quite a bit. I don't know you well enough to know your position on this, so don't let me put words in your mouth. But people say, well, I have faith in God, I have faith in Jesus, I have faith in the Bible as being a true account of God's intended message for us. And you say, well, how can you prove those things? Well, I can't really prove those things. It's a matter of faith. But you, Hogtie, you have faith in science. Well, on the one hand, I have to say, yes, I have faith in science. Yes, I have faith in scientists. Yes, I have faith in what the media tells me over the TV and through the internet. But that's different. That's confidence. That is confidence that is established by, it's evidence-based. But it is an evidence-based faith.
But so is faith in Christianity for many people. It's evidence-based, just like you described the science on TV.
Well, sure. Well, then, okay. When somebody, okay, that's a different discussion. When somebody comes up with that, and that sort of leads to a discussion about the nature of the evidence. But yes, I do know that there are believers who will come and say, well, I don't just believe it on blind faith. I mean, we have that phrase, blind faith. They say, well, it's not. We're taught to have faith, whether or not the evidence is there. But conveniently, the evidence is there. And yes, of course, that can then lead to a discussion of the evidence. So just as an example, I'm not trying to derail us into this topic. I've been told things like, well, one bit of evidence is that there was 500 witnesses. We have 500 eyewitnesses to Jesus' resurrection. And then I'll point out, actually, no, we don't have
I've been told that.
Yeah, we don't have any eyewitnesses to Jesus' resurrection. We have an account of there having been 500 witnesses to it. Right. But we don't know who those witnesses are. We don't have any statements from those witnesses. I could tell you that I hit a hole in one and 500 people saw me do it. Well, you would say, well, that's great. That gives me a path of investigation. I can go interview those witnesses, or if some of those are dead, I can look at their diaries or see what YouTube videos they put up where they discussed having seen you hit a hole in one. Oh, but it turns out none of those people actually exist.
So even if they did say something, maybe none of them actually recorded the actual event happening.
Sure, but we could
500 witnesses. Because I think my dad or whatever likes to use that argument, and just like, okay, so even if they do have diaries written down, we still don't have any like physical evidence of what they're saying.
Well, sure, but it is still testimonial evidence, right? I mean, this is how courtrooms.
And a testimonial evidence is basically garbage, right? Because I
no. It has its value.
It's just a different form of evaluation. That's all.
You're talking about massive amounts of time have passed.
There's still people who believe in Zeus. There's still people who believe in Vishnu. And okay, so time is not a relevant thing, but I think the Hogtie was spot on when he said, and people kind of overlooked it, but he said, when they start believing things that are contrary to reality, faith is then therefore invalid, in my opinion, at that point.
Yeah.
When you start believing things that are contrary to reality, like saying the Earth is 7,000 years old or evolution doesn't happen, you are no longer dealing with reality.
Flat.
Yeah, the world's flat. You are no longer dealing with reality, and your faith is irrelevant to me.
Yeah, and my main point there was about the equivocation fallacy, the sort of switcheroo that happens with the word faith. That when somebody says, well, look, it doesn't matter what, I have faith in God. The evidence isn't important to me. I mean, conveniently, there is some evidence that's consistent with a God belief, but even that's not important. I just have faith. Evidence be damned. Oh, and by the way, Hogtie, you also have faith in science. You have faith in what the weatherman says. That single statement is the thing that I point to as being a switcheroo that is harmful to the conversation, because I would say that you're using the word faith in two very different senses. My faith in what I hear
It's
from the
harmful
weatherman
to
is
your
based on my
conversation.
evidence.
It's harmful to your conversation that God doesn't exist, but it's not harmful to the truth, which is that it does.
Well, that's an
What?
assertion. You're just
What?
asserting God
I didn't
exists.
understand.
That made no sense because you're just asserting God exists. There's nothing harmful to it.
You
If
put
he
more
is,
blind faith in things like black holes and
well, we
the
know
Big
black
Bang.
holes exist. That's not blind faith. There's evidence for that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
they have like
hang
these
on,
scientific
hang on.
instruments that to
Hang
measure this
on.
kind of thing.
Why do people start interrupting people? Let's not talk over each other. Listen, I don't know why you say things like blind faith. Blind faith, I don't understand. I don't think you know the definition of. Blind faith means you don't have evidence for something. You accept as faith without having any evidence to support it. You just blindly do it, right? If I say, "Hey, I want you to believe this," and you say, "I believe this," because you say so, that's blind faith, right? You have blind faith in me because I'm not giving you any reason to.
The words.
However, we have evidence, overwhelming evidence of black holes. Why is that now, under your definition, blind faith, when we can look and say, hey, here's something that's producing X-rays and gamma rays. Here's something that we can actually see light being, change the path of its direction to us and it's being gravitational lens. We can see this. And the only thing that can produce this, according to gravitational theory, is something so dense that we call that a black hole because light cannot escape.
According to gravitational theory. So you put your faith in a theory.
Okay, you don't know what a theory means then.
Well,
Here we go.
Yeah,
we're not going this route, are we?
Yeah, this is a stupid.
Are we really going this route?
Obviously,
gravity has been proven.
Gravity. Okay, hang on. Let me address this because I know Prepper is a kind of a troll, but I get that. I get that. But let me explain this to you. A model. If I say model, the model is that we can use to actually make predictions and put people on the moon and predict that if I drop this, it's going to follow the Earth. That model predicts that there's something going to be so dense that light cannot escape. Okay, if you can produce me physics that will invalidate that, I will take a look at that, right? But until then, we have a model that works. You can call it a scientific theory, you can call it a model, you can call it anything you want, but it works, okay? And we can rely upon that. We can make predictions about it, okay? That is not faith. That's not, especially not blind faith. Do you understand the difference?
Nope, you're not making sense, dude. You're playing semantics with definitions of words.
No, I'm clearly not. If
Hold
anybody's
on there, Prepper. You kind of did that when you mentioned the word theory. So.
Right. If anybody's making definitions of words, it's you, man. Seriously. Nobody's making definitional games here but you.
I've heard about 10 or 15 different words that you gave me elaborate definitions of and how they apply to your theory on life.
I'm not.
Hey, wait a second. So hold on a second.
That's a whole different thing. That's my worldview. I haven't even mentioned that.
Okay, sorry. I want to be clear about this, Prepper. If he just gave you some words and had defined them, so you understood how he was using them,
what's wrong with that?
He's not playing word games.
Exactly. What's wrong with that?
He's being clear in how he's communicating. Exactly. If you come in and you use a word without definition, and then you change how you're using the word partway through what you're speaking, that's semantics. That's word games.
Exactly. Thank you. Bingo. I mean, I'm giving you how I'm using it. I'm giving you how I'm defining the words. How is that a word game?
But then you then use that to make revelations or discoveries, and we don't hold the truths of definitions of words apparently.
Okay, now you're just making shit up and talking gibberish because I don't. I mean, seriously. I mean, I'm gonna end this very soon, anyways. But I mean, seriously, dude, you're just all over the place. I mean, you're kind of reminding me of the Clown Car Posse, and I know you do that. Don't get me wrong, Prepper. But come on, if you're gonna troll, at least not be so ridiculous. I mean. I need to get like a little bit better conversations in this bullshit about equivocation and people playing word games when obviously we're not. We are actually using, our own our definitions, right? And if you don't accept the definition of something, I get that. Fine, we'll come up with another definition. But I think I use words pretty much what we would mostly say for common parlance, right?
As fairly as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you just gave like a definition of a truth, and then in the end you stick in there, based on theory.
No, you don't understand what a theory is. A theory is not a guess. A theory is a confirmed model. Theory means confirmed. Okay, if I say the theory of gravity, that's a confirmed model. That model's reality. It's confirmed.
Again, you're having to define your words. Theory does not mean proven.
Correct.
So these are word games.
What?
No, he said confirmed, not proven.
Confirmed and proven are two different things. Okay, proven is in mathematics. If I say I can prove
Again,
that
we
the
go
square
down
root
the
of
trail defining more and more words. You got to define
Okay.
a new
Prepper,
word.
isn't it time for your bedtime?
yeah, this is
I don't know
absurd.
Prepper. I've never seen him
He's a
before. I just
troll.
Prepper. Can I can ask you
Go
one
ahead,
real
you
simple
play
yes
with
or no
him.
question?
Well,
Prepper,
that depends. How many words are you gonna have to define?
Okay, I'll take. You know what? He just answered my question. Is no.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're
There
doing
we go.
Prepper. Thank you.
All right. So, anyways, I'm going to end this hangout because I once we start getting this degree
Yeah, it's
of
getting
ineptitude trolling, it's just not even funny anymore.
Steve, you always run and hide, dude.
I
Every
know.
time.
I know.
Oh,
I'm
Jesus.
going to run and hide, even though I've been on for like 4 or 5 hours. So
Steve's not the one
this is me
digging
being
Not
spider
scared
running and
off
hiding.
by
It's
somebody who
just
doesn't know what
more
a
like I'm
spoof
too
is.
old for this.
Yeah, really. But anyway, guys, I appreciate this guy's hangout. I think this was a really fun one. I think this was educational. And Hogtie, when I end this hangout, will you give me a one-to-one direct call for like 3 minutes?
Can do.
Okay. But anyways, Brenda, thanks for stopping by. Christian, sorry you didn't get more of you in here, dude. I know you popped in.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. He's still
I
cool.
didn't mean to be contentious. I
You're
just
fine.
can't
Don't
help
worry.
myself. I
It's
can't help
okay.
it. It's my nature.
I like what you
But
brought
do
up.
you know that? But
How do you
know that?
define
want
this?
to sort of
Wait.
kind of want to kind of respond to something in the Christian sense when it says faith. Faith in an older sense used to actually just mean trust, and that just not blind faith.
Yeah.
Like
No,
you have
and
faith
I
in
know you-
something.
and I
Not
find no problem with that. If I say I have faith in someone, that doesn't mean I have blind faith in them. They've given me a reason to accept them at face value. But again, there's a different standard of evidence. If Hogtie says, "Hey, Steve, yesterday, man, I got this new cat, and that cat is awesome," and I'm like, "Hey, I believe you." Now, if Hogtie says, "Hey, I was taken back by aliens the other day, and was anally probed," I might have a different standard of evidence, But I'm not going to ask him for pictures on that, by the way. But I have a reasonable amount of faith that he's going to be honest with me. That's faith, sure. But it's not blind faith, and it's not faith in science. If when you go to have a medical procedure done, you're having faith that the person knows what they're doing, right? That's fine. I agree with you. Not the same thing as when you're talking about religion.
Okay.
Justify faith, right. All right, but anyways, with that, I'm going to call this a close. Oh, shit. Don't forget, there's a debate on Friday. It's going to be really awesome. It's Floyd FP with General Han Solo on whether the Bible.
That's gonna be
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be
the flood thing.
Yeah, it's gonna be on whether the flood's global or local according to the Bible. And it's funny because Floyd is an atheist arguing from a global flood. So
yeah, that should be interesting.
Not that it happened. He knows it didn't happen, but he thinks the Bible.
But the debate is whether or not that's what it's described in Scripture.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, he's going to win then because that Scripture supports that view.
Okay. Let me throw my thing out there. I listened to General's argument. I think it was a local flood that did happen. However, I might actually have to agree with Floyd. What the Bible teaches is a global flood. However, I think it was a local flood that did happen. But I think Floyd
the Bible says it was global, but again, I'll have to see the
debate. They're going to have 40 minutes of presentation, guys. So it's going to be a lot of evidence. I think Floyd has a better case, but we'll see. But do I actually believe in the global flood? Hell fucking no. Do I think there was a flood? Yes, but I think it was local. So, but yeah, global flood's ridiculous.
And it's the story of Utnapishtim.
But that's the story.
Yeah.
Sorry, what's that?
What's that?
And it's the story of Utnapishtim.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Part of the reason I'm convinced that the Bible accounts for a global flood is because it's a retelling of other ancient tales.
I hate that argument. No,
I should say worldwide. I want to correct this. I shouldn't say. Wait. I shouldn't say global because Floyd's position is that the Earth is flat.
It's flat. That's right.
The Bible, right. So it would be a worldwide flood, so not a global flood. I want to correct that.
Yes.
But I want to emphasize that Floyd does not think the Earth is flat. Floyd does not think there was a global flood. His position
it's not global.
Is that it's just the Bible thing.
It half filled the dome.
Yeah, it half filled the dome.
Only filled part of it.
Was the random Big Bang, is that a ridiculous idea?
Big Bang is still going on. Do you know what the Big Bang is? I mean,
well,
I'll keep this open for 3 more minutes just to show you something.
Hold on,
Prepper,
Steve.
Prepper, what is the Big Bang? What is the Big Bang theory? Go ahead, Prepper. Tell me in 10 seconds or less, what is the Big Bang?
Dude, you won't shut the hell up and let me ask a question.
You just wasted most of your 10 seconds by complaining about him talking. Seriously. Give him 20. Give him 20. Just what's the Big Bang?
Go ahead. What is the Big Bang?
All right, maybe if you'll shut up, you'll let me finish. Do you believe, you just said that a global flood is a ridiculous idea. So I want to know, a Big Bang, meaning just randomly for no reason, the Big Bang happened. Is that ridiculous?
Yes, because nobody believes that.
Yeah.
There you go. Nobody.
Can we have
I've
a
never
show
met
of
anybody
hands?
that
Does
believes that.
anyone
So, yeah.
believe that?
No,
I don't believe that. Does
I just
anyone
love that
here
he-
believe that?
I love that he defined it that way. He said
I
a Big
know.
Bang, meaning that it happened randomly.
Yeah.
Really?
All right,
Oh,
all right,
really?
So hang
all
on.
right, guys.
Big Bang can't be caused by a god.
Real quick.
All right, guys.
Wait,
there's
real quick.
a video. It proves how the Big Bang
Real
happened.
quick. I wanted 10 seconds. I'll give you 20 seconds.
Proves?
Prepper.
You said
I
proves.
asked you a question, please. Prepper, I asked you a question. Can you tell me what the Big Bang is in 10 or 15 seconds, please?
Yes, the Big Bang is an explanation for people who claim that the universe came into existence randomly for no reason.
Okay, this is the idiocy that we're dealing with. Nothing you said
Not
is correct.
exactly.
It described none of the
Not even-
phenomena.
wait. We're done. Dude,
Described none of the
read a
phenomena,
book on the
but
Big
insisted it
Bang.
was
Nothing
random.
you said made sense. The Big Bang, one, has nothing to do with cosmogony. It does not deal with the origin of the universe. Second of all, the Big Bang only deals with the rapid inflationary period after the universe already existed. You're an idiot.